Hello everybody, thank you so much for joining this course. I know that you guys are eager to learn how to build your next e-commerce website like Amazon. I'm super excited too to teach you guys. So let's check out the technology stack. The first one will be Node.js for the backend, Vue for the frontend. Nux will help and manage your vuejs components, PayPal and Stripe for the payment gateway, Algolia for the search engine, MongoDB for storing the data, and finally Amazon Web Services for storing your images and as well as deployment. There are three components that we are going to build. The first one is consumer facing, which will be the most exciting part. The second one is admin, which is to store the products, to create categories, and as well as to create the owner of the product. The final one is the foundation of the application, which is the backend. So this is what you guys are going to build throughout the course. And I hope that you guys are excited like me. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Thank you so much. And bye-bye. Hello everybody. In this video, we will initialize our project folder, install 3 dependencies, and create our first 2 APIs, which are GET and POST requests. If you are on Mac, open up your terminal and go to the desired destination that you want to create your directory. You can type pwd to show the current path of the folder. And you want to create a new folder and give it a name Amazon. Change the directory to that folder by typing cd Amazon. If you type pwd again, you can see the entire path of your folder. So right now we are on users alpha learnpal. Alpha is the username, learnpal is another folder that I created, and Amazon is the new folder that we just created. Now open up your favorite text editor. Mine is Visual Studio. If you are on Visual Studio, you can install extension to make your coding more productive. So here I have installed auto close tag. It will automatically close all the HTML tag. Prettier. It will beautify your code. And lastly, Vector is for Vuejs. It has all the features like syntax highlighting, snippet, emmet, linting, formatting, auto-completion, and debugging. If you don't want to run your terminal and code editor at the same time, meaning like this too, you can drag the bottom of your editor. Wait a second, let me drag. And voila, now you have terminal and editor on the same software. Visual Studio is pretty amazing. I really recommend you guys downloading this if you guys don't have it. So right now we are inside Amazon folder, and you want to create a new directory called server. We can close this down, and you want to click this. Now we have a new directory that we just created, server. Now you want to change directory to the server folder that we just created, cd server, and you want to type in npm init to initialize our package.json. This file will enable us to install useful libraries for our Node.js application in the future. So you want to click enter, and type in server.js as our entry point. Enter. Yes. And now you want to install the 3 dependencies: Express, Morgan, and body parser. So now if you open up package.json file, you can see there are 3 dependencies that we just installed. So right now we need to create a new file, and we need to give it a name server.js. It has to be under server folder, and we want to import the dependencies. So let's type in all the dependencies that required. Express is a web framework library that enables you to access HTTP methods like get, post, put, and delete. Let me explain to you what these methods are about. HTTP methods are two-way communication between the front end and the server. As you can see, whenever you open up your Instagram application, it will trigger one of the HTTP methods to fetch data and present it to you. Pictures like dogs, cats, human beings, and funny pictures. Let's learn what are the 4 important HTTP methods that are being used widely by every app in the world. The first one is GET request. GET request is retrieving data from the server. Whenever you load up your Instagram or any other application, it will secretly run GET request in the background and retrieve all the data from the backend. Post request is sending the data from the front end to the server. For example, when you type your information on the registration form on Amazon website and click create your Amazon account button, you are sending the data that you type in to the server. Next one is update request, is updating a specific data like profile. Imagine you want to update your username, email, or your profile picture. Finally is delete request. You want to use a delete request if you want to delete a specific data. For example, if you want to delete your Facebook account because you want to detoxify yourself from social media. So now you have understand HTTP methods. Now you want to know what is Morgan. Morgan is a logger that will log all of the HTTP requests that comes from the front end. So whenever you make a request, Morgan will simply show the request that has been made on the terminal. The final dependency is a body parser. It is a library that gets the data from the front end and parses it in a proper format. So for example, when you send the data from the sign up form that we just saw on in the presentation just now, when you sign up for Amazon form, it will take the data and it will send to the backend. And the only way for the backend to understand that, it has to use body parser to extract that data and parse it in a proper format, like JSON or URL encoded is one of the formats. Think of body parser as translator that will translate the data coming from the front end in a proper language, so that the backend will understand and try to process. So right now we need to add these 2 middlewares so that our Node.js application can actually use 2 of these libraries. We have to instantiate a new app object by Express so we can access all the Express methods like get, use. Use is actually for setting up the middleware. So app.use Morgan def, so that we can see all the logs on the terminal later. App.use. My typing is really bad. .json. And URL encoded is one of the format. Extended false. So these are the middlewares. Without this, the backend don't have the ability to parse the data from the front end, and as well as it cannot actually tell the terminal that there's a request has been made from the front end. Think of middlewares as the middleman. For example, you have a friend who knows an investor and you want to get to know the investor, and the only way for you to get to know that investor, your friend has to pass a message from you to that investor. So your friend acts as a middleman in that process. So let's create our first 2 APIs. App.get. This is how you create a get method, and you gotta pass in the name of the URL. Since we are going to use home URL, then we're just gonna pass in slash and pass in the request and response as the argument. And then you want to respond with something. Hello Amazon clone. And finally, you want to listen on port 3000 and pass in the error as one of the arguments so that we can log if there's an error. So log. Alright, let's go ahead and test our application. So go ahead to your terminal, make sure you are under the right directory. So type in ls is to list all of the files, so you are in the correct directory. But where is server.js? As I said, you have to make sure that this file has to be under this folder, so I gotta drag it here. So make sure next time when you want to create a new file on the server folder, make sure you right click on the folder and click new file or new folder. So right now, since server.js is under server folder, let's type ls again. There we have it. We have server.js and type node server to run the application. So right now we have undefined because I'm running to console.log error. My mistake. Let's do listening on port 3000. Let's save it again. But if we save it, it won't restart the server again. So we have to do it this time again. So it's listening on port 3000. So let's go ahead and open Postman so that we can test our first API. I suggest you download it. It's very useful for testing API. And we'll type localhost 3000 and just simply get, there's nothing, and just click send. You'll get a response that says hello Amazon clone. So let's go ahead and test our second API, which will be the post method. I think I need to make it bigger. My apologies. Alright. I completely forgot that I need to zoom in so that you guys can see it clearly. But you don't have to worry. In the next video until the end is going to be at this level of zoom in. So same thing, you gotta pass request and response. And in order to get the body of the data that we're gonna send from the front end, so you're gonna change it to post and click body, and you gotta click www form URL encoded and pass in name and any name that you want. I'm just gonna put James. So we are using post request method, and we pass in the body name and James. So we want this James to get to this URL. So console log request.body. This is how you want to access the body of the data. So let's test it out first. Let's go back to Postman and let's send. Now probably we have an error, post 404. Let's go and restart our server first and send it, and it shows nothing because we are not responding with anything. But if you see on our terminal, it shows name James. So if we type request.body and the key name is name, then you gotta type in .name. So if you send again, so we have to cancel the server and send again, you will get James only. So we can use data that we got from the front end to store it, to process it. You can do a lot of stuff with it. It's pretty amazing. So let's just recap. Get is to retrieve data from the server. Get. Post is send data from front end to back end. This is pretty amazing. We learn a lot of useful concepts like middleware, importing libraries, installing libraries, and as well as we use two of the most important HTTP methods such as get and post. And we already learned how to listen to a specific port, which is we listen to 3000. So if you try to do 7000, it won't work because we are listening on 3000. So you have to use the correct one. And this is pretty amazing. And thank you so much for watching the video until the very end. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye bye. Hello everybody. In this video, we will learn about Git. Git is a distributed version control system for tracking changes in your code during development. It is designed for coordinating work among programmers. Imagine you work in the same team, you work on the same code base, but you have a lot of people working together. And it will be very hard to track any changes. That's why Git will solve that problem. So let's go and do that. So let's initialize Git into a repo. When I say repo, it's actually just your code base. You want to cd double dot to your parent folder, which is Amazon, and make sure you ls just to make sure that you see server folder. And now you want to git init. You initialize empty git into your repo, and right now you want to ignore this folder because it is huge. When you npm install, you will get Node modules. That's how you can require Express and Morgan and Body Pasta, because these libraries are actually from Node modules. But you don't want to be part of your Git commit because it is huge, just for a reminder. So right now you want to create a new file. Since we want to ignore, we have to ignore the file and type Node modules, save, and we want to git add. So if you git status, you can see that we added git ignore, package.json, and server.js files. So right now we want to do our first commit. Initial commit, and will be write post and get API, because that's what we did in the previous video. So that's what I'm gonna write. And another reason why I want to learn Git is because when you follow along with the video and you git commit at the end of the video every single time, then whenever you're stuck, you can ask me and you can show me your GitHub account. Then it's easy for me to know where's the problem with your commit. So that's why I want you to get used to use Git. Your life will be much easier. Click enter, and we just did our first Git commit. Think of Git commit as taking notes for everything that you've done in the past. Let's say you just painted your house, and it's easier when you write a note, I just painted my house, and then next day I just fixed my roof. So you know that every day you did some commit or taking a note for every single task that you did. So when you git log, you can see all of the things that you committed. So we just committed write post and get API. If you made any changes, let's say we change Amazon to eBay, and you save, and if you git status, you can see that we just modified our server.js file. And let's say you know what, I don't want the new changes, I want to revert back. You can just git checkout, and it will remove eBay, but it doesn't revert back. So you have to git checkout server.server.js. There you have it. It revert back to the original code base. So that's about it, and I hope that you guys learned something new in this video, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello everybody, in this video we will create our user model to begin saving data to the database. Currently we have not yet saved any data to the database. The database that we will use in this course is MongoDB, and the library that we will use to communicate with MongoDB is Mongoose. So let's install Mongoose. Make sure you are under the right folder, which is server folder. You don't want to install outside of server folder. npm install mongoose --save. Once installed, we want to create a new folder and give it a name modules. This folder will store all of our models that we will use in the future of making of this web application. Create a new file and give it a name user. Let's write our model. You want a const mongoose require const schema Lastly, you want to export this schema, so mongoose.model user and the user schema. User schema is a blueprint of user object. In many social networking apps, if they are using MongoDB, this is how you create a user object. What kind of attributes that we want the user to have? We want name, email, password, and address. And it's like a key value. Name is the key and the value is string. And technically what we're saying is a name key and the data type of the name is string. So name is a data type string. Email is a data type string as well. Password, data type string. How about address? For address, we are creating a one-to-one relationship to another schema, which is address. There is no relationship in MongoDB, but this is one way to make schema to have relationship to another schema. So in normal human language, user schema will have a name, an email, a password, and a relationship to another address schema. We will create address schema in the future. You must be wondering, why aren't we just doing this instead? Let's remove this. cd string address 1 string. Why are we doing this? Well, the main reason for that is we don't want to complicate our user schema even further. Address schema will have a lot of attributes. We don't want to complicate our user schema with many attributes like this. We don't want, because our address schema will have a lot of this, and we don't want to complicate our user schema by adding all of these attributes. So we want to separate this attribute and create a new schema and make a relationship to that schema. So let's revert back to our original code. Finally, we are exporting our user schema so we can use this user schema object in another file. So that's it. In the next video, we will learn how to connect our Node.js application to MongoDB. I'll see you in the next video. Hello everybody, welcome back. In order for our Node.js application to begin storing data, we have to create a MongoDB database. You have two choices: to install your MongoDB locally or to install it on the cloud. I recommend you to choose the second one, which is storing it on the cloud, because eventually you have to use the cloud version for your future web application. So I found a solution to store it on a cloud. So let's go to Google and you can type in mongodb.com/cloud/atlas. We'll be using MongoDB Atlas to connect to our database. So let's sign in. If you don't have the account already, you have to sign up. It's pretty straightforward. Just send your email and password. I'm going to sign in to my account. Oops, what's going on? Atlas. I don't know what's going on. It's pretty slow. So I already signed in. And right now you need to build a cluster. So I'm just going to choose a free version. And I'm going to choose North Virginia and AWS. You can set up your own database on AWS as well. There are a lot of ways, but I found that setting up your database on MongoDB Atlas is way faster. And you want to choose the sandbox version because we want to play around with the app first. Once we have built it and we test all the functionalities, then only we want to use the paid version. There will be no additional settings. Cluster name, let's name it Amazon clone. Create cluster, and you have to wait between 7 to 10 minutes. If you want to create a new cluster again, you can just click here, build a new cluster, and again it will show you the same interface. So I'm gonna go back. So let's create a new user database. Add a new user, root, and I'm gonna auto generate my password. So I'm just gonna copy this, just paste it here for the time being. And you want to have your user privileges to have the ability to read and write to the database. So let's add. So once add, we want to go to network access. For our application, since it's still under development, we want to access it from anywhere, allow access from anywhere. But if you are production, then you just want to add the IP address of your website. Since we want to allow access from anywhere, click allow access from anywhere and confirm. Pending. So let's let it wait, and let's go back to our cluster, and you have to wait between 7 to 10 minutes. So there you have it. Now we have the cluster, we have the database. So now we have to connect to this database. So let's click connect and choose connection. So we don't want to connect with Mongo Shell. We want to connect to our application, which is our Node.js application. So you want to click this one and you want to copy this link. If you haven't done any Mongo Lab before, it'll be exactly the same. We just need the URI. So copy it. And we want to go back to our application. And let's check our package.json. We have Mongoose. So let's go to server.js. And right below your app object, you want to connect it. And you want to pass in the error as one of the argument for a callback function. And you want to type if error, then console log error. Else you want to console log connected to the database. So we have to change our password to the auto-generated password. So let's go back to this user.js file, save this, go back to server.js and paste it here and save it. So right now let's start our server. So node server.js. So Mongoose is not defined. I forgot to actually import it. And Mongoose require Mongoose. Make sure you spell it correctly. So now we have Mongoose. All right, let's clear this. And okay, right now connected to the database, but you're gonna see all of these warnings like current URL string parser is deprecated. Use new URL parser true. So we want to pass this into our mongoose.connect config, which is here. So you save it, restart the server. Oops, my bad. I forgot to add this part, comma. And now we have another warning saying pass option, use unified topology. So we just have to follow this to remove all the warnings. Save this, cancel the server, start again. Oops, I think I made a mistake. I think I should pass it like this. Cancel the server. But as you can see, it's pretty annoying to cancel the server and restart it again. So if you want your server to restart by itself, you have to npm install nodejs -g, so it will install globally, so you don't have to install it every single time for your every single project. So I'm gonna use nodejs server, and it's working. Now we are connected to the database. It's connected, and in the next video we will learn how to put this URI into a safe environment. I'll see you in the next video. It is dangerous to put your sensitive information like your MongoDB connection, which is this one, directly into your application. It is really bad. The best practice is to separate the sensitive information and put it in another file. Introducing environment variable. An environment variable is a variable whose value is set outside the program, typically through functionality built into the operating system. Since it is outside of our application, potential hackers might have trouble to access our sensitive information. It is built for security of your application. So we need to install a new library called .env. So npm install .env --safe. Once installed, we have to require the file, which is importing .env require, and we have to type .env.config. So it will load up the file. We have to create a file that will store all the environment variables. Create a new file. Right click your server just to be safe. .env. And then you create your MongoDB connection, which will be database equals, go back to here, and let's copy this entire thing. My bad, let's copy this, cut it, and paste it here. Save this, and let's change this to process.env.database. Alright, so let's test it out, see whether it's working or not. And right now it is working. Excellent. Now our Node.js application is more secure because of the environment variables. We will add more security as we build the app. In the next video, we will create our first post API. In the next video, we will create a new user object under post API. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello everybody, time to test our user model so that we can create our user object. Let's remove console.log under app.post API. Since we already exported our user schema, now we can import it and put it in a variable. So let's go to server.js and import it here. Const user require. Since it's under modules folder, then we can type in /modules user. Now in here we want to type in new user because we are creating a new user object, and user.name equals to request.body.name. Remember, it has to be the same as the attribute, which is name, email, and password. We're gonna ignore address because we haven't created address schema yet. So let's go back and copy this. Just change to email, user.password equals to request.body.password, and user.save. This is how you save it to the database. Error, that's a callback, and if there's an error, console, we want response back with an error, else response back with successfully save. So let's go and test it out. Start the server. Let's wait for it connected to the database. Connected. So we have another warning: collection.ensure index is deprecated. I think this is more internal stuff. We're gonna ignore this for now. So let's go to Postman. Oops, what did I click? Let's go to Postman and add email, james@gmail.com. It just is a made up email. I don't own james@gmail.com, by the way. Password. Hey, James is James. Let's send this. Successfully saved because we have saved the data, but let's check it out on our MongoDB at less. So let's go back here and go to collection. Let's refresh this and click collection and users, and there we have it. The data is successfully saved. Everything is working right now. In the next video, we will create a new schema called product schema. I see you guys in the next video. Hello everybody. In this video, we will create a new schema called product schema. This schema will be holding most of the Amazon clones product. We need to have this schema to have products like books, beauty products, pencil cases, and Batman figures. Let's create a new schema under models folder. So let's head to our project folder, and underneath models, create a new file named product.js. And now, as usual, you have to require mongoose con schema. Oops, mongoose.schema. I think I was daydreaming for a bit. And then cons product schema equals to new schema. So I think the first one is category. Could be a string, but we don't want it to be a string. We want it to be an object ID. So we have to do schema dot types object ID, and we want to refer to another schema called category. And then the next one will be the owner of the product. Since we don't want to do, okay, I think it kind of makes sense. So now we want to create a new object ID, and it cannot be a user. It has to be a different schema. So we do it owner. We change the owner. Okay. The next one will be title string, the title of the product, of the name of the product, whatever suits you, description of the product, and then we need a photo. The photo would be string, and then price, stock quantity, and the rating of the product, like 5 for the number of stars. And finally, we need to export this product. Make sure you name it product, and product schema. Save this. So just for recap, we have category. We will have to create a new schema called category because there are a lot of categories, and it's best to make it a one-to-one relationship to another schema. And same goes for owner. Every product will have an owner, so we want to create a one-to-one relationship as well to an owner schema. And then we have title, string data type, description, string data type, photo is string data type, price would be a number because you don't want to store it as a string because you want to do computation later on. Stock quantity will be a number as well. Ratings will be a number as well. So, and then finally we export the product schema so that other files could use it. So in the next video, we are going to create these two schemas. Logically speaking, every product will have an owner that owns the product, which is this one. It could be the author of the book or the manufacturer of the product. And for every product, it will have a different category to begin with. Again, like books, electronics, cars. I'm not sure whether people are selling cars on Amazon or not. If they do, I'd like to buy one and get it delivered via a drone to my house. But obviously, we need to create two brand new schemas. One is owner and the other one is category. Since in the previous video, we created these two attributes for this product schema. But before we move on, I know you guys must be wondering, why do we need ratings, which is a number inside an array, which is the array of number? Why do we need that? Because in the future, there will be a lot of users that will leave a lot of ratings, and we need to do a computation in the future. I will explain to you guys in the future, so you guys have nothing to worry about it. So let's go ahead and create those two new schemas. Create a new file, name it category. Since it will be almost the same, and we're just gonna copy product, because it's gonna be the same for this too, and as well a model export. So we just want to delete some of the attributes inside. So remove this, change this to category schema, copy this, paste it here, change this to category. The next one would be owner.js. It will be the same as well, just copy and paste. In the future, you will do a lot of copy pasting, so don't feel bad about it. And now you want to change this to owner schema. And for owner, we want to change to name and about. There will also be a photo of the owner. Speaking of changing the attributes, we forgot to change the attributes for category. So change title to type and put it type as well, and add unique true, meaning it has to be unique every time you create a new category. If it's the same, then it will throw an error. And then required true. So let's double check. Okay, everything's good. Go to owner schema. All right. So now we have created two brand new schemas. So in the next video, we are going to build the get, post, delete, and put APIs all together for our product schema. I'm so excited, and I'm gonna see you guys in the next video. Hello everybody, in this video we are going to create a post API for our product schema. Let's organize our APIs in a folder. Right click your folder, which is server, and create a new folder and name it routes. And under routes, create a new file and name it product.js. This file will have all of our product related APIs. Let's write notes of what kind of APIs are we creating in the file. So the first one that we're going to create is post request, which will be create a new product. Second will be get request, which will get all products. The third one will be another get request, and it will get a single product. Fourth one will be put request, which will update a single product. The final one is delete request, is to delete a single product. Now we have our goals on what to build. Let's build the most logical one first, which is the post API, because get APIs probably won't have any data yet. So we have to depend on our post APIs to create many products first. So let's do that. We need to require router. So you will know what is router. I will show you guys why instead of using cons app equals to express, why are we using require express and then dot router? It's the same as app.get or app.post. So router.post will be products plus a sing. I'll explain to you guys as well what is a sing shortly. And we need to require our product, which will be the product model. We need to go back to back folder and product. So right now we want to let product equals to new product. So we want to do try and catch. Whenever you do a sing and await, you have to do try and catch. So put this inside. And what is the product? Product title will be the request.body.title. And let's check what are the names. Title, description. Let's just copy this and go to product.js and just put above here just for reference. And next is product.description. Request.body.description. Next up is product.photo. Request.body.photo. And next is stock quantity. Goes to request.body.stock quantity. We don't want to put ratings yet because this is based on the user itself. So whenever user rate this product, then only we want to append to this array. If you go to product.js and you see that there are categories, there are category and owner, we don't want to add this yet because we haven't created any APIs related to owner or category. So we're not going to use it for the time being. So we're going to avoid using product.owner and product.category for now. So now let's await and product.save. And finally, you want to respond with a status called true, which is success, and message successfully save. If there's an error somehow, then we want to respond with a status 500 and JSON in JSON format. Success false, message error dot message. Save this and now it looks clean. I feel like I didn't get to explain what is request and response, so I'll explain to you guys very quickly. I will explain what is request and as well as response in an API. So restaurant and website are equivalent, so I'm explaining metaphorically so you would understand even more. So imagine you as a user visit a restaurant or a website, and you are on the top picture, you are that guy, green color shirt guy, and you are requesting an order, and the below picture is the value, which is Domino's with chicken slice, and the key is order. You are sending the data to the waiter. You want, hey, I want Domino's with chicken slice. So you're requesting an order, and the cashier checks the request. He tried to process it, and he found out that, as you can see, the argument is request, and this whole API is the cashier, and he tried to take the request and he tried to understand it, and he sees the body of the request has a key called order, and value is Domino's with chicken slice. So he knows what to do with it. So he takes the order, he processes it, and then he responds with, as you can see, the argument on the right, which is response, is the way for you to respond with something. So he responds with Domino's pizza. That is the response that the cashier is telling you. The API is telling you that this is what you asked for, and this is what you get. So you can think of the cashier as equivalent to the API. The API is the cashier. He will request, he will take your request, he will try to process your request, save it somewhere, and then he will respond with something. So that is request and response in an API. Since you already watched the video about request and response, I just want to explain again because I feel like it is better to explain it in a metaphorical way so that some of you guys who don't understand previously might understand in this video. Try and catch is famously used for a async-await combo. We can use a callback function to create an object, for example, like product.save error, something like this. But we want to avoid callback hell. We don't want our code to look like this. It looks really ugly and it's very hard to debug. And if you use async-await, it looks cleaner. It looks so that future developer can read your code and understand it much easier. Hence why we are using async-await. Async-await makes asynchronous code, like just now, look and behave a little more synchronous, which is this part. Async. This is where all of its power lies. Using async-await is simple. You just create an async function, which is this part, and call our async function with await keyword. We call await. Whichever that has a callback function, you want to change it to await so it looks cleaner. Again, synchronously is running line by line. So we want to avoid this. While asynchronously is running the fastest code to execute, which you guys already encountered before. So let's delete this and let's start the server. And you will know what I'm talking about. So let's go to server.js. As you can see, listening on port 3000 will run at the end, right? But if you are running asynchronous code, it will run the fastest code to execute first, since app.listen is way faster than connecting to the database. Then it will run first. Hence why you see listening on port 3000 and then only connect to the database. It doesn't work like, you know what, I'm gonna go here first, I'm gonna wait, then only I'm gonna go to the end. So that's what I mean by asynchronous versus synchronous. So let's test our API. Since we already do here, and the final thing that we need to do is we need to export our router. And then let's go to server.js. We need to require that file. Let's remove these two since we are not going to use it. And let's require APIs and cons. We call this product routes equals to require. And you want to go inside routes folder and product file, and then app.use. And you remember when I said I want to explain to you why did we use router instead? The reason being because we want to group our API. So this API, we want to name it API and pass product routes. So routes are actually a mini route. App.get, like just now you see, is essentially the same, and there's no right and wrong which one to use. You can use this way or you can use the other way just now, which is the app.get way. So there's no problem to use whichever way you want to use. So let's test our API by going to our Postman, and let's change this to API products, and we have title, books, we call it Harry Potter book, and then we have description. This is amazing. And then finally we have, actually not finally, we still have a lot. We have photo and stock quantity. So let's go back to here, stock quantity around 10, and photo is awesome. Now let's send this. And now we get response with status true, message successfully saved. So let's check our MongoDB. just to refresh this. And now we have another collection called products. And there you have it. Harry Potter. This is amazing. Photo is awesome. Stock quantity. But we need to solve the photo problem, because we don't want to send a string like this, because we want a link to a picture. So in the next video, I will show you the magic. For storing photos, there is no better way than to use the best in the game, which is Amazon Web Services platform. We are going to use one of their products, which is Amazon S3, to store images. But before we go and create our account, we have to understand the logic on how to store the image to S3. Hello, I'm going to show you the logic of how do we store an image to Amazon S3. So it begins with a user is trying to upload a photo. It passes the photo into Amazon S3 bucket, and Amazon S3 bucket will store it in the bucket, and it will spit out the result of storing, which is the URL or the location of the image from the S3, which is aws.s3.com. And then we want to take this location and store it in our database, which is product.photo. So as you can see, this is the middleware that we're going to use, which is upload.singlePhoto. So when we upload the photo, S3 will process it and it will save to the bucket, and then we'll return with request.file.location, which is the result, so that we can store it in our product.photo. So that is the logic of how are we going to store the image to S3 and from S3 to our database, which is MongoDB. Since you already understand, let's go and create your account. I already created my account, so I already signed in, and once you create your account, you will see the same interface when the first time you log in. It does require a credit card to create an account. If you have a debit card, it should work as well. It will only charge you $1 for validation of the card. You have to have an Amazon Web Services account if you want to launch your future web application. Don't sweat it. Now, go to Services and type S3. And the next step is to create a bucket. Name it Amazon clone v1. You don't want to touch all of the properties. You just want to leave it as it is, and as well as the advanced settings. So click next. And you want to unblock the public access, because you want your local host to access your S3 when we're doing the development. Most likely when you go production, you want to block all public access so that only your IP address can access the S3 bucket. And create bucket. And the final step is to create an access key so that we can access our S3 bucket from Node.js application. So go to your account and click My Security Credentials. Continue and click Access Key, ID and Secret Access Key, and create new access key. And you can download the file. It's best to download the key file so you can store somewhere safe. And now you have the root key. It will have the access key and the secret key. So that's it. We have successfully configured our S3 bucket. In the next video, we will upload our photo. Hello everybody. In this video, we are going to configure AWS on our Node.js application so that we can communicate directly to our S3 bucket, which is to store our product's photo. Since we are going to use photo upload feature many times in the future, we don't want to repeat ourselves. Let's create a new folder under server and name it middlewares. Under that folder, create a new file and give it a name upload-photo.js. This folder will have all of the middlewares function for our APIs. You will understand it once we implement the middleware to one of our APIs. The next step is to install 3 dependencies. npm install AWS SDK Malter and Malter S3 -- save. If you don't know what is Malter, let's go and check it out. Malter is an excellent library for our API middleware to get the photo from the front end. You just have to pass it like this to get the photo. And the other library which we did install just now is Malter S3. Malter S3 will directly upload, whenever you upload photo from front end to back end, it will automatically upload it to S3 bucket, which is really amazing and it saves us a lot of time. So let's require the dependencies. AWS. And now we need to pass the secret key and access key to our AWS. So AWS config update secret access key and access key ID. Remember the file that we downloaded, which is rootkey.csv. Open up, and now you can see that these are the keys. Copy it and paste it to your .env, which is right beneath database. And now we can access it like this. Save it. Now we can access it like this. Process.aws access key ID, and the other one will be process.env.aws secret key, which is pretty neat. And next step is to instantiate an S3 object. S3 equals to new AWS S3 bucket. So once we have S3 object, now we want to create an upload feature, which will be cons, we call it upload equals to Malter, storage, which will be Malter S3, and then we want to pass the object of S3 to the storage. Bucket name. Do you remember the bucket name? Let's go back to our Chrome, AWS, and go to services S3, and it's Amazon clone version 1. So let's go back to our Visual Studio, and it is Amazon clone version 1. And we want to pass in whether we can read publicly or privately. So ACL public read. Last is metadata, which will have request, file, and callback, which will respond with callback null and the field name of the photo. Field name file dot field name. And last but not least is key, which is the key of the S3 bucket. For example, when you upload a photo, there'll be a key and a value. So key will be whatever you want to name it. You can put it as name, you can put it as date, it's up to you. I'm gonna put it as date so that we know when did we upload this photo. So cb null callback and date now to string. So the value will be the name of the file, and the key will be the date that we just uploaded. And finally, we want to export the upload function. And now we have our AWS, and let's test it out in the next video. Remember this diagram? So I want to explain to you guys what is middleware again. So middleware acts like this. User hits the API by sending data like title, description, quantity, and price, as well as photos. But photos is a separate data type, which is a multi-form data type. So we gotta use a third-party library like Malter. So when we send and upload the photo, it will hit the middleware first, which will in return will send the photo to Amazon S3 bucket. Once Amazon S3 bucket have finished processing and save the photo, it will return a URL to that picture, which is the location in S3 bucket. So once we have the URL, then only we can store it to the database. As you can see, upload.single is a middleware. So it has to hit this first, then only processing, save the photo, then it will return with the result, which is request.file.location. Request.file.location is the URL in the previous video, which is aws.s3.com. So let's see it in action. Since we did a recap on middleware, let's require the middleware and use it in our post API. So right below product const upload equals to require middlewares upload photo. And now we want to use this middleware and pass it in the middle. And we're going to use a single function because we just want to upload a single photo. So type photo and save this. And there's no way for us to upload a photo here, but if we change to form-data, we can upload a photo because there are two types, text or file. So let's type title everything store, description, this is Amazon book, price will be $49, and stock quantity will be around 20 because it's best selling. And last but not least is the photo. All of these are tags except for photo. We gotta change it to file and select a file and click any pictures that you want to send to. So I'm gonna choose Amazon image.jpg. And now let's post. We haven't started the server yet, so Nodeman server, and we have an error, new aws.s3. Let's go to upload.photo, and it's supposed to be s. And let's check it out, and let's check it line by line whether we have an error or not. Secret key, access key. Oh, it's supposed to be the other way. This one's supposed to be here because it is access key. So access key will be paired with access key ID key. Okay, and let's check everything. S3 bucket SEL metadata, the data that will return. Field name is supposed to be n lowercase, and the key that will be sent to the S3 bucket later on. Alright, everything is good. So let's restart. Now there's no error. Go back to Postman and let's send. And now we receive status true, message successfully saved. Alright, let's check it out whether we have the photo or not in our MongoDB. So let's refresh this. And we don't have anything here. We don't have any photos or anything. So let's go back to S3. I think we made a mistake because we forgot to do one important thing. So let's go back to product.js. We forgot to change this to request.file.location. That's why it is saving the photo, but it is not saved to MongoDB. So let's go ahead and do it again. Let's go to Postman and send again. Successfully saved. Let's refresh. We're gonna delete this data in a moment. And now we have a photo. And if we check S3 and if we refresh, we have 2 photos. So we have successfully saved to S3 and to our database. So let's copy this link to check whether it is a picture or not. You will automatically download it and click, and there you have it. It matches the name, which is 799. So we have successfully created the upload feature. Well done, guys. In the next video, we will create 2 new APIs, which is for owner and categories. I'll see you guys in the next video. In the previous video, we have successfully created a middleware that uploads a photo to S3 and then saved to database. Now our product API is looking better with a brand new photo feature. But we are missing 2 steps before completing our product APIs. The missing steps are creating category APIs and the owner APIs. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go to our project folder, and under routes, create a new file and name it category.js. And you want to go to product.js and copy this too, because it will be very similar, and change this to category because we are requiring category. Now we want to create a post API first. Post requests and router dot post will be categories and async, because we want to avoid callback hell, request and response, and try catch. To await and save the category, and then we want to respond with success true and message successfully created a new category. So the code looks like this. We are using post method, and we give it a name categories for the path, and we add async because we want to avoid callback hell, request and response as one of the arguments, and then we use try and catch to catch any error when we await. Let's say there's an error when within this try block, and then we immediately go to the catch, and it will catch any error, and it will return with a status 500 and success false and the message of the error. And now we want to export our router, and we want to go to server, and let's require the category routes. Change this to category API, copy this, paste it here, save this. And let's start the server. Listing on port 3000, connected to database, go to Postman, open up a new tab, and add localhost 3000, API, categories, and obviously posts. With body, you want to add title. Sorry, it's not title, it is type. We're gonna call it book. Send. Successfully create a new category. Let's go to our database and refresh. And now we have a new collection, which is categories. And we have it, type book. And let's do a get API for this. So let's get back to our code editor. Go back to category.js. And right below here, you want to type get requests. And same thing, router.get, and then will be the same name, categories, async as well, same thing, And now try and catch. As usual, you want to catch any error. Let categories equals to categories dot, not category, but category dot find. And then you have to add a wait here because we are looking in our database all of the documents in the collection, and then we want to save this. Categories. Make sure you add success true and comma, and we're gonna copy this and paste it in the catch block for get requests. So let's go to our Postman and copy this, open a new tab, paste it here, and try to send, and you're gonna get the categories in an array. So later on we're gonna loop this. So now it's working. In the next video we're gonna create the same APIs, but I want you guys to do yourself a favor. Try to create your own API by following this. You're gonna create a new file named owner.js, and under that file you're gonna have similar like this. So I want you guys to give it a shot. Try it yourself first, then only you see the solution. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello everybody. If you managed to create your own owner APIs, congratulations, you are one step closer to becoming an API engineer. I'm going to do it to show you guys what is the solution. Create a new file and name it owner.js. I'm going to type it again step by step so that the concept will stick with you guys. But I'm just going to copy this. Owner, change this to owner. By now, you already know what to do. Post API and router.post owners async request respond, try and catch. So it is pretty similar like the previous one. So we're just gonna create the get API. And I'm gonna copy this and put it in catch. Save this and let's export this and go to server, copy this route, and then copy this route. Copy this, change this, save it, and go back to owner. And as you can see that we posting, as you can see, we are using a post method. The name is owners, and we pass in async because we want to avoid callback hell, request and response. And then we create a new owner object, save it to the body of the name and about, and then we save it and we pass in await, so that again we want to avoid callback hell, and then we want to respond with a success true and then the message, and then we want to catch if there's any error. And as for get, same thing, async, and then try catch, find the owner, all of the owner, and it responds back with all of the owners. So that's it. Let's go to Postman and test it out. Copy this, paste it here, change to post, change to owners, name, about, Brad Stone. My name is Brad Stone. Post, successfully create a new owner, and let's copy this and let's get. There's nothing here. Let's go back to our owners. Let's go back. Most likely we made a mistake here. Alright, we send a param, so let's go to body and let's go to name, Brad Stone, about, my name is Brad Stone, send. Successfully created a new owner, and let's get it, and there you have it. Let's create another owner, which Walter Isaacson. Copy his name and change it to here, and then let's get again. Now we have 3 owners. I'm going to delete this, so let's go to our database, refresh, and now we have owners. And let's delete this, delete it, and we have deleted, and now we have these 2 official owners. So there we have it. We have successfully created an owner APIs. So I'll see you guys in the next video, where we are going to complete our product APIs. It will be pretty much the same. There will be get all products, and then will be get a single product, and then we have to update our product and delete our product. If you can figure out by yourself, give it a shot. If you can't, you can see the solution. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello guys, in the previous 2 videos, we created owner and category APIs. Now our product schema is complete. Now we can add object ID to each of this category and owner. Now we can complete our product.js route. Let's go to product.js and let's complete 2 of the get requests, put requests, and delete requests. So by now, you probably know how to create get all products. So I want you to pause the video and I want you to create by yourself. Since you already create by yourself, I'm just gonna finish it up. And to save some time, we're gonna go to category, and then we're gonna go to get requests, and we're gonna copy this entire thing because it is the same thing. So when I say that writing an API will be the same thing over and over again, it is actually the truth, because you're gonna write a lot of similar codes. So now I'm gonna paste it here, and I'm gonna change to product, and copy this, change to product, and change to product. And now we have our get request for get all products. So let's go to Postman and let's test it out. Now let's change this to products and send. We have to start the server because I keep on canceling the server. Let's go back to Postman and let's click send. As you can see, these are all the products that we just added. But we will be deleting all of this because there are no categories and as well as owner. But we can also update all of this product. So let's create the next API first, get, before we go and create the put request, which is updating a single product. So copy this. I want to challenge you. If you want to get a single product. How would you do that? I want you to think for a second, because what I'm about to show you is a new concept in an API, which is a parameter. The first thing we need to do is we want to pass the parameter here, which is double dot and ID. This is a parameter, so later on your URL will be like this: API products and the object ID of the product, which will be something like this. So we want to get that number and pass it to the database to search for that. So now change this to product because it's single product. Product.find1, which will be a new operation for us, and pass in the ID. But how are we going to pass this ID? We need help from request. So request.params.id. So when we fetch this, it will take the ID of the parameter here, which will be, for example, will be 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now we want response with product and product here. So save this and let's go to our Postman and let's copy the ID because it is unique. And go to a new tab and type localhost 3000 API products and pass in the ID. If you click send, there you have it. We have a specific product, which is a single product. It returns Harry Potter because we got it from this Harry Potter ID. But what if you take this ID? Will it change? So let's check it out. There you have it. It's the same. So when you pass the ID, it will search for the specific product and it will return that product. So there we have it. We just finished 2 of our GET requests, which is get all products, which we already created like twice before, and another one is get requests, get a single product, which a little bit different because right now we are using request.params.id to search for a single product. So there we have it, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello guys, in this video we are going to continue with put requests. So let's do that. So go and copy this, and we gotta change this to put, and now we want to change this to find one and update. And now we gotta add a new set of configuration in our product, which will be set to update and title request.body.title, and then we have price request.body.price, and then we have category request.body.category ID, and then we have photo request.file.location, description, and finally owner, which will be the request.body.owner ID. And last but not least, we have to add upsert to true. So when the object doesn't exist, when you add upsert, it will create this object instead, if only if the object doesn't exist. But most likely the object will exist in our case. And then you want to return the product, updated product. So we have a put method. This will be our first time doing put requests, and then we pass in the ID. The reason why we pass this because we want to search for that particular document, hence why we pass it in here underscore ID, so that we can search for this particular product, which Harry Potter product, for example, you pass in the ID of 605554, and then it will search and it will return that document, and then it will update the document based on the set value. You just setting the key to a new value that we got from the body from the front end. So again, find one and update is simply just searching for that product. It is similar like find one, but this time is just find one and update that document. So that's why we have a set value. We're just setting the key to a new value. And finally, we have assert true. So assert true is if the ID that we pass in doesn't exist in the database, then create this new object and save it to the database. That's it. And finally, with response, with success and true, and update the product, we're gonna get the current product that haven't been updated yet. But in the database, we're gonna get the fully updated product. We're gonna see it in action after this. And let's check. And let's copy this link. Let's say we want to update our owner and category, and as well as we want to update the picture of the product, because currently there is no picture for this product. So now we can update the photo, we can update the owner, and as well as the category ID, and we want to change the name as well. So since we have the correct URL, let's just change this to put and go to body, go to form data, type in all of the credentials, which will be, title will be Lord of the Rings, and then description, it is an awesome book. Stock quantity will be 30, we want to update that. And then we have the owner ID and category ID. So let's check the owner ID. Alright, this is the ID. Copy this ID. This is for category. So you want to go to put again and paste it here. And for owner, let's change one of this to owners. Get it. And we have Brett Stone and Walter Isaacson. We're just gonna copy Walter Isaacson instead and put it here. And finally, photo. I'm just gonna use the same photo for now. This photo, and let's send. Cannot read property location of undefined. The reason is because we forgot to add the middleware, which will be upload.single and photo. Let's go back to our Postman and try to send it again. And it didn't change here, but let's go check to our MongoDB. So it did change to Lord of the Rings. It is awesome, and we have the category ID and owner ID, and as well as the photo. We have successfully created an update API. I'll see you guys in the next video where we're gonna delete one of these products. To complete our product API, we have to implement the ability to delete the product. In this video, we will learn how to create a delete API and the new MongoDB delete operation. Let's do that. Go here and type in router.delete, since it's gonna be a delete API, and products. Try and catch, and we can copy this, and next thing is let deleted product equals to await product dot find. As you can see, there are a lot of operations here. We want to use find one and delete, and as usual, pass in the ID so that it knows which document to delete or which product to delete. And last but not least, if deleted product, then response with, because we want to confirm whether it's deleted or not. If it's deleted, then only we want to respond with status true and message successfully deleted. The logic here is pretty similar like in find one and update, which is find one and update and find one. You just pass the request.params ID and it will automatically delete that product in the database. Let's test it out. Let's go to Postman And let's go to get, and let's get it again to see all of the, okay, let's start the server first. Okay, I'm gonna send it again, and we'll get all the products. We have 3 products right now, and let's change this to delete instead. Let's delete this product, Harry Potter product, and paste it here, and let's delete it. Successfully deleted, and let's try to get again. And as you can see, we have only 2 instead of 3. We have completed our product APIs in the course. I'm really proud of you guys. But the journey has not ended yet. We still have a long way to go, and don't give up throughout the course. Spend 15 minutes daily to learn about anything, not just my course. And I swear to you, you will see the results in 3 months. We call it the compound effect. In the next section, we will create a front-end application. The traditional way of building a JavaScript framework is like having the whole components and put it in HTML. I'll see you guys in the next video. And have a separate JavaScript file to call the API. The problem with this approach, sometimes it is hard to debug because of the large code base in JavaScript and HTML. The modern approach is to use a component-based JavaScript framework like Vue or React. In this course, we will use Vue. The good thing about this approach is that it is surprisingly easy to know which component causes a problem. Like search, when there's a problem related to search, we know where to find, which is to go to search component. In Vue, we divided all of these components into a different file. Hence, it is easy to know every component's responsibilities. Like search feature will only do search, video will only run, and many more. Vuejs is great for building a single page application. Let's check out the example of the single page application. So this is the example of a single page application. When you click one of these like coins and one of these links, it feels like an app. It doesn't load the page, it doesn't go to the server, and the server, it doesn't have to wait for the server to reply with this specific page because we already loaded all the pages. So the only thing that we need is to call the API behind the scenes. So when you go back, you don't see any like loading and so on. And let's go click coins or premium, and it doesn't load. It just changes to a different page. It feels like an app. That's why the future website will be a single page application, but on the server side, because it feels like a real app. And that is what we're gonna do in this course. The problem with a single page application is that it is hard for Google to rank your website. The traditional way of building website, Google always rank the website because the content will be surfaced from the server. As for SPA, the content won't be served just yet because it renders a JavaScript application. So when Google crawl your website, the data is not presented yet, hence it is bad for SEO. Introducing Nux. Nux will handle the SEO. Before that, let me explain to you what are the attributes of Nux. Nux builds on top of Vue. You don't have to create a routing system. It handles the routing for you by just creating a folder or a file. It handles the server-side rendering for you. This will solve the single-page application. It is great for SEO. Since e-commerce relies a lot on the search engine, you certainly need a framework that handles SEO, and Nux will do that for you. You can use Vue and render the Vue components on your server, but it will take a lot of work. Why not use a framework that already solves all the problem? You don't have to reinvent the wheel. And last but not least, optimization. When building a JavaScript application, especially on the front end, you want it to be extremely fast. In terms of space and time complexity, it optimizes things like Webpack, which you don't have to handle at all. If you are still confused with whatever I was saying about components, single page application versus server-side rendering, as we build the project, you will grasp the concept that will be thrown at you, and you will do a lot of exercises until you're extremely comfortable with Nux and Vue. Just follow along with the course. Don't give up because your journey begins right now, and I know you can do it. Hello everybody, I'm really excited about our admin project here. Since you already installed Node.js on your local machine, now you can use a new command to create a Nux project. So make sure you are at the Amazon folder, So type ls to make sure, and type npx create nux app admin. And click enter, npm bootstrap view, and we're gonna choose none because we have a custom server, so none, and click space and as well as space because we want both of these modules to be safe, and we want to skip this and click none. We want to make it SSR because we want to run our single page application on the server side. Space. Make sure you choose Bootstrap because our styling CSS will be based on Bootstrap. And now let's run the application. So cd to admin and type npm, but we want to run it on a port 8000 because our server is using port 3000. So let's go back to admin and port 8000 npm run def. It's listening on local port 8000. So let's check it out. Go here, open a new tab, type localhost 8000, and there we have it. We have created our first Nux application. So let me go through all of the directories and folders. So first is assets. Assets directory contains your uncompiled assets such as stylus or Sass files, images or fonts. What about component? Component directory contains your vuejs components. You cannot use either async data or fetch in these components. I will explain to you what is async data later on. The layout directory includes your application layouts. Layouts are used to change the look and feel of your page. For example, by including a sidebar. So this would be our parent page. So let's say you want to put all of your nav bar and footer down here. So this is the layout of your, think of it as the layout of your house. Like you gotta have like the layout before we putting all of the important components. Let's remove this. And you cannot rename this folder without extra configuration, so just leave it as layouts. Next is middleware. I've explained to you what is middleware before. It contains your application middleware. Middleware lets you define custom functions again that can be run before rendering either a page or a group of pages. The pages directory contains your application view and routes. The framework reads all of the .vue files inside this directory and creates the application router. So when we create a new file like index.vue, it will create a route that says home. Index will indicate that it is a home route. You will understand what is pages all about. The plugin directory contains your JavaScript plugins that you want to run before instantiating the root Vue.js application. This is the place to register components globally and to inject functions or constants. Next is static. Static directory is directly mapped to the server root. So when we pass our images and put it under static, instead of like this, when you pass it and when you want to call this picture or a PNG file, then you just remove static, and this is how you run the image and so on. The store directory contains your vuex store files. The vuex store comes with nodejs out of the box, but it is disabled by default. Creating an index.js file in this directory enables the store. I know you guys might be confusing what is this, but you will know shortly once we do it practically. And finally is nux.js. This file contains your nux.js custom configuration. Remember, don't rename this file without extra configuration. If you rename it, then it might not work. In the next video, we will create our first page in Nux. Index.vue is our home page of the application. Whenever you hit localhost 8000, it will automatically render this page. So let's start the server and let's go to our Google Chrome and refresh. One moment. Alright, let's refresh and you're gonna see this page. The way Nux handles the route is pretty amazing. You don't have to manually create a route in your app. You create a folder or a file and Nux will treat it as a route. How cool is that? So let's give it a shot. Create a new file and name it about.vue. What happened to my typing skill? And type template and h1 about me. Save this and let's go back to our Chrome. And what happened if we type about? Boom, it will show you the page without us creating a route. We just create a file or a folder, then it will create the route for us. This is pretty cool. It saves your development time a lot. Now we already know how to create a page. Let's style the page by adding our custom Amazon CSS file. I'll see you guys in the next video. How do we customize the CSS of the page? In this lecture, I have uploaded an asset that contains files like CSS, images, and product images. I want you to download that file. So you're gonna see this file and I want you to copy CSS, font, and image. This two will only be for product upload later on, like the pictures. So copy this and I want you to go to this terminal and type open. And you go to admin, go to static and paste it here. And now we have this. Go to nux.config.js and let's add these 2 lines of code. Should be style sheet. And the path will be under static CSS all and default. So it's going to be CSS all.css. I'm gonna copy this and change it to default. This is the configuration file in Nux. By putting these 2 lines of code, your whole page will have the styling. Let's test it out by creating a small button in our index.vue page. So let's go to index.vue and let's delete all of this style for now. Delete it. And underneath here, you want to create a new button. And then you want to give it a class name, class name a-button by again, and there will be no redirection by now. Save this and let's go back to our terminal for this project. And you want to go back to Google Chrome, go to admin, and it's not working. It is not working for a reason. Let's go back to our nux.config. I have found out the reason why, and delete this type as well as this type. Save it. As you can see, this is the Amazon custom button. Now our website has the custom Amazon CSS styling. Amazing. In the next video, we will create our admin main page. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello everybody, welcome back. For our homepage, this is the layout of how are we going to design our homepage of admin. There will be 3 buttons on top: add product, add category, and add owner. And there will be a list of products that we just added, and there will be a feature where you can update and delete. The style that we will be using is heavily influenced by Bootstrap. So we are going to write very similar code to Bootstrap in general. So if you have knowledge in Bootstrap before, this HTML component creation will be very easy for you to understand. And by the way, it's going to be a bit lengthy because we are writing HTML here. So bear with me and let's complete our homepage of admin. You want to go to index.vue and we want to remove this entire thing. And we want to remove this as well. We don't need this logo component. Remove it. Okay. And now we need a main. First we need a main. Okay. And then we need div class equals to a spacing large. So if you don't understand what is this class about, you can always go to default.css and you can go ahead and find that. For example, a spacing large, then you can find that it's actually just margin bottom 22px. That's it. So you can always go and check the default.css to cross-reference. So go back to index view, and now we have these two. And now let's continue. And div class container fluid browsing history. So I'm using a similar CSS class for our future feature on consumer facing app. You can see row, and then div class, and then we have column small 8, column 8. If you know grid class, it is simply divided, like every row will have 12 grid, and we are just giving it an 8 grid. So let's go here, h1 class, let's put it all products, and let's give it a name, a size large, a spacing none, a text normal, and then it'll be a href. We're not going to give it any link for the time being, and then we're going to add a class which will be a button by again add a new product. And now we're going to copy this, paste it 3 times, add a new category, add a new owner, save this. Let's go to our Google Chrome, and it's, you know, it's looking nice, but we want to change this to button to a different color. So let's go back here and let's change this to history instead. Oops, sorry, not here. History. And then, yep, let's see whether, okay, it's looking a little bit better, but we want to add margin to right 10. All right, it's looking better than, because we want this to be the main kind of like button, and the rest will be smaller than this button. So we're just adding margin to right by 10. Want to give some space. Copy this. All right, let's go back. Okay, it's looking nice, but we need a space between this. So let's try and add this right below here. See whether there's some. All right, now there's some spaces between. And let's go back. And just want to add reference here. I want to say button. Oops. Okay. Will be listing page. We want to separate these two, so div class container fluid browsing history, and then div class row, and in here, paste it here. Okay. Now will be a product time. We're gonna add a list of products. So div class history box. Okay, and then div, and then it's gonna be a_f. It's going to be class a ling normal, and then image will be src. We will put the image, the product image here later on, and class will be image fluid. Okay, we want to put here product image. And then we want to add div class a spacing top base, assign title, and then span class a text normal, div class p13n sc truncated. Then here, so this is how you're gonna call a JavaScript model inside our script later on. So I'm just gonna leave it product title. Okay, we are done with this. Then div class a row a href, and then we're gonna add a star. Just copy this 5 times. Okay, we are done copying these 5 times, and then save and copy this, another div. Okay, in here it will be the amount of rating, so it will be span class. Oops, my bad, it's not gonna be here, it's gonna be here. Span class a letter space, and then I'm just gonna add color tertiary, a size small, assign reviews 73 true. Okay, we are done. This will be review, this will be product title, and this will be product rating, and this will be product price. Okay, now we want to add a price here. Span class a size base a color price, span class p13n sc price, and just put number here, just put $23. Save it. It looks nice, but it's to the left, so let's add a column. Wrap this up in a column. We need to add it in a column anyway. Call xl2, call large 2, call md3, m6, call 6 brbb. Okay, then we want to wrap this history box. Save it. Let's go back to our Google Chrome, and we have a little nice box. So if we copy this and paste it a few times, and we got a nice little boxes. So this is going to be our admin portal, so where you can add new product, add a new category, add a new owner, and you can see all the list of products that you just added. So let's continue, and let's delete this because I just pasted like 3 times. I got confused for a bit. And the final thing that we need to do is we want to add the 2 buttons. which will be, copy this and we just put it here, product buttons, because there will be 2 buttons. So the first one will be update, and just put like this. Okay, and then class a button, history, margin to the right 10, and then we give it a name update, and then we copy this button, and then there will be another button, and we call this delete. Save this and let's go back, and there you have it. We have a nice looking buttons and price, and it looks a little bit like Amazon, but we want to add like a space between this box and the button. So let's copy this and paste it above this button. Alright, now we have some spaces. Now we have a beautiful admin page, so that admin can see the products that have been added to the inventory. That is amazing. Well, we are missing the data. Let's fetch the data and map it to the API in the next video. Before we fetch the API, I just want to share you guys a little bit about Vue. So go to about.vue, and essentially every Vue file will have 3 sections: template, script, and style. We won't be using a lot of style because we already have a default.css and we already configured it in our nux.config.js, and go here, so that all of our pages will have the default.css. We don't have to do any sort of like styling for the time being. And I just want to share you guys that the functionality of Vue. The first thing you need to do is you want to do export default and then pass in data. So this data, your template can access all of the key here. For example, you return a name about me, I'm awesome, and if you change this to name, it will reflect to this name. So let's go to Google Chrome. We want to open a new tab and type localhost 8000 and about. You can see that it reflects, it follows the data in here. So we can play around, we can, we can see what how are we going to use this in a future video, right? And most likely we're gonna call an Axios in here and paste it here, right? So another thing that we can do is we can create a method. And on click and alert, I'm here. Or you can actually take this name and put it inside here. So let's put this.name, and in order for you to access this, you gotta type this.name. This is referring to, okay, you can imagine that Vue is like class basis, like where if you've done programming before, you have a class dog, and then you have an attribute like name and so on. So you want to access this attribute or key, you type this.name, then only you can access. If you don't do this, then you're gonna get an error. So let's delete this, and let's create a button and call it at click. This is how you want to access this method, at click, and the name of the method, which is at click. But you're gonna see an error. Let's hover to it. The template root requires exactly 1 element. In Vue, you cannot do it something like this. You gotta make it like, you gotta have like a parent tag like div. If you do something like this, then you won't show the error. So let's try. Let's do this. Click me and go here. There's a button, and let's click, and there you have it. It shows about me, I'm awesome. So let's try to delete this. What's gonna happen? And there you have it. There's nothing inside. And last but not least is a model. So input v model name. Okay, save this, and let's go here, and you can see it shows the model of the name, which is about me, I'm awesome. What if we delete this? See, it's a two-way binding, so it will follow whatever you type in. So let's say great is great, and if you click me, what will it show? It will show nothing because we haven't changed to this. Let's save it, and let's refresh this, and if you click again, there we have it, about me, I'm awesome again. But let's change to greatness and click, and it will show greatness. So this is what Vue can do. It make your functionality within a component so that it's easier for you to debug and build one feature and make it very, very good at it. For example, like you want to create a search feature, you put it underneath component, you create a search.vue, and then you just build a method or a data set related to that search only. And if you face a problem in the future, it's very easy for you to like debug. And if you're confused why there's nothing here, because I click another terminal, so you can go here. So that's about it. In the next video, we will actually fetch the data. I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we're going to fetch the API and we're going to map the data to our component. But as you can see, there's a missing stars. And I found out the problem because let's go to our editor and type open dot, and you gotta go copy all the CSS and go to font awesome and create a new folder and give it name CSS and paste that all the CSS in here, and we want to remove this all CSS. Most likely is because all the CSS is depending on the font beside its folder. Most of the path in CSS is related to web font, so hence why we have to move it inside font awesome. So let's go to nodejs and change this to font awesome. Save this, go to terminal. All right, changes, and let's refresh this, and as you can see now it shows the stars. Let's fetch the API right now. So go to Visual Studio, go to index.vue, and underneath here call a function called async data, and then here you want to call axios and add space and let response equals to await, but you always have to add try and catch. TP localhost 3000 pi products, return products. So async data is very similar like data. There's an error here, and let's check await. And the reason why we have an error because whenever you put await, you have to put async in the beginning, and most likely we won't get any error now. So Axios is a library to call APIs. Think of it like Postman, but this time you are calling it directly from a Nux application. What is async data? Async data is a function that only Nux has. You cannot find this feature in Vue.js alone. This function's job is to fetch the data before your Nux.js application finish loading on the browser. Why do we need this? It is because, as I said in the slide in the previous video, SPA is not good on the SEO department because the nature of it. It only loads the app and later, which is hard for Google to crawl. Remember that our Nux app is set to universal. So if you go to nux.config.js, it is set to universal. So if you go back to index, it means that our Nux app is running on the server, which is good for Google to crawl it. So let's attach some note above it so that you will understand. So put async data is fetching data before Nux app finish loading on, or Nux page, not app. Finish loading on the browser. It is good for SEO because the data will be loaded first. We pass the async keyword before the function name is because we want to use the async await combo. It will make your code more beautiful so we can avoid the callback hell. Remember, always do try and catch to avoid your app from crashing. Let's console log the content. So console log response. So let's go and restart our server. Node-min. Let's sing on port 3000, connected to the database. Let's go to Google Chrome and inspect. Make it a little bit smaller. Go to console and let's refresh. And there we have it. We have all the data from the server. It's pretty amazing. And now our goal is to map this into this component. So let's do that. And now we have the data. We gotta make response. Let's check. It is products. All right. So it has to be the response.products. So products. So how do we loop this array? And we gotta use v4 product index in products. So now we can access products directly. We can access this products data directly, and right here. And last but not least, we want to pass in a key product underscore ID. And now we have an error that say index defined but never used. We will use it obviously. So copy product, and let's change this. So if you want to attach product inside this src, you gotta add colon and product.photo, and for a value within a HTML tag, you want to do something like this: product.title, and then we have what else? Product.price. Price, and that's about it. Let's save this. Let's go back here and let's refresh, and there we have it. We have two same products, but we don't have a price. So let's go to our MongoDB at last and just refresh this. And as you can see, we have two products, but we don't have a price because most likely we forgot to add in our postman before. But rest assured, we're gonna update our pricing in the next couple of videos. And now it's showing and is really looking good. All the data that we only see in a form of JSON so far for the past couple of sections is transformed into an angel form, which is this. It's really looking beautiful. Our admin app is starting to shaping up. I'm so proud of you guys. In the next video, we will assist our post API for product by building a beautiful front end form so that we can add products. Hello everybody. In this video, we will create a form page to add products to the database by using the product post API. The first thing you need to do is to create a new file and name it product.vue. So let's go and do that. Right click, product.vue. And right now we need two sections: template, template, and script. Okay, let's write our form page. Make sure you have main, but before that, let's go and check out the layout of how it's gonna look like. So we're gonna have category drop down, we're gonna have owner drop down, we're gonna have a multiple of input text and one text area. It's gonna be text area, and this front will be in the middle of the page. So we're gonna have 3 columns on the left, and then we're gonna have 3 columns on the right, and then in the middle is going to be 6 columns. So altogether will be 12 columns. So in Bootstrap we have 12 grid system, so you can only fit in 12 columns in one single row. And let's go and do that. And now div class container fluid. This will be the container. And then we're gonna have a row. And then we're gonna have tree. One is column sm3. Copy this, paste 2 times, and now we're gonna have 6 and 3. 3, 6, and 3. Let's go back to the layout, and we have 3. In the middle will be this. Middle will be 6 column. So I'm just gonna delete this, and let's continue where we left off. And in here, it will be a div class a section, and then in here will be h2, add a new product. Save this, and let's go to Chrome, and let's type product. And now we have something in the middle, but we want this to be in the center of the column 6. So let's add style equals to text align center. Now it's in the middle, but we want to add a little bit like space on top of that. So what we need is div on top of here, div class a spacing top medium. And now we have a little bit of spacing on top of it. Okay, now the real deal, which is a form. And the first thing will be div class a spacing top medium. So between all of the inputs and category dropdown or owner dropdown, it will have some spaces between. So we're gonna add a space first, and then label category. So let's see how it looks like. So we have category, and we want to make right below here, since it's a drop down, it will be class a select option, and then we're gonna have multiple value 1, and I'm just gonna copy another one because we are going to call an Axios API call so that we can map the data into this option value, and it will be 2. Save this and see how it looks like. So now we have a nicely dropped down, and let's copy this section and paste it here. And we just want to write a note up here that's saying that this is a category drop down, so that we know and we don't get confused, or the future developer who might work on your project won't get confused. And here will be owner. Okay, and let's change this to owner. And then now we want to add the title, which will be div class a spacing top medium, and then will be label, and label will be title, and we'll have a input placeholder. I don't think we need placeholder. What we need is type text class a input text, and then let's save, make sure you close it. Let's see how it looks like. Alright, it looks kind of nice, but we don't want it to look like this. We want this box to be below of this label. So let's add style margin bottom 0 pixel. Let's see whether it looks. It doesn't work. So let's try to add a style here to make it bigger. It might help the spacing. Alright, now it goes down because we add the width to 100%. Then it will take the entire column. Copy this, change this to title, and then we want to copy this, change this to price. Price type will be number because it is a price essentially. And now we want to copy another one, change this to description. We want to remove input because it's going to be a text area, and we're going to add a placeholder that says provide details such as a product description. Let's save it. Let's go back and check, and it looks kind of ugly actually. So we're gonna add something. First we're gonna change to description, and then we're gonna add a style to this text area, which will have height a little bit like 10. Alright, we don't want to add any height, we just want to make it width same as the rest of the input, like 100%. Let's save it and let's see. Alright, it looks a little bit nicer. And the final thing that we need is a photo. So we want to have the ability to add a photo. So let's copy this. Oops, let's just copy the entire thing. And then change this to photo. Add photo. Okay, we want to remove text area. And it's going to be div class, a row, a spacing, top, medium. Okay, and we're going to have another label inside, which will be choose file button. And in here it will be I class file fa plus, because we're going to have a plus symbol. And finally it will be input, and the type will be, guess what, file. And that's it, obviously. And then we want to add the ability where when a user choose any photo, it will choose the name of that photo once you have chosen it. So let's add a p tag here and a style, which should be margin to the top by 70 pixel. And that's that. And then there will be something in here, but we don't want to put anything yet. I just leave it name of the photo. Let's see how it looks like. Okay, name of the photo. It looks pretty ugly. So let's change this to -70. Okay, name of the photo. What is it breaking? Okay, we're gonna figure it out later on, but for now I think we have everything. And the last thing we need is a button. So div class, a spacing, top large, and then span class, I'm going to use a button register, the class, span class, a button inner, and then finally inside we're going to have a span class equals to a button text at product, and then we want to add a HR here. It's going to be like this. We're going to have a divider between all the inputs and the button, and then we're just going to simply gonna copy this, change this to photo, button. And it seems like I copy all of this to become like title drop down. This is going to be input text area and photo file. Save it, and let's go back to our Chrome, and then we have it. Really nice looking, let me make it bigger, real nice looking form where we can add category, owner, and a title, price, description, and we can add a photo. And finally, when we add, it will automatically add to the database. So in the next video, we're gonna call the Axios for category and owner, and as well as we're gonna do a post API to the server. I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we are going to call the to API, which is get requests, so that we can map the data that we got from the API and map it to our dropdown, which is category and owner. Let's do that. The first thing you need to do is you need to call async data, because we want to load the data first. hence why we are doing it in async data. Put it async because we're going to use async await combo, axios, and then let categories equals to axios. You will know why we are not using await in here in shortly. Now get HTTP localhost 3000 API categories. Copy this and then change this to owners as well as owners. So we're gonna use a new function which will be equals to await promise dot all. I will explain to you what it does, and then we pass in these two functions. I'm sorry, these two API calls, not functions. I don't want to confuse you guys. And we call response, let's just call it cat response, and then owner response. So what promise.all does is that it runs these two API at the same time, because categories and owners APIs are not dependent on one another. We don't want to run this first and then only we run owners. We want it to run parallelly at the same time. So hence why we are using promise.all, and we pass in the categories and owners, and once we get the response, we set it to cat response, which is categories, and owner response, which is owners. That's all it is. And final thing is we need to return so that we can use the data and map it to the template. So categories, and then we take this cat response and it will be categories. Owners will be owner response. You must be wondering, wait, owners. You must be wondering, why are we doing dot notation, which is categories, and dot owners? If you go to our server, and if you go to routes, and if you go to category.js, and if we see the response, it responds with success true and categories. So we need to access this categories in order for us to get the data. So let's go back to product.vue. And that's the reason why we have to dot categories and dot owners. If you want to see the content, you can just simply respond this. And let's go to Chrome. Let's refresh. I haven't started the server yet. Let's go to our server and Nodejs server. And we refresh, and if you go to console log to see the content, and as you can see, it returns success and the categories, which is the array. We need this array, hence why we are passing it cat response dot categories. And remember, whenever you do await, async await, you want to do try and catch, because we want to avoid our app to crash. So hence why we have to do try and catch. So when there's an error, we're just going to console it. For example, if we remove this await, it will return an error. So if we refresh, see, it doesn't crash. It doesn't crash the app. It just show that type error promise.all is not a function, which is a good thing. But if you don't have try and catch, let me remove try and catch and see that and save it. And if we refresh, we're gonna get this really like ugly error, which will be bad for user experience. So we want to return that. Instead of that, we want to show some sort of error on to the user in a friendly way. We don't want to show this kind of like error to the user. So let's go back and let's revert back to try and catch. And now we can take this, not this one, this categories, and go back to here. And now we can loop it, v4 to loop category in categories. So the value would be the ID of the category. We want to send the ID because if you go to our server again, if you go to models, product.js, As you can see, we are storing an ID of that category and the ID of that owner. Hence why we have to put the ID in the value. So category dot ID. And you have to add colon key because it is important for loop in Vue. It just is necessary. If you don't have this, then it will show an error. It says that elements in iteration expect to have key element, which you have to send key and then category, and then we want to change this to category dot type. Okay, and then finally we want to copy this, want to remove this and change this to owner, owners. Same thing, we want to send the ID, because if you go to product.js, we are sending the ID. And finally will be a name. Okay, and let's go to our server, which is the front end server, and go to our Chrome. Let's refresh this page. Okay, let's check. Okay, now it's empty. There must be a reason why, because we didn't add a wait here. I forgot to revert back. So let's save it and let's refresh. This error will disappear, and here you have it. You can see there's a book and there are two owners, which is Brett Stone and Walter Isaacson. In the next video, we are going to send all the data that we type in, which is in the input and text area and the photo, and we compile all this data and we send it to the post API. I'll see you guys in the next video. Let's continue with the post API. So down below async data, type data. Okay, so what is the difference between data and async data? The simplest answer is data is processed on the client side, for async data section is processed on the server side. You only use async data if you are doing an API calls, because we want to load the data first so that the data can be crawled by Google. So next thing is to set up our model so that we can access it in our DOM. So return category ID will be null, owner ID will be null, and then title, we have price, probably 0. Let's make this as empty string. And then we have description, be empty as well, and then we have a selected file will be null, and then we have file name will be empty string. So we are done with creating the models so that we can map the model to the right input field. So let's do that. Copy this and go to category and put here v model, so that when you change this option, then this model will be set to that value. So let's go to here and do this, and let's do it for this as well. Models owner ID, and then for title would be in input, and we had at v model title. We can copy this and paste it here, and this will be price. It will be price. And then in text area, this will be description. Okay, and then in here, file will be a different method, and that's it. And now we gotta change this to file name. Okay, now we have to have the ability to choose a file and store it in selected file. We need to create a method to do so. So let's create a method. Here will be methods, and we call it on file selected. We pass in an event as the argument, and then this dot selected file goes to event target dot files, and then this, because we want to add file name, then it will be file name equals to, copy this dot name. And now we have to bind this method to our input type field. So copy this, Go to our input file, which is this, and add change to bind the method equals to the name of the method. Add change is used only for when you want to change something. Like in our case, we are selecting a photo. So by selecting photo, you keep changing the value. So what this function does, it will select the file that you chose and set it to this .selected file. So let's console log. Okay, you have to add this, because if you don't add this, then you get an error. And go to Chrome and refresh and try to select any photo. Go to static files and try to add any of the images. Click Einstein, and there you have it. This is the location, the name, everything you have from the file object. Next thing is to create a method to trigger post API. So let's go to here and create another method, which will be on add product. Okay, and then let data equals to new form data, and then data.append will be title, and then this dot title. Make sure that this title will be the same as the one in the server. So if you go to product.js, make sure that you follow the body name, which is title, description, and stock quantity. Now let's go back to our product.vue. Let's do it here, and then this price. Sorry, not description, price, and then description. And then we have, how about we just copy this, paste it here, and this will be owner ID. Okay, and then this will be category ID, and then last but not least, it would be photo, and then it will be this dot selected file. Make sure you spell it correctly, and this dot selected file dot name. Okay, and then we want to pass in 2D axios, which will be let result equals to await this dot axios post, which will be HTTP localhost 3000 API, and then products, and we pass in this data to the body. Okay, and then finally you want to do this. Once everything is good, then you want to push it to the home page. Now we have an error, which is we added the await, but we forgot to add a sing. Always remember to add a sing if you want to do await. Save it. Now there will be no error. So you can access Axios via this as well, because we did configure Axios as part of the Nux project. It has become part of the Nux object. If you go to nux.config, and if you scroll down, as you can see, we have made it as part of the module, so you can access the Axios object directly by using this. Why are we doing form data? Why not just send the entire model? If you remember in Postman, so let's go to Postman. If you want to include photo into the mix, we have to change the data format to form data. If you want to send only text or numbers, then sending the model straight is enough, which is using www-form-url encoded. So that's the difference. And then finally, once we have the data, and then we are attaching the data into the Axios post body. In our server, Post API will receive this body and save it to the database. And the final step is to redirect the user to the homepage once everything is done. But before we test this out, we have to make some configuration in our server. So let's go to routes, and in here we have to add owner ID, category ID, and we forgot to add price. So let's do that. Product.owner ID equals to request.body.owner ID. And then product.category ID equals to request.body.category ID. And last but not least is product.price equals to request.body.price. And if you remember, we don't have stock quantity, so we gotta configure it on the front end as well. So let's go to here. Let's add stock quantity equals to 0. We're gonna make it null instead. We're gonna make it 1 by default. And then we're gonna add data append, which will be stock quantity. Make sure the name is the same as in the server body, and change it to here. And then we gotta copy price input, paste it here, change this to stock quantity. Then model will be stock quantity. Stock quantity. Alright, now everything is perfect. So let's test this out. But I just want to tell you that if we test this out, you're gonna face a problem. Let me show you what is the problem. So let's go to Chrome. Okay, let's refresh this page. And let's try to add a title, which will be Game of Thrones. Price will be $29. Stock quantity will be 7. And then description of the book is, this book is amazing. And we choose a photo, which be Game of Thrones. And then if we try to add, it's not gonna do anything. You know why? Because we forgot to bind a method to this add product. So let's do that. So let's copy this add product and let's go to the button and then bind it, which will be click, because you are clicking the button, and pass the method. So we binded the method to the span tag. So let's choose book, just choose any of the author, das, and then click add. And as you can see, it shows network error. It shows that XML HTTP requests has been blocked by CORS policy. What is that? Response to pre-flight request doesn't pass access control check. No access control allow origin header is present on the requested resource. What is CORS? Let's learn CORS from this diagram. Imagine you have a browser and the browser make a request to the server, and then one of the endpoints get triggered, and then it will respond back with a body of data. The problem right now is that it gets blocked. Why? Because the server has not implemented a CORS policy. The web pages that you visit make frequent requests to load assets like images, fonts, or an API to get the data from many different places across the internet. If these requests for endpoints or assets go unchecked, the security of your browser may be at risk. For example, your browser may be subject to hijacking, or your browser might blindly download a malicious code, which is really bad. As a result, many modern browsers follow security policies to avoid such risks, which in our case is CORS. So the goal here is to implement CORS in our server. By setting up CORS in our server, we are telling our browser that we are following the policy, and let us proceed with the response, which is the body. It's like an immigration officer that asks you whether you bring your passport or not. If you don't bring your passport, then you cannot proceed. But if you do have your passport, obviously you can proceed to the next level. You only need to implement CORS if only you have two separate or multiple apps communicating with each other. In our case, we have app written in Vue and Nux as the front end, and we have another app that is written in Node.js as our server. Let's go to our server and implement CORS. So go to your server, server.js, and you want to cancel your server first. Okay. And then npm install CORS --save, and then you want to require the file up here, which will be CORS equals to require CORS. Save this, and then we want to install it as part of the middleware CORS. Okay, and now let's restart the server. Listing on port 3000. Alright, let's go to our Chrome and let's refresh this page, and let's change back to book. Okay, Game of Thrones. Price will be 29. Stock will be 7. And then finally, this book is amazing. Add a photo, which should be Game of Thrones. And then let's click add. It will be a little bit slow, but there's no course like error on our console.log, meaning it's doing something. Now it is safe. The reason why it is a bit slow is because of the image we gotta store in S3 first, hence why. But there's a lot of ways to bypass that by just, instead of waiting, we can just go to this page first and then let the processing, happen behind the scene. So let's check our database and refresh this. Alright, it is safe. Game of Thrones, amazing. We have successfully created a page that consumes GET APIs and as well as sending data to our server via POST API. Good job, everyone. Really proud of you guys. In the next video, we are going to do something very similar, which is creating our form page for category. I want you to try to create by yourself by using the product Vue as an example. I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we are going to create add a new category page. So let's go and do that. It'll be very similar like product Vue. So if you guys already done it by yourself, then congrats to you guys. But I'm just gonna code along and you can follow if you haven't done so. So go to pages, create a new file called category.vue. And then template, script, and in template you want to create a main tag, div class container fluid C section, and then in here div class row, and then in here div class equals to column SM. It will be very similar like product Vue. Copy. It's supposed to be tree. The magic is in here. H2 add a new category, and obviously you want to add a div class, a spacing top medium. Okay, and then you want to copy this, and in here, oh actually it's supposed to be form first, and then only you want to copy this, paste it here. Okay, now we're gonna type label, which will be type, and then input, and then we're gonna add a class which a input text, and I'm gonna have a style that will say width 100%, and then lastly v model type. Close this stack, remove this, and then okay, let's check it out. Let's check the page. So navigate to category. Okay, now we have type and the input field. Add a new category, which is good while we missing the button. So let's go to product Vue and copy the button section, which will be this part. Copy it and go to category, and then in here save it, and let's see, add product. Want to change it to category, and we have to change it as well to add category, which we'll create shortly. And yeah, that's it. Now let's create a data, which should be return a model type null, or we can make it empty as well. And then methods, which would be on at category. Remember to add a async, because we're gonna do async await combo. And then here is let response equals to, what we're gonna do is first let data equals to type, this dot type, because we're gonna pass this data to the body. Is a bit different than the previous one because we don't have any pictures or files, to be more specific, hence why we can just pass in this data into the body of post API. So await this Axios post http localhost 3000 API, and then categories, passing the data as the body, and then yep, I think that's about it. But we want to know whether we have added the category or not. So we have to modify our page a little bit by adding a UL class. So right below the form, UL, and then li, let's see, hello, let's see how it looks like. Okay, but we might have to add a class list group item. Okay, now we have to add br to add some spaces. All right, now we have to loop this data, but we gotta call in a sing data as usual, axios, only if you want to populate the data on your page. So try and catch, and here let response equals to await axios get. So you can either do this axios, or you can directly access in the argument, and http localhost 3000 API categories. Okay, oops, and we just want to console log the error just in case if there's any error. And same goes here, we might as well just do try and catch as well. Okay, move this up and console log any error, save, so it's auto like indent all the codes. Okay, now it's looking good, but we have to return these categories, okay, which is response.categories. Copy this, let's go here, v4 category in categories, okay, and then key which will be category dot underscore id, and this will be category dot type. Save it, and we're gonna see book. Okay, as you can see now it shows book. So if you add a new one, we want to add a new data down here, which is games, toys, and so on. So the only way to do that is to check in here if response.status, then this .categories.push may want to add this data into this categories. Okay, let's try. Let's give it a shot. And I think we should, yep, let's just double check everything, whether we have vmodel. It looks like everything is good. Okay, so let's go and type games add. I think let's refresh it again. Okay, it did add, but it didn't push. There must be a reason why. Let's just delete this. So it did add, meaning it did save to the database. Just to confirm, let's refresh. I think it did add. And as you can see, there's the data, which is games, which we already added. So if you go back to add a new category page, and let's type another one, which will be toys. My assumptions that most likely that it will take time for the API to be done, and then only it will add to the bottom of the games, because just now I did refresh before it finished. So let's try to add, and there we have it. It instantly added, and now we have successfully created a new category page. In the next video, it will be almost the same like this, except it is for owners. So I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we are going to create a new page called add a new owner page. So let's go and do that. And I want you to copy this category.vue page and create a new file and name it owner.vue and paste it here. We're gonna go from top to bottom, so add a new owner, change this to add a new owner, and then be name. This will be name as well. Type will be name. I'm gonna copy this. This will be about. Okay, and this will be about as well. And then lastly, we're gonna have a photo to upload. So we're gonna go to product.vue, and then we're gonna copy. Okay, this one. Okay, copy it. Go back to owner, and paste it here. And then next step is we want to loop this, which we want to loop all the owners. So we just have to change this to owner, owners, copy this, paste it here, and change this to name. Okay, now we want to fix our async data. We want to call the owners API instead of category. So we change this to owners, and then it will be owners, and then will be owners as well. Simple as that. And then the second step is to change the type, which is the model. Sorry, not the type, the model. We're gonna change this to name, and then we're gonna have a about, and then we're gonna have a selected file, which should be null, and file name, which will be an empty string. And then we're gonna change this as well on add category, and we have to change this to on add owner. Okay, and then we're gonna copy this, go to the click and change this to on add owner and add owner. Okay, and now since we have photo as well, we got a copy from product.vue. So let's go to product.vue and copy this on file selected, and then go back to owner and paste it up here. Paste it above on add owner. Okay, now we have this. Remove this, and now we're gonna fix our data. So let data equals to new form data, and then we're gonna add data.append, which will be name this dot name. Copy this, and then we're gonna change it to about. The reason why we have to use form data again because we have photo. Okay, save this, and data.append will be photo. And then it will be, let me check, this dot selected file, and then this dot selected file name. Let's double check whether it's the same or not. All right, this dot selected file dot name, this selected dot name. All right, and then we pass this data into the response. Changed categories to owners since we are posting to owners post API. And then lastly, we want to change this dot categories to this dot owners, and then we're gonna pass this dot name. And then lastly, we just gonna console log this dot owners. Okay, now everything is good. Let's go to the server. We have to modify our route for owner, and we have to add the middleware for uploading a photo. So const upload equals require middleware, middleware's upload photo. Is it correct? Upload photo. All right, then copy this, pass it to the middleware, which will be single photo, and then owner dot photo equals to request dot location. Let's check, and let's check the product just to be safe. Request dot file dot location, request dot file dot location. All right, so now we have everything. We gotta save it already. Response. Now let's go back to owner. Okay, let's go to our Chrome and change this to owner, and then we have the name. We have populated all the owners name, and now let's add a new owner, which will be Steve Fallon. My name is Steve. Add a photo. Let's go to static file owner images, JK Rowling. Let's change to JK Rowling instead. Rowling, that's JK. Let's add this, and it doesn't do anything because, well, let's check what's the error about. So note API owners 500. The only way to do that is to go to routes and console log the error, and we gotta go to owner, and it's best to console log as well, but there's no error here, just saying localhost, meaning it's from the server, not from the front end. Then let's do it again and see. Okay, this is the error. Owner validation fail, name cast to string fail for value JK Rowling. My name is JK for value. Okay, had path name. So let's go to owner.js request.body. Okay, let's just console log request.body. Okay, and add owner again and see what's the error this time. This is how you debug an application if you don't know what is the error. Name, so we're passing it in an array, so let's go back to owner.view and see how did we do it. This name, oh, obviously, okay, simple mistake now have been fixed. So let's go and add a new one. My name is JK, because we are appending to the same name, so that's why it shows an array. Add owner, and there we have it. We have successful 200. So let's refresh this page, and you're gonna see JK Rowling. So let's go to data at last and refresh this page and see what's the content. There we have it. We have the photo, we have the name, we have about. Everything is working, and that is amazing. So in the next video, we are going to create an update feature for our product so that we can fix the pricing. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello everybody. In the previous video, we have successfully created an owner and category pages. In this video, we will add a functionality to update our product. We have to create a new folder and name it products. This folder will have all the products related pages like you want to update, you want to delete, or you want to add. Nux will treat this folder as a route, while the content will be the child of the route. So for example, if you create a new route under this folder, the result will be something like this. Products, which is the folder, and then the content, which will be the name of the file. So create a new file and name it index.vue. So for this page, it's not gonna be products index. It's just gonna be products. It will be sort of like the parent of the folder. So what we want to do is we want to copy product.vue, copy this entire file and paste it here and save it. And you want to delete product.vue. So let's test it out. Let's go to Chrome. Okay, let's go to products, not product, products, and it will show this page. Now we need to create a page to update our product. Create a new file and give it a name _id.vue. _id.vue. This page will be something like this: products, and then the ID of whatever you want to send. It could be any number. You can treat this as nodejs request.params. The goal is to get this ID and pass it to Axios get requests so that we can get the correct product. This is how you build a single product page. Instead of an array of products, we just want to get that single product and return that product. So this is how you do it. You have to create _id.vue page, and then we grab the ID and we pass it to Axios, and Axios will return with the correct product. Let's do that. So I want to show you how to get the ID first, and only we proceed with creating the page. So async data, and then we're gonna pass in axios and then params. So if you console log params.id, but you have to export it first. And here, let's just return params.id, and then we just return the param. Not like this, but something like this. So let's test this page. Go to Chrome and add any number behind, and it will show the number that you just added. So if you change to any ID, this is how it will look like. So let's create the update page. So go to editor and go to index.vue, and you want to copy this entire page and paste it in here. And now let's fix our axios call first. So copy this, change to product, and you want to do string notation, which will be params.id. But in order for us to get this, we gotta pass it in here. Then only we can gather the ID, and then you gotta pass in your product response here, and you gotta append your product to this promise.all so that it can run all of these APIs at the same time. And then we just wanna console log product to see what's the response. And finally, you want to add it as part of your return so we can use this data and map it to our template. So product response dot product. Okay. And if you refresh, you won't see anything here because we are sending the wrong ID. So let's go to our products and then copy one of the ID, which will be logged ring. Let's go here and paste it here. And if you send the right ID, it will return the correct product. So let's map this data into this input. So go back, and now you want to update this update, which will be the product title, product.title. Okay. And then we want to update our placeholder here, which will be product.title. And then we want to add a placeholder here as well, which will be product.price. And this one will be product.stock quantity. This will be product.description. And I think that's it. But we need to remove this because we don't want any duplicates. So okay, and I think that's it. So let's go back. Cannot read property undefined. Let's refresh, and you're gonna see it mapped to the correct corresponding input. But how about price and stock quantity? It did not map. Let's go back and see. The price is null, but there's stock quantity. So let's go back to our editor and check our model. The reason why it is showing 1 is because our model is 1, so we gotta remove this and just make it empty. And same goes to this one. So let's go refresh. You're gonna see empty instead. Okay, let's update this. But before we want to update this, we need to change our on add product to on update product first. We want to make the name consistent. So copy this name and go to our button and change it to on update product, and change this to update product. And the final step is to change this post to put, and you want to update to the correct API, which will be the ID, this.params.id. Change this to string notation. It's supposed to be route.params. So this is how you access it outside of async data. If you want to access it in methods or data, then you have to do this.route.params.id. So now it's looking good. So let's go back and update our product. Refresh. Okay, so let's update it to book. This will be J.K. Rowling, and let's change this to Harry Potter. Price will be 39. Stock quantity, let's update it to 27. And this book, I love it. Add a photo and change to Harry Potter, and let's try to update. It's a bit slow, but it did update because we have to set a new page. And here we are, we have the price, we have the title. So let's go back to this products. And there we have it, update Harry Potter with the same ID, the price, the stock quantity, the description, and the picture. And now it shows all the correct pages. So we have successfully implemented the update feature, and this is looking good. I'll see you guys in a video where we can delete one of the product in this products array. I'll see you guys in the next. Hello guys, I just want to do a recap of what we have done so far in this section. We created a new product page, add a new category page, add a new owner. We list all the products that we just added on this page, which is the home page, and we created the update page and the delete feature so that we can delete one of the products. But one thing we forgot to do is to add the link, which is when we click this button, it should go to the corresponding page. So let's add that. So let's go to home page, which is index.vue. And then you can see this, the link here will be products, and this will be category, and this will be owner. Save this. Let's go to our page and refresh, and let's click buttons, and it will bring us to this page. Click this. All right. But the thing is, this is the traditional way of navigating between different links, because when you click one of the links, it loads the page and then only it retrieves the page from the server. We don't want that. We want a smooth navigating between one page to another, and because of that we need to use a new Nux feature, which we call Nux link. It acts exactly like a href, but it feels like a single page application. It feels like an app where you click one page, it goes to another page very smoothly. So let's test one route here. In order for you to go to another page, is you type to in here, and then you can pass in a class, the same class that you pass to your ahref tag in here, and then add a new product. Save this. Let's go back, and you're gonna see a new button. Let's click the first one. See, it doesn't load, it just transitioned to another page very smoothly. While the second button, it will load, while the first one just transition, which is what we want to do for our app, because now it feels like a real web application. It doesn't feel like the traditional website in the past. So that is one of the features that I like about Nux. And now let's update the rest of our buttons. Let's delete this, and you can change this to 2 Nux link, and this one Nux link as well. Same for this one, Nux link. Change this to 2, and this one would be Nux link. And finally, we want to change the update button to Nux link as well. So this is the update, change to Nux link. And how do we go to the next page? It will be very similar, which we have to add colon if you want to pass an object in here. So it will be something like this, products, and then we pass in the product ._id so that it will go to the appropriate page. But you have to change this to Nux link first, and let's save this. Let's go back and refresh this page. Okay, let's click one of the button. See, in transition very smoothly. Same goes to add a new owner. And what if you click update? It will go to the correct page, which is Harry Potter, because we get the correct ID. And we click update, you see it gets the correct ID, and it's Game of Thrones, which is what we want. And recap is, I'm really proud of you guys for coming this far. And in the next section, we are going to build the most exciting part of the whole course, which is to build the consumer facing application. It will be really interesting, and I know that you're gonna love it. So I'll see you guys in the next section. Hello everybody, in this video we will learn how to implement a delete feature on this page. So let's go to index.vue, not the one under products, but the one that is the home page. And underneath async data, you want to create methods, and then on delete product async. Then we're going to pass in the Axios call, which would be await this Axios delete. And then object notation, HTTP, localhost 3000 API products. And then pass in the ID. But how do we get the ID? Because right now we cannot access params.id because this is index.vue. The only way to do that is to pass in the button itself. So for example, if we pass one of the parameters is ID here, later on when we implement on delete on our button, which is delete button, we can pass in the product.id in the parameter so that we can get the ID and pass it to our Axios to delete the correct product. And now we'll do try and catch. Copy this. And then if response.status, then we want to delete the products in the array, which will be splice, the index, and how many we want to delete, which will be 1. And then in here, we want to do console.log error. And finally, you want to copy this and paste it here at click, which will be on delete, and then the ID of the product. But if you go down here, I forgot to explain to you where do we get this index. So this index has to be in here. And if you could take a look at our array, we loop the products, and then we get the product object and as well as the index, which is the position of the product. So let's say 1, 2, okay, let's call it apple orange. And then we're gonna get the position, which is 0 or 1. So now we have to pass in the index as well, which is the position, so that the Axios can delete the correct object, which is based on ID, and then the product array can remove the index, which is the object that we want to remove, and how many we want to remove. So splice is a JavaScript method that will remove or update an array. In this case, we are removing the object from the array. The first argument is index, which is the position of the object in the array. And the second argument is optional, the number of items to be removed. So we want to remove 1 item only. If set to 0, no items will be removed. There is a third argument you can add here. Only if you want to update the current index object with a new object. So for example, let's say we want to update. Let's say this is remove. Let's say we copy this, and this is update. We want to update the position. So the position, let's say the position is 3. Let's give some example. Apple, orange, and grapes. And then we have a new fruit, which will be star fruit. Okay. And then we want to update this with oranges. So when we want to update, we pass in the new fruit in here, and then we change the position to 1. So the result would be starfruit. We will use this method in the future when we are dealing with vuejs. Splice is very useful when it comes to being reactive. So when we remove one of the objects in the array, Splice will trigger Vue to re-update the components. So let's remove all of this. You will use a lot of Splice in vuex section in the future. So remove this. Okay, let's save this and let's test it out. So let's go and delete this product. And there we have it. It deletes from the products array. And let's go to atlas and refresh. When we go to products, we have deleted the everything store. Hello everybody, so welcome back. In this video, we will set up our consumer facing app so that customer could start buying the products. Let's create a new project and call it client. Make sure you are on Amazon path, which is this path, ls, to check whether you see admin and server. And then you npx create nux app client. And click enter, enter, enter. Make sure you choose npm and make sure you choose bootstrap view, none, because we already have a server folder. Then space, space. We want to skip this, none, universal, and space for this as well, and then let it install. And now we have successfully installed a new project, which is client. As you can see, now we have 3 separate folders: admin, client, and server under this Amazon folder. You have to cd to client and then port 9000. We want to give it a new port because admin is port 8000 and our server is port 3000, so we have to give it a different port. And npm run dev. And now let's go to our Chrome and let's type in localhost 9000, enter, and you're gonna see this newly created project. Now we have the client app. In the next video, we will configure these static files. I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we will configure the static files. So get the downloaded zip file that's been given and extract CSS and image folders. Now get CSS font and image, copy it, go to your project folder and type open. And you can paste it in static. So one space. Now we want to go to our nux.config.js and we want to add this line over here, which will be style sheet. Remove this. Then the path of the file, which will be css font awesome css all.css. And remove this, change this to default.css. So let's test the page by going to pages, index.view, and underneath container you want to type nux link, which will be to products, and then class a button by again add a new product. Save this. Let's go back to our Google Chrome and let's refresh this page. Of course, we have to start a server. And let's go back to Google Chrome, refresh. Here we have the button, but it looks kind of ugly. Let's remove all of this. Save it. And refresh. Now it looks a little bit better because Nux installed the custom styling. So that's it. In the next video, we are going to create our first navbar for our consumer facing app. I'll see you guys in the next. Hello everybody. In this video, we will set up our navbar and put it in a separate component. So let's create a new file under components folder. So go to components, create a new file, and name it navbar.vue. So let's set up our navbar. It's gonna be a bit lengthy because the navbar is quite complicated, but it looks exactly like the Amazon one, which is something like this. So we're gonna code this in HTML. So let's go and do that. Template. Okay, as usual, and then okay. I know it doesn't make sense of what all these classes, but as usual, you can go and copy one of this and take a look at the default CSS. Next thing is div class container fluid desktop. Oh, I made a mistake. Spelled desktop. Nav. Okay, and then div class row, div class column sm2, and then there will be a logo area, which will be, and here will be image src equals to image logo. Make sure you copy the image folder so you can access the logo, and alt will be logo class image fluid. Okay, and a#ref, we're gonna change it to nuxling later on, but for now let's just set up our navbar first. Save this, and let's go to our Google Chrome, and in order for us to see the changes, we have to go to layout. Where is it? Layout. Go to default, and we have to import the navbar and put it as part of the layout. But before that, we want to remove all this custom CSS by Nux, and we want to type script export default, and then we want to import. This will be our first time importing a component, and import navbar from components navbar. This is how you access the file in Nux: squiggly lines, components, and navbar. And then we have to make it as part of the components. You have to type in navbar. So once you import, you have to tell Vue that, you know what, I want to use this navbar as part of the default.vue layout, and hence why you have to install it in the components section. Then only we can use this navbar and put it up here. So navbar, just like that. Now our layout has the ability to have navbar on this page. So let's go to Google Chrome. Now it's looking really nice. You see the logo is really beautiful, and then the color is exactly the same like Amazon background color. And now let's continue and go to navbar. Now you want to add a search bar, but we're gonna add that in the next video. But we're just gonna leave a space for that. SM6 PT0. This would be search bar. Okay, we're gonna copy this and paste it above here, and you're gonna say logo. Okay, div class column sm4 will be an empty grid, and after that we're gonna close this row and open a new row. We're gonna focus on this row. Div class column xl2 column large2 column md2. This is for responsiveness. So we add so many column, like we add XL, extra large, we add large, we add medium, we add a SM2 and a PL2. Okay, and here we want to add div class nav global location. This would be the delivery, which, let me open up Sketch. This would be this delivered to California. And let's create nuxling, which won't be available for now, and type address class nav a2. Okay, and inside here you want to type div class equals to nav sprite id nav packard glow log icon. Okay, make sure you type it correctly. And after that, div class glow ingress block. And in here, you tap span class nav line 1, and the ID will be glow ingress line 1, and then deliver 2. I'll copy this, paste it below, and we change this to 2. This will be to 2, and then we change this to California. Copy this, save this, and let's go back to our Chrome and check out the changes. It looks kind of ugly, so let's go back. And I made a mistake here. We're supposed to change this to ID. Save this. Let's go back, and now it looks awesome. Let's add a note above here. Delivery. And in the future, we're going to create a address schema and address API, and we will change this to that address. For now, let's continue where we left off. Next thing is to div class, where you're going to copy this entire thing. Let's just copy this entire div, paste it here, and it will be 6. This will be 5, 4, 6. Then it will be 0. But we need to close this div first. Okay. And here, we're going to type div class nav fill and div class nav shop. This will be, if you go to sketch, we're going to type all of this, like today's deal, your Amazon, gift cards, help, registry, sell, and browsing history. And let's close this. Next thing is to add nux link, which will be browsing. It should be browsing. Let's just type it history for now. And then class will be nav a, nav a2. Okay. And here we want to add span, which will be class nav line 2. And in here we want to type browsing history. And finally, we want to add another span that will show an arrow. It will be class nav, nav icon, nav arrow. And then style, which will be visibility, visible. Save this. This will be shopping. Okay. And down here, let's continue. Div class nav x shop container. Div class nav x shop. And then div, it's gonna be ahref class nav a. This will be today's deals. There will be your Amazon.com, and this will be gift cards, and this will be registry, and finally this will be sell. And I'll see the changes. It looks nice and all, but we haven't created a history page yet. We have all the details here. It looks really, really nice. Let's adjust the browsing history a little bit. So let's go back and let's go to nav a2, which is a nux link, and add a new class, which will be nav single row link. Save it, and let's go back, and we'll go bottom. Now it looks a little bit better. Now let's continue where we left off. Close this down, and you want to add a new part, which will be accounts and order. Okay, and now div, we're just gonna copy this entire div, and then we're gonna change this to 4 5 6 5 6 4, and then it's going to be 0. And now add div class tools, nav tools, and then ahref, which will be id icp nav fly out class nav a2, and then icp ling style 2, and then span will be here. Then it's gonna be a class icp nav and ling inner, and inside the span will be another span that will be class nav line 1, and there will be another span in here which will be class icp nav globe image 2. Copy this, paste it here, and change this to language. Okay, and we'll save this, and let's go back, and it looks a little bit cramped up and there's no global icon. Let's go back and check what's the problem. I think it's because we forgot to add a missing dash here. Save this. Let's go back, and now it looks pretty amazing. And let's continue and go back here. Underneath here, there'll be another span class nav line 2. Then span class will be nav icon, nav arrow, style visibility, and visible. Okay, and down beneath this a tag, you want to type span class icp nav ling border. Let's save this. Let's go back, and it should have a link here. We should have something here that will say NBSP. Also some spaces, I guess. Yeah, there you have it. And now let's close this. Let's close this a tag. And down here, you want to create a Nux link, which will be to register page. And then the class would be nav a, nav a2. And then ID will be nav ling, and then account list, and finally tab index will be 0. And now the span, which will be class nav line 1, and in here you want to add hello sign in, and then here will be span class nav line 2, and then will be account and percent, and it will be list. Down here span class nav icon nav arrow, and then style visibility should be visible. Save this. Let's check. There we have it. It looks kind of nice actually. And beside this, we want to add an orders. And after this Nux, we want to add another Nux link, which will have a class nav a, nav a2, nav single row link, and it will be to orders. And then in here, another span class nav line 1, and then after that copy this entire span, paste it here, change it to 2, and type orders. And there we have orders, and the final step will be to create the cart. So let's go back, and another Nux link, which would be to cart, and then class will be nav a, nav a2, and then there'll be ID called nav cart. Inside here will be span area hidden, which will be true, and then class nav line 1. Copy this, paste it down here, and change this to 2. It will be cart, and then it will be a picture of the cart down here. Close this. Class will be nav cart icon, and then nav sprite, and then another span will be id nav cart count, which will be the number of the cart products. Hidden true, and then class nav cart count nav cart 0, and then just put 0 for now. Alright, it looks very lengthy. Let's add another one called cart here. Let's go back. Now we have a really beautiful looking nav bar, except the search bar. In the next video, we are going to add the search bar here to perfect our nav bar. I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we are just gonna copy the footer file. The reason why we are not writing the footer component is because it is not necessarily needed in this section. We have to focus more on writing into functionalities of the app. This will be the only time where you need to copy and paste without knowing what the content is. Footer won't be much of use, so we're just gonna copy it. Let's copy the file that I uploaded. Make sure you have the same file, which is footer.vue. Drag it to your editor. Copy the entire file. And you want to create a new file under components folder and name it footer.vue and paste it here. And the final step is to go to your default.vue, and we want to import that footer. So import footer from component footer, and then you want to install the footer as part of the components, and then lastly we want to call it here. And there we have it. We have our footer. So if you scroll down, you can take a look at that. It looks exactly like the Amazon version. So now we have a complete footer. Let's move on to the next video where we're gonna build a featured product. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello everybody. In this video, we are going to complete our navbar by adding the search bar. So I want you to head to this website. I'm going to show you the link, and I want you to change the theme to Amazon. We don't have to build a search bar from scratch because there are people who will already help us with that, which is very good. I just want you to copy this entire thing as VG until form. Don't copy the script as well. Copy it, and I want you to go back and create a new file under your component. Type it search.vue and the usual template, and then paste it here. And you have to wrap it up with the div. Save it, and then in our navbar we want to import that search. So up here, import search from components, and then we have to install the component so that we can use in our template, which will be components, and then pass in the search here. Then only we can access the search. And let's go to our search bar, and I want you to paste it between this div. Search, and that's that. Let's go back to our Chrome. Let's go to our client, and there you have it. Let's refresh. It looks pretty slick, am I right? Now our navbar is complete, but we have to change this to something different, like search your product. So let's go back to search.vue. And let's find that placeholder, search your website, change to search your favorite product. Let's go back to our Chrome, and there we have it, search your favorite product. Now our navbar is complete. In the next video, we are going to add a footer down here. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello guys, welcome back. In this video, we are going to remove all of this content, and we're gonna place a featured product on our page. There'll be a couple more videos until we write our script, like Axios call and doing some Vue stuff. But for now, we're gonna write more HTML, so bear with me. So let's continue. Let's go to our index.vue, and you want to remove the entire page. I mean the entire content, not the page. And then you want to create a new template. And then over here, you want to type in script. And then in here, you want to type a main class, which will be listing page. And in here, you want to type div class container. And then div class row. Let's take a look at the layout of the page. So this is how it's going to look like. It will have a sidebar on the left, and then we're going to have a main content. This would be grid something like 3, and this would be grid 9. And we're going to have a featured, which is the hero. I can say that featured product. And then we're going to have a list of products. And after that, we can implement Axios calls and so on. So let's continue. And in here, we're going to leave a space for our sidebar, which will be XL2 large 3 MD4, and finally will be column SM4. This will be sidebar. We're not going to touch it. And in here will be our main content. Main content. Div class will be XL10 large 9 MD8, and last but not least column SM8. Sorry, not 9, 8. Okay, and here we're gonna do our first featured product. So we are gonna create a component, save all of this, and we're gonna go to our components and new file and type featured product.vue. As usual, type template, and then you want to have script, and here will be div class main content, and in here will be div class unified widget page banner, and here will be h1. I'll just call it books p tag, and then will be b tag, and here will be browse for more books, and then underneath will be href, and then we're just gonna type leaders of notable people, and or have another href, which will be historical. Okay, let's call it fantasy books, and then like Harry Potter or Game of Thrones. Then another a tag, which will be, sorry, it's inside this b, and that a tag will be best fantasy books of the year so far. Okay, remove this, save all this, and then underneath here div class bx root, then div class row, div class column sm5, and then text center, and in here div class bx root image. So for the image, I have provided an image, dummy image, for you guys to download, or you can use your own image to supply for our featured product. So I'm just gonna copy this featured product, and I'm gonna open, and I'm gonna go to static, go to image, and I'm gonna paste it here, featured product. So you can use your own image if you want. So image src image featured product.jpg, class will be image fluid, and then after this column sm, another div class, which would be another column, which would be sm7 auto, and that will be div class bx root dtls, div class bx root heading, and then we're just gonna call it any name like the program, which I'm just gonna copy, and div class bx root subtext, and then in here will be inside the mind of the legendary author J.K. Rowling, and then div class bx root link, and it will be span order now. Okay, save all of this, and let's go and import this file. Let's go to index.vue, and in here I'm going to type featured product. You have to remember to import the file featured product from components and the name of the file, featured product. And then as usual, you have to install it as part of your components, the page components, and it will be featured product. Save this, and let's go to our, so now we have the featured product, and in the next video we are going to add our list of products below these featured products, and we're going to call Axios call to call all the products we just added from the admin. So I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we are going to implement the listing products. We are going to use the dummy data first for the featured products. Once we have implemented all the core functionalities, then we are going to focus on improving the app by adding sidebar and adding the featured products with a dynamic data, and lastly pagination. So let's continue. So in here it's going to be a little bit different, because instead of writing the whole HTML by myself, I want to copy section by section, small section, so that you can pause the video and copy it instead of following me writing it one by one. I feel like it is not efficient for me to write one by one because I made a lot of mistakes along the way, and as well as this course is not about HTML writing. I want to focus more on the core functionalities like writing the Vue app under the script, which is this part, and less on HTML itself. But I'm not going to copy the entire file and just throw it at you. I'll still going to copy section by section, and you can still pause the video and kind of understand what's going on. And I'm going to put a note above each of the components. So let's try it out. And it's going to be a listing product, so it will be div class main results, which will be a UL class as result list. Okay, and then in here will be li class as result item and cell widget, and I'm going to loop this li later on. And in this li, I'm going to do by copying section by section. So div first, I'm going to type div class as item container, and then here I'm going to copy this part and paste it in here. So this part is for the bestseller. You will see a tag that says bestseller on the left of the picture later on. And then in the container you type div tag, and then div class, give it a row, and then you want to type an image, which I'm going to copy again and paste it here. This is going to be the image product after the bestseller. And after we have done with the image, you want to type div class column small 9, and then here you're going to type div class a row, a spacing small, and I'm going to copy, this time it will be a date of the product. So you can copy again, you can pause the video, you can copy. This will be the date of the product, and as well as the title, which will be hello or Harry Potter. Well, let's type up here title and date. And the next step is to copy the shipment, and the next step is author's name, right below this div, it'll be an author's name by J.K. Rowling. I'm just gonna change this to J.K. Rowling. You can pause the video and write it one by one. And next is shipment. This will be the component where it will say it ships to your any country. And then after this, you want to type a div class row, and in here div class column small 7. And in here you want to type div class a row a spacing to none, and in here a href, and then class a ling normal, and then not normal, and then a text normal hardcover. This would be whether it is hardcover or Kindle and so on. And then it will be a price. This will be a little bit longer right below this hardcover. So it's gonna be right below this hardcover, and it's gonna be price. You can pause the video again, you can type it out one by one. And then there will be an audible trial right beneath price. And then there will be other formats. And then right below this div, there will be a rating class, which I'm gonna type because it's not that much. Cool SM5, and then div class a row, a spacing mini, and then here we're gonna leave a comment that says ratings will be added. I'm gonna copy this as well. Star ratings. Okay, let's save this. Okay, I hope that you guys like this format a little bit better than before. So let's go back to our Chrome and see the changes. And there we have it. We have the image, but let's add any image here. So let's go to our image, which will be this, and let's change this to image featured product. There we have it. We have the picture, but we want to make this picture a little bit smaller, so we can add a style here, which will be width 100 pixel. Let's play around with it first and see how it looks like. Okay, it looks better. I think this is way better. Let's increase the width to 200. Okay, I think I prefer 150. Okay, now it looks really nice. In the next video, we will add an Axios call where we're gonna call all the products. In this video, we are going to implement the Axios call so that you can map the data to the list tag. Let's go and do that. So go to index.vue and scroll bottom, and here you want to add async data. As usual, try and catch. Then you have to add Axios here, and then let response equals to await Axios get HTTP localhost 3000 API products. I realized that when we were building the admin, we keep on and writing HTTP localhost 3000. What if one day we want to change this 3000 to something else, or the name of the URL will change to like example.com? It will be very redundant to change it in every single Axios call. There must be a better way to do so. So let's go to nux.config.js to fix that. So above the export default, you want to type cons URL HTTP localhost 3000. You can always change this, and you don't have to change it in every Axios call, which will be very redundant. And the next thing you need to do is you need to go down, scroll down to Axios, and you have to add proxy, which will be true, and base URL will be URL. Let's test it out. Let's go to index.vue. Let's remove this, see whether it's working or not. So console log response. You want to console log the error. So let's go to our Chrome and let's inspect and console, and refresh. And as you can see, it shows the array without us putting localhost 3000 every single time. Now we can just type API products, API owners, categories, which saves us a lot of time. And now we want to return this products will be response.products. And then we want to loop this array. Let's go to our UL, which is this part, and we want to loop in by writing v4 product in products, passing the key, which will be product._id. And then we want to go to our image, which is this part. Let's fix it. Add a colon so that we can use the object, then product.photo. And then let's go down and let's change this to product title. For author's name, we're gonna have a little bit of problem, because if you go back and if you check the array, as you can see, for owners, it shows the ID of that owner. It doesn't show the full information like name and about. Same goes to category. How do we fix this? We have to go to our server to fix that. But before that, let's just cover everything and let's fix this to price, product.price, and this would be product.price. And we're gonna add the star ratings in the future. Let's save this. Let's go back to our Chrome. Let's refresh. It shows a picture, the name, and it looks pretty slick. The problem right now that I said before is the owner. How do we get the owner's name? Because we just got the ID, right? So to fix this, let's go to server, go to routes, which will be products.js, and scroll up to here. We have to learn about a new concept called populate in MongoDB. Let's apply that new concept first. So we have to add populate here, and then which field that we want to extract the full information. For the product, it will be owner and category. And finally, you want to execute that populate function on this operation. So let's save this and let's go back to Google Chrome and let's refresh. Well, let's go back and let's go to index.vue, because I think I removed, okay, this is the response. You have to console log before the return. Let's refresh again. As you can see, now it no longer have the object ID. Instead, it returns an object. And definitely we have the full information. What we just did is we extract the full information about that specific ID. In our case, category, which will show book. For owner, it will have the name and the photo and about. So let's fix the author's name to the correct owner. Let's go to J.K. Rowling and let's try and type. It will be product, owner, and .name. Let's go back, refresh. Cannot read property name of undefined. There must be reads a while. Let's go to Atlas and let's refresh. And as you can see, Game of Thrones don't have an owner. So let's fix that in admin. So let's go to localhost 8000 and let's update Game of Thrones and change the category to books, and owner would be, let's just choose Walter Isaacson, and Game of Thrones price would be, let's change it to 89, stock photo would be 19, and this book is amazing. I don't have better description than this. You add photo, Game of Thrones, and let's update the product. And now we have updated. Let's go back to our localhost 9000 and let's refresh this page. We should see the name of the author, which will be Walter Isaacson and J.K. Rowling. Now we have successfully mapped the correct data to the correct LI, which is the list tag. This is very exciting. In the next video, we will continue on and create a product page for
Hello
each
everybody.
of our
I
products.
strongly
I'll see you
believe
guys
that
in the
it's
next
better
video.
if I type the code one by one for the HTML section. The last couple of videos regarding listing products was an experimental one, but for some of you who are good at HTML, you can just copy the file and skip writing the HTML section regarding the product page and straight implementing the Axios call. I just want to leave as many options to my students as possible. Give me more feedbacks on which method you prefer. Thanks. In this video, we will create our product page and try to follow the Amazon.com design as much as possible. Let's check out the layout. There will be 3 grids on the left, and in the middle it will have 6 grids, and on the right will have 3 grids. As you can see, the first 3 grids will have the image of the product and follow the author section. The middle grid will have description of the product and some dummy A text. The final grid will have the add to cart section. Below the row will have about the author, and final row will have reviews, which we will create once we have completed the authentication section. The first thing we need to fix is the font size of our page. Let's make it smaller by adding it to our default.vue. So go to your default.vue, go to layout, default.vue, and in style here, you want to add a body, font size, which will be 13 pixel, line height will be 19 pixel, and then the color will be 111. Save this, and let's go back to our Google Chrome, and as you can see, it looks better. It looks smaller than before. In the next video, we will create our product page. I'll see you guys in the next video. Now we know the layout of our product page. Let's code it up. Let's create a new folder and give it a name products. Go to pages, create a new folder, products. And we want to create a new file and give it a name _id.vue, because we want to access the parameter later when we're doing Axios call. Let's create our breadcrumbs. So we're gonna give it first thing main, and here will be breadcrumbs. Okay, and then div class container fleet, and here will be div class way finding breadcrumbs container, and then here will be ul class, which will be unordered list, a horizontal, a size small. Okay, and then here we'll have li, and then span class, which will be a list item, and then a class a link normal, a color tertiary href equals to this tag. This will be the category, so we're gonna name it category, and then there will be a divider that will divide this category and our product title. So another li, which will have span class a list item, and you're just gonna type in this. It's like an arrow, and then you want to copy this li and paste it after this li and change this to product title. Let's go to our Chrome, and you want to go to add less and copy one of the products object ID, and go to client and type products and then paste the ID, enter, and there we have it. We have the breadcrumbs, but we need some spaces above these breadcrumbs, and above container fleet type div class a spacing top medium. Save this, and let's go back, and we have some spaces above. So in the next video, we will create our the first 3 grids on the left, which is the image and follow the author section. I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we will create the first 3 grid, which will be creating the image and follow the author section. Let's continue. Right below this container field, you want to close it down, and you want to type div class container fluid, and then here you want to type div class dp container, and then here div class row. And the first trigger will be div class colon large tree colon medium tree column sm4. And then here you want to type div class left call, we call it left column, and then add a node which will be image, and this will be div class image block, and then div class books image, and then in here will be image src, and then the image path, let's just do featured product first, and then as usual class will be image fluid. And then after this block you want to add another one which will be author follower author section, and here will be div class author follow, and then hr class which would be a divider normal, and then here will be h1 class which will be author follow heading, and then follow the author. After that you want to add div class equals to a spacing top small, and then in here make a space here, and then inside will be div class row, and then here will be div class column xl3 column large tree column medium tree column sm3 and column 3. And in here there will be a div class which will be small author image container. Okay, so many div, and then div, and it'll be ahref, and finally in here will be image src. Again, we want to put like a featured product first, featured product, and then class image fluid. Save this, and after this column xl, you want to add another column which will be, let's just copy this entire column and let's change the number inside, which will be column 4. This will be 3 md3 sm3 and column 3, and close the div. And in here will be the author's name, so div class author name call, and then here will be ahref, which will be the name of the author. Let's just put Walter Isaacson. And after that there will be another column. Copy this column and we're going to paste it here, and this would be column xl5 large 6 as well, and same go for sm will be 6 and column 6. Close the div, and in this column is going to be a button, so div class author button mt2, and then ahref, and then we want to add in here a span class which would be button follow, and in button follow span class to add the text a button inner, and in span then we add the button class which would be a button text, and then plus follow. Save all of this. We want to add some node in here. Let's go here and add node author image, so later we can change the data. author's name, and this would be author's button, follow button. Okay, looking slick. Okay, let's save this and let's go back to our Chrome and check the changes. And there we have it. We have the images, but for some reason it doesn't show the image here. So let's go back and let's see, featured product dot jpg, sorry. Copy this and paste it in the other image, which would be this spot. Save it. And there we have it. Now it looks really decent. And in the next video, we're gonna add the middle section, which will be the description, and a couple of dummy A tags. I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we will add the title and description in the middle grid. Let's continue. Let's go to here, and you want to scroll up, and you want to close this grid, which will be first 3 grid, and then we just add like auth image, product image, and author section. And now you want to copy this, you want to paste it below here, make sure you paste it below here, and you want to add a new note, which will be description. And you want to change this column to 6, MD to 6 as well, and for SM will be 8. And you want to close this div, and in here you want to type div class, which would be center column, and then you want to type product title here, and here will be div class title div, and then h1 class product title. And then in here you want to add span class, which would be large title, and then the product title, of course, which would be, well, let's just name it Harry Potter. And then down here would be span class small title, which would be whether it's Kindle or hardcover. So I'm just gonna put hard or paperback. Okay, and the next step is to type in the author's name, which will be div class by line info, and then by, and then ahref, the tag, which would be a class with author name. Let's name it Walter Isaacson for now. We're gonna change this later. And after that, in here you want to add, you want to type I tag, which would be class fast fa chevron down, and then add a style, which would be font size 8 pixel, important color, which would be 555, and then important as well. Close the I tag, and after the A you want to add author or owner, but I'm just gonna name it author. And then we're gonna add the dummy tags, which would be class review group, and then HR style, which will have margin top 10 pixel. Close this, make sure you close, and then div class media matrix, and in here div class form mats, and ahref class link expander. Okay, and you want to add this, and after this you want to add a span class, which would be tmm show prom, and then see all 18 formats and editions. Let's save this. Let's go and check out our Google Chrome, and here we have it. It looks kind of decent, and then we're gonna finish up with the A tags dummy and then the description. Let's continue. So let's go back, and right after this A tag, make sure you write it after the A tag ul class, sorry, there's no class, just ul, and then li, and then class swatch element, and then style, you gotta add a style with a width which will be 117 pixel. Oops. And then it's li at a span class, which would be a list item, and then another span class which would be a button toggle, and then in this span there will be another span which would be a button inner, and then here would be href, and then it changed this to tag, normal tag, and then class a button tags, and here span will be Kindle, and then you add a br, which will add some spaces below it, and then span, and here will be class a color secondary, and it will be just a dash. Okay, let's save this. Let's check out. It looks kind of nice, but I misspelled Kindle, so let's go back and just put it like this. And right after the span, you want to close the span, and right after this you type span class tmm olp links, and then span class tmm olp links oolp, make sure you spell it correctly like this. Okay, and here a href, there will be a class a size mini, and then span class kcp app box, and then in here span class a declarative, I can't even spell nowadays, and then here read with our, you want to add another span which will be class a text bowl free app. Alright, so let's save this and let's go back, and right beneath here, alright, see, this will be the dummy tag. So in Amazon they have like another 4 and 5, but I'm just gonna do 3: Kindle, audiobook, and paperback. So let's go and continue that. We can just copy this thing, close this entire li, copy it, paste it for 2 more. Let's see, and now we have another 2 more. So let's change this to audiobook. So we don't want to confuse, I don't want to confuse you, so let's just add here a note which would be Kindle, and then after this will be audible, and then finally this will be paperback. Okay, so for audible, the only difference here is you want to change to audible, and after this you want to add an image, src image audible logo.png, and then class will be image fluid, and finally style will be width 20 pixel. And I'm gonna close this, make sure it's inside. Oh, I forgot to close this, so alright, save it. It will look something like this. Let's go back and see how it looks like. So now it has the audible logo, and final step is to change this to paperback, but we want to change this as well to something different, so let's go and change it. Remove this, and in here you want to type another word which will be with your audible trial. Save it. Let's go back. Sometimes it doesn't get refreshed for some reason, so you got to refresh the page itself. Free app with your audible trial, and final step is to change this to paperback. So let's go to our paperback. Let's close down our audible and go to our paperback and change the name to paperback, and we want to remove the span class, which will be this part, and then remove it, and remove this part as well. And after that we want to add our description. So let's go down and let's close the li because we don't want to confuse people. Close this entire thing, and you want to go up. We want to close this media metrics, close it down, and above this media metrics you want to add another node which will be a tags dummy data. And right below here, you want to add the description. So add a node again, description, which will be div class book description. And here div class book description inner. And then this will be our book description, but we're just gonna put this book is awesome. And after that, we want to add another sort of like a dummy data, but we can improve that, this specific feature where we can add the length of the pages and so on. So I'm just going to put it here just to make it look nicer. So it will be product specification. It will be div class about ebooks feature, and then hr. I'm gonna add a line here, and then div class row, and in here div class column sm4, and then you want to add mb1, and here div class a declarative, and here add a length. We add length of the pages, which would be span a href, which would be, let's put dummy data like 386 pages. You want to add an iClass icon, which would be a icon pop over. Close this down. And there we have it. I think we have completed our middle section. It took a bit longer than usual because of the A tag dummy. We can move that A tag in the component section if you want to, but now it is working. Let's continue with the final grid, which is the buying section. In this video, we will create the last section, which is the buying section in the final grid of the row. Let's continue. Let's scroll up and let's close this column LG3. And then you want to add a note here beside the description. First, middle, 6 grid. Remove this, and you close this down as well. And now we have to create the last section, which will be last 3 grid buying section. Let's copy this one, paste it here, change this SM to 6, and then close the div tag. And then you want to type div class combine by box. In here div class, which should be by box. And here div class a section. And then another div clear fix. And here would be div class float left. And then form input type radio, ID which should be test1, name will be radio group, and then check, and after that label for test1, which be by now. After this div float left, you want to add a note here, which would be product price, and then div class float right, and then span, and the class will be a size medium, and then a color price, and then offer price, and a text normal. And between the span, you want to add the price. Let's put dummy price first. After we have added a price, we want to go and close this section, which would be a section. And you want to open a new section, which would be div class a section, a spacing none. And then here, div class row, and then div class column sm5 column 5, and here will be the list of the quantity, for example like how many quantities you want to buy a product. So we're simply going to type select and then there'll be multiple options. So value will be 1, and then quantity will be 1. So I'm just gonna copy this and paste another 4 or 5 for now, and change the number. Oops, this is supposed to be 3, 4, 4, and 5. Save this and let's go back to our Chrome. Refresh. Now we have this number 1 quantity, but it looks kind of ugly actually. So you want to change to quantity 1, which will be NBSP. Okay. And let's save this and let's see the changes. And it looks kind of decent. And then just gonna copy this and paste it here, paste it here, paste it here, and paste it here. We can loop this as well. It's up to you which approach you want, but for now I'm just gonna leave it like this. I will loop it once we really need it. For now, we're just gonna leave it as static for now. And then the next step is to close this div class a section, and you want to type another section, which will be div class a section again, a spacing small, a spacing top micro, and then in here you want to type div class row, then span class a color base by box shipping label, close the span, and then after here you want to type another div class, which would be a section, a spacing small, and then div class a section, a spacing none. Okay, and here would be span class a size medium, a color success, should be in stock. And right after this div, you want to type div class, which will be a section, a spacing mini, ships from and sold by Amazon.com. Save it. And after this section, let's close all this section for now. And then another section, which will be a section as well. And in here, div class, which will be our button stack. Oops, not dic, but div. And in here, span class is spacing small, a button primary, and then a button icon, and then another span class, which would be a button inner, and then I class, which would be a icon, and then a icon cart, and there'll be an input field type submit, and then name submit at to cart. Class would be a button input. Close this input field. And then span class would be a button text at to cart. Save this. Let's go back and refresh. Let's see how it looks like. And then let's go back, and we want to copy this div class button stack, paste it down here, and you want to change this a icon cart to a icon by now, and then add to cart, you change it to by now. Let's save it. Let's go back. Now we have add to cart and we have buy now buttons. Alright, it looks kind of it looks really nice. And then the last missing part, which will be, and then you want to close this section, and below it you want to type div class, which will be a row. Okay, div class a spacing top small, and then inside will be div class a section, a spacing none, and then in here will be div class a section, a spacing none, a spacing top mini, and then here will be this item ships to, and then you want to type B California, and then B is bull, get it by Monday. Oh, it's supposed to be small. It's gonna be dummy data for now, and then you type it the date that you're gonna get, which will be 23 to Monday, September 30, and then you type choose this date at checkout, and then you want to close this row, and below the row you want to add HR, and then span class a declarative, make sure you spell it correctly, and here a href, which should be nothing, then class a ling normal, then in here div class a row, a spacing mini, and then I class, and then you have an icon, which should be map marker alt, span class a size small, deliver to California, and then after that, after the span, make sure you are on the span, alright, and you add a breakpoint, you add a space, which would be BR, and then HR, and then you want to add div class a section, then another div class clear fix, then div class, my bad, will be div class float left, then form, and then you add input type radio, and then an ID, which should be test2, name radio group, and then label for test1 by now. And finally, after this form, this will be our last writing these HTML for this part, and then float right, span class a color base, offer price, text normal, and usually you want to add a dummy data, which would be 39 bucks. And finally, really finally this time, I want you to close this combined box, the entire combined box, close it up, and then we're gonna add one thing here, which will be div class KCP app base box text center, and here will be image src, image ready on device.png, and then class will be image fluid. This will be our final HTML, and then we are done. So let's go and check Google Chrome. It looks really amazing, but this picture looks kind of big, so we're gonna go back, and maybe I misspelled this. Save it, and hopefully it looks smaller after this. Now it looks kind of decent. We have like the app kind of shaping up, especially for a product page. So I'll see you guys in the next video, where we're gonna do the about the author. If you take a look at the sketch about the author, and then only we're gonna do Axios call. We're not gonna focus on reviews. We're gonna focus on reviews in other sections once we have built the authentication. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello everybody, in this video we will add the about the author section, and then only we're gonna continue with the Axios call. Let's continue where we left off. Go back to your editor, and then you want to close this container fluid, and as well as this row, and then underneath this row you want to type BR, you want to add some spaces, and HR, and then we're going to type the author section, div class books entity teaser, div class bucket, and then h2 more about the author, and then div class content, and then div class row, and then div class column md2, column sm4, and column 4. And here div class author content, and then div class author image single, and in here will be a href, which is a tag, and then in a tag, and then there will be an image of the author, which will be, we're just gonna leave it image featured product for the time being. Then we're going to change with the dynamic data, and then class image fluid, and then close the image tag. And after that, after this div, you want to type a div class. This will be the button, which will be author follow, and then button class follow button, and then in the button you want to type span class prfb icon, and then span class prfb text, which will say follow. And last but not least is you want to close this column, and you want to type div class column md10 column sm8 column 8 and pl0, and we just want to write a note here, which will be author image or photo and button. This would be authors about. In here, I want to type div class, which will be main content, and then h3 biography, and then div id, which would be author bio. For now, we're gonna add the dummy data. Later on, we're gonna change with the dynamic data. So let's type, my name is Walter White. Save this. Let's go back to our note here. Let's wait for it to refresh. And let's go back to our Chrome, and there we have it. It looks pretty decent. And in the next video, we are going to map all the data that we got from Axios to this product page. I'll see you guys in the next video. This will be our final section in the product page. I realized it took us a couple of videos to finish up the HTML section, but regardless of the countless of times creating the HTML section, I'm proud of you guys who have come this far. Let's add the Axios call and map it to our HTML tag. Let's go to our editor, and you want to scroll down. You want to add a script tag right below template, and then as usual, export default, and then async data and Axios, and then you want to do try and catch, and then let response equals to await Axios get, and then a string notation, and then API products, and then the name of the ID, which will be params.id, and then we have to add params here. And then we want to console log the response, and then we want to return product response.product. And the final step is to console the log the error. Okay, so let's go back to our Chrome and let's refresh this page. Let's open the console to see what's the content, and console, let's refresh. Then we have the product, but as usual we have to populate the category and the owner. So let's go to our server. Let's close this down, static, and let's go to server. Let's go to product.js, and you want to go to product.single, which will be this part. And then you want to add dot populate, because we have to extract the full information about category and owner, and then pass in the owner and category fields, and then that exec to run the operation. Dot exec will run the populate function on find one operation. So let's save this. Let's go back to our Chrome, And let's refresh this. And then we have the owner and we have the category. So let's map the data. So let's go back to our editor and we want to map the data. So let's go to our client, which was products and then underscore id.vue. And then we want to get this product, and let's go to step by step. Let's check the category. This will be the category. So it will be product.category.type. And then product title would be product.title. And now let's check, open this row, and let's open the first column and change this image to product.photo. And then we're gonna change the author picture, which will be this one, product.owner.photo. And then the name of the author, which will be product.owner.name. All right, and the next one is the middle one, which will be the title, product.title, and then the name of the author, product.owner.name. And then we're gonna find the descriptions. This Kindle, we're gonna close this down because we're not gonna use it. And let's find this description. This will be the description, product.description. And then let's open the final product specification. All right, there's nothing in here. And then last 3 grid buying section. Open the combined buy box and open the first section. All right, we're not gonna change that. It's supposed to be ships, not ship. I don't think there's anything else delivered to. We're gonna change this to our address in the future. All right, we have it, the price. So let's change this to product.price. Let's double check whether we left the price or not, which is this part, product.price. Okay. And more about the author. Let's open up this, change this to the image of the author, which would be product.owner.photo. And then bio will be product.owner.about. Save it. I think that's it. Let's go back to our Chrome. Let's refresh this page. And there we have it. I think it's perfectly mapped to the correct data set. Which, let's see, the price of Harry Potter is 39. All right, correct. Let's go back, and the description, the name, the name of the author and the image of the author, the bio of the author, the image again, and then the name. I think this looks pretty amazing. And then we have the category, then we have the product title, the owner's name, the image. I think this is looking really nice. I think we are done with our product page, except the reviews, where we're gonna do the authentication first, and only we're gonna
Before we create this sign up API and login API, we're gonna do our understand about one specific concept.
So in the next video, we're gonna do the authentication part.
The concept that we are going to learn is JSON Web Token. JSON Web Token is a standardized, optionally encrypted container format that is used to securely transfer information between 2 parties. In our case, it is server and client. Let's walk through a full example of how JSON Web Token works. First, a user calls Cersei login by entering her necessary information like username and password. And then we get the information, we pass it to our database, and our database will check if the user exists or not. If it does exist, then return the user's object. And then we have to encrypt this user's object, which will become these random characters. JSON Web Token is the one that encrypts the user's object to these random characters. Once encrypted, we will respond back to the client, which in our case is the browser. So we have to respond the token back to the browser so that the browser will store it in either local storage or cookies
for easy access later on. So the browser can later grab the token from local storage or cookies to use later on. Let's say we want to call an Axios on one of the APIs that has the verified JWT token middleware like API profile. We just attach the Axios call with the token that is from the local storage or cookies and attach it to the header of our Axios call. This is the example. We get the token from the browser's local storage or cookies, and then we pass it in our Axios call. And then it will hit the server API. The server API will check the request.header, which will have our token, and pass it to our middleware, and our middleware, which is the JWT verified token, will check to verify whether the token is valid or not. If it is valid, it will decrypt or decode back the token to its original state, which is the user's object. The full example for the code is this one. So as you can see, it is routed at get API profile, and it has a middleware called JWT middleware, which will verify the token. Once it verifies, it will return a request.decoded object, which is the original user's object. And then we can access the ID and pass it in our database, which is user.findOne. And then of course we can response back the user to the client. So in a nutshell, that is how JSON Web Token works. Once we actually implement it, you will learn and understand more about JSON Web Token and why are we using it. So I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we will create a sign up API so that user can register on our Amazon clone platform. So we have to go to our server folder and create a new file under routes. So go to server, routes, right click, create a new file and name it alf.js. This file will have sign up and login API. We need to install two new libraries, which will be JSON Web Token and Bcrypt Node.js. Both are encryption library, but don't be confused by the second library. We will only use it to encrypt the user's password. So let's go ahead and install it. So make sure you are in the server folder and npm install JSON Web Token and Bcrypt Node.js -- save. Before we write the API, we have to extend our user schema by giving it an ability to encrypt the password. So go to models user.js, and underneath here, you want to type user schema.pre save, and then function, which should be next as a callback. Oops, I'm used to writing arrow function. But we cannot write an arrow function here because we have to access this, which is the user itself. And then let user equals to this. And then if this modified password, this dot is new, then Bcrypt, which we have to import first, const Bcrypt equals to require Bcrypt Node.js, and here dot Jane salt. The if else will check whether user's object is a newly created, which is .isNew, or the user's password has been modified or not. If either one is true, then we encrypt the password by calling the Bcrypt library that we just imported. So let's go step by step. Pre-save is technically means before saving the user's object to the database, please run this password encryption first, then only save the object. So before we want to save the user's object to the database, we want to run this operation first, then only save it to the database. The first part, which is this, it will generate a 10 long random characters. And then the second part is it will somehow mix the 10 long random characters with the user's password. For example, ABC123, and then it will output the hash. We can use the hash output and store it in user's password field. Next is technically just saying we are done with the operation. So let's move on. So now we have the pre-save function. When we sign up, when the user enter the password, it will actually generate a hash of that password instead of storing the text version of the password. So let's write the API. Go to auth.js, and then you want to type const router as usual, require express router, and then const user. We have to import the models. Oops, not U, not capital U, but lowercase u, and then const jwt equals to require JSON web token, so we can encrypt the user's object. So let's write a node up here, which will be sign up route, and then router.post, because we are posting to the server from the client later on, and then auth sign up, and then a async request and response arrow function if request.body.email or not request.body.password. So what it's saying is if request.body email is empty or password is empty, then we want to respond back to the user, which will say success false, and then a message which would say please enter email or password. Else we want to do try and catch. We want to leverage on the async await combo. And in here we say new user equals to new user. And then new user.name equals to request.body.name. And then new user.email equals to request.body.email. And then new user.password equals to request.body.password. And then await new user.save. So when we store the password, when we run the new user.save, it will go to the pre-save function, and then it will generate a hash and store it in the password. And once we save the user's object, we want to encrypt the user's object into a JSON web token. So let token equals to JWT sign new user to JSON. We have to convert into a JSON format, and then we have to pass a secret key. But we want to save it in somewhere secure. So let's go to our .env, and down here you want to type secret, and then equals to whatever you want to put. Like I'm just gonna put random number like this, random characters like this. Save this, go back to auth.js, and then you want to type process.env, not proves, but process env secret, and then we want to say how long it will expire. So we're just gonna say expires in 1 week, so equivalent to 604,800, which should be 1 week. And then once we encrypted the user's object, we want to response, which will say success true, and then we want to response back the token and a message successfully created a new user. If there's an error, then we want to return error. So we go to any of these routes category and just copy res.status 500 and go back to auth.js and just paste it here. And finally, you want to export this router, and then we want to register it in our app.use, which is in server.js. Down here, const user routes equals to require routes user, and then we want to copy this app.use API, which will be user routes. Save this, and let's go back to our auth.js. So I just want to explain it again. What is happening is that we first check if the body of the email or password is empty or not. If it is, then we want to respond with please enter email or password. Else, if the user did enter the email and password, we want to create a new users object and save the object to the database. This is the part where we encrypt the users object to become a JSON web token, and then we respond with the token as well. Let's test the API. So let's go to Postman, and you want to open a new tab and change this to post, change it to localhost 3000 API of sign up. And you want to go to body and make sure you click this part, URL encoded, and enter name, which will be Harry Potter, and then email will be harrypotter@gmail.com, and password will be I love Hermione. And let's send. Could not get any response because we haven't started the server yet, so let's go and start the server first. Node server.js, and we get an error that says cannot find model thing. I misspelled it, so let's go to user.js and let's change this to cannot find model routes user. Oh, another error. So let's change this to auth instead. I made 2 new mistakes and now it is working. So let's go back to our Postman and send this post request successfully created. So as you can see, this is the token. We managed to encrypt the user's object into a JSON web token. It is working now. We have successfully created the sign up API. In the next video, we will create a new middleware to validate this JSON web token and convert it back to its original state. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello everybody, in this video we will create our JWT middleware so that we can verify the token that comes from the front end. So let's go ahead and do that. Create a file under middlewares and you want to name it verify-token.js. So let me write a code and then I'll explain to you what it does. So const require JSON web token, you have to import this, and then a module.exports, then function, we have to export the entire thing. Next, and then let token equals to request.headers access token, or request.headers authorization. Oops, need to spell correctly. And then if token starts with, pass in check token, check bearer, then pass in check bearer token equals token. So we have finished written the code. So let's go line by line. The first line is whenever someone made a request, we can attach something to the headers. For example, we have been using request.body to get the data from the body, right? You send data to the body, but we can also send it to the headers. So for example, if we go to our Postman, and if you click headers, you can actually send an authorization here. Authorization. And then we're gonna pass in the token. And when we type request.headers and then authorization, we are getting this whole token. So that's why we need to access the headers in order for us to get the token. But you have to give it a key, like for example, authorization and access token to get the token. Next part is optional, which is this part, because sometimes the front end will attach barrier on its head. So this barrier sometimes from front end, if you go to Postman, sometimes it actually attaches like this. So we have to remove it, then only we can verify it. So if you go back here, in order for us to do that is we gotta check if the tokens start with barrier. Then we want to remove that barrier by adding check barrier.length, which will be the length of the barrier, which will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then it will be 7. And then the length of the token. Then we're simply gonna remove the barrier, but it is optional. And then the next step is if token exists, let's say we are sending the actual token, like if we check Postman, we are sending this token, right? Then you want to do an operation here. Else, if the token does not exist, then simply responds with an object that says no token provided. So if it's undefined or if it is empty, then we're just gonna respond back, which will say success false and a message no token provided. If the token does exist, then we want to use another function from JWT, which is .verify. .verify is to verify the token. First, you have to pass in the token, and then you have to pass in the secret key. If we go back to our signup API, we encrypt the user's object, which is this part, and then we pass in the secret key. The secret key will be your secret passage to get a decrypted object from the token. Without this secret, there is no way to get the decrypted or the decoded object. That's why we are saving it in .env file, which is this part, for safety purposes. So let's go back to verify token. If the token is not valid, like if you pass a non-valid token, like for example, like a number or simply a random characters, then it will simply return a message that says fail to authenticate. That's it. Else, if it's success, then we want to attach the decoded object or decrypted object to a request.decoded. You can even name it request.awesome if you want, but we're gonna make the naming more congruent to which is decoded. That's how we name it decoded instead. You can access it later on in any API that has this middleware. You can access it by doing like decoded._id, because decoded is simply user object. So you can access the email, the username, and so on. We are going to test our middleware in the next video, where we are going to create a new API. I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we will create a profile API to test our verify JWT token middleware. So let's go to auth.js, and underneath this API, we want to write another API. So give it a note to see profile route. And then in here, router.get, which will be not API of user, async, and then it will be request and response, try and catch, and then here will be let found user equals to await user.find1, and then we want to pass in the ID. And then in order for us to get the request.decoded, we have to pass in the verify token to the middleware. So let's go up and let's import that file, which will be verify token equals to require middlewares verify token, and then we copy this and we pass in to the middleware, and then only we can access request.decoded ID. If found user if the user does exist, and then we simply want to return the JSON object, which will be success, true, and as well as user found user. If there's an error, we want to copy this res.status 500 and then just simply return it like this. And now let's test the API. So let's go to our Postman and open a new tab and try type localhost 3000 API of user. If you click send, we got an error which says cannot read property starts with of undefined. So let's go back to our verify-token. We got an error here is because we did not submit or we did not send any token in the headers. So it is something like undefined dot starts with, which we're gonna get an error. So in order for us to fix this is we have to move this part under if token does exist, then only we check whether it starts with barrier or not. And if we go back to our Postman and we try to send again, we're gonna get no token provided because we did not send any token in the headers. So let's try to give it a token. So let's go to headers, type authorization, and let's just give it any random value like this and see what you're gonna return. Send. It shows failed to authenticate because we are passing a non-valid authorization value. So in order for us to get the user's object, we have to pass in the correct token. So let's create a new user, localhost 3000 of API of sign up, and then change this to post. Change this to post, not delete. And then you click body, URL encoded, and then name, which will be Tony Stark, and then email will be tonystark@gmail.com, and then the key will be, the password will simply be I love Avengers. Send this, and then we're gonna get a token. So if you copy this token, and if you go to our get request and we replace it with this token, guess what we're gonna get? We're gonna get the user's object. So let's send, and there we have it. We got the user's object from that specific user because the token is valid, and once it's decoded, we get the actual user's object, and then we pass in the ID, which is the request.decoded ID, to find this specific ID in the database, then return the user's object. Simple as that. JSON Web Token is really amazing. So in the next video, we are going to create our login API. So I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we will implement the login API so that user can log in. Before we write the API, we have to extend our user schema so that it has the ability to compare a password from request.body.password and the one in the database, which is the hash version. Let's go and do that. Go to your models and click user.js, and underneath this pre-save, you want to type user schema methods.compare password. So we are attaching a method which is a compare password to our user schema object, equals to function and a password from request.body.password, and as well as a callback, which is next. And here you want to type let user equals to this. This refers to user itself, and then we want to return bcrypt.compareSing. This is a new function from bcrypt, and then we pass in the password and the password in the database, which will be user.password. That's it. It's easy as that to compare password from the one that you type in, which is the request.body.password, and the one in the database. We cannot use arrow function in here because if we do use, we cannot access the this keyword. Bcrypt will simply unhash the user.password in the database and check whether it is the same or not with the one that the user sent, which is the request.body. So now we can write the login API because we have the compare password functionality. So let's go to auth.js, and underneath profile route, add a node which will be login route, and then it will be router.post, and then auth login, as usual, async request and response, and then you want to do try and catch. And here let found user equals to await user.find1. And since the user is a login, usually user enters email and then password. So we have to check the email, whether it exists or not in the database. Request.body.email. And then if the user doesn't exist, then we simply respond with a status that says, JSON, success false, and then a message which will be authentication fail, user not found. Else, if the email does exist, then only we want to compare the password in the database. So if found user dot compare password, because we have attached the compare password to our user schema, now we can access the method that we just created, and we pass in request.body.password. If it's true, then you want to wrap this found user object in a token so that we can communicate with our client. So let token equals to jwt.sign found user dot to JSON, and then we pass in the secret, and obviously when it will expire, which will be expires in 604-800, which will be 1 week. And then after this we want to return. After this we want to respond with success true, and then the token itself. So let's say the password is wrong, we just want to do else res.status 403 JSON, success will be false, and then a message will be authentication fail, pass wrong password. And as well as in catch, if there's any error other than compare password or user is not found, then we can just simply copy this and paste it here. So let's go through the code line by line. So first we check in the database whether the email exists or not. If the email doesn't exist, then we simply want to send a JSON. We'll say authentication fail, user not found. Else, if the user does exist in the database, we want to check the password. Let's say if the user entered a wrong password, then we want to go to this part, which is else. If the password is correct, then we want to wrap the user's object in a token, and then we want to respond that token to the client, so the client can store a token in the browser. So if there's any other error other than this two, then we simply just again we just write internal server error, like maybe there's some misspell and so on. Then we'll go to this part. So let's test out this API. Let's go to our Postman. So open a new tab, localhost 3000 API off login, and then we change this to post, type body, and email, and it will be tonystark@gmail.com. Let's just make it like this to see what's the response, and we type abc123, send, and we're gonna get authentication fail, user not found. So let's remove this and see the next response. Wrong password, because our password is wrong. If you go back here, if you copy I love Avengers, and guess what? It will return a token because the password is correct. We found a user. Now wrap this user's object.
Hello everybody, we have successfully created the auth API in the backend.
So in the next
now
video,
it is time
we are
to
going
create
to
the pages like sign up, login, and profile.
and a profile page.
Let's create the
so
sign
that
up
we can
page
use
first.
all the APIs.
So go to your client,
I'll see you
go to
guys
pages,
in the next video.
create a new file and give it a name, signup.vue, and type template and then script. Let's create the HTML. Now div class register page, and then div class container, div class row, div class column sm4. Copy this, paste it here, and inside here you want to type div class text center, and then a href tag, which will be the Amazon logo
flag.png. Okay, and then down here you want to type div class empty4 to give some spaces top to top, and then div class a box, and then a spacing extra large, and then div class a box inner, and here would be h1 class a spacing small create account. And we're gonna change this to form, not div, so this will be form. Okay, and now will be the label, so div class a row a spacing base, and here will be label for ap underscore customer name class a form label, and then your name, and then an input field which should be type text, and then there will be an ID which should be ap underscore customer underscore name, and then there will be a class which would be a lot of classes in here, so we're just gonna add input text, and then form, oops, supposed to be inside form control, and then off autofocus, and then off required field, and off contact verification request info. So make sure you got it right and save this. So it has to be info, not info. And we're just gonna write a note here that will say your name. So this entire div. So we want to copy this and paste it in another one and change this to email. And this will be email. Type will be email as well. And then last but not least is copy it again, paste it here, and this will be our password. This will be password. And we can simply add an alert down here, which will be div class a alert container, and here will be div class a alert container, not contain, and then password, you can hide it later on, must be at least 6 characters. And then below this password, make sure you are below this password, this div, you want to type div class a row a spacing extra large. This will be our button. After this, span class a button primary, and then span, another span will be a button inner, and it will be span class a button text. Create your Amazon account. Let's look legit. So this would be our button. Okay, and then right below the span, you want to type div class a row a spacing top medium, and a size small, and then bold by creating an account. Oops, it's supposed to be like this. By creating an account, you agree to Amazon. Then you want to type href. Copy this, paste it here. Conditions of use, and put here privacy notice. And then after this button, you want to type hr, and then div class a row, and then b already have an account, and then a href tag or we can just put nux link, which will be to our login page. Change this to nux link and sign in, and after that we add a class here which will be a link emphasis. Save this and let's go back to our Chrome and let's change this to sign up, and there we have it. It looks really amazing, but we want to remove this navbar and footer, so let's go back to our editor and go to layout and create a new layout and call none.vue, and it's going to be very something like this. Copy it, paste it here, except we want to remove this component, and then we want to remove navbar and footer. And in order for us to inherit this non.vue layout, which is to go to signup.vue and type layout none. It should be the name of the file. By default it will use this default.vue, but let's say if you want to use a different layout, then we can type layout none. Save this, let's go back, and there we have it. It looks really nice. It looks exactly the same like the Amazon one. I think we have finished. In the next video we will add the Axios call to sign up the user. In this video we will install a new library for our client so that we can do the authentication. You must be wondering, why not simply use the Axios call? The only reason why we need help from a third-party library is because of storing the token in the browser, which is in local storage or cookies. By using the library, we don't have to manually store it by ourselves. We let the library handle the dirty work for us. So let's install the library. Go to your editor and you want to go to your client, cancel it, and then you want to npm install. Make sure you are under client folder, and then a nodejs and auth --save. Once installed, let's configure it in our nux.config.js. So let's go to nux.config, and then you want to go to this modules and you want to add a new modules here, which will be auth. And after that we have to configure the proxy, which is here, and then API URL, and then you have to add comma after this. We have to set the proxy because or else the library will call the current port, which will be like this, localhost 9000 instead of 3000. Hence why we have to use proxy API URL, because for auth it will call the 9000 port instead of 3000. So let's configure the last part. So right below this bill, add a comma, and then auth strategies local endpoints login property name token, and then logout. Let's go to Chrome to check the library. So go to Chrome and type auth nux, and you can click get started and you can check out the resources. And for now we did all of this thing, middleware, schemes, provider, and then we are getting local because we are using local. We can use multiple strategies like local authentication or OAuth authentication like Facebook or Google login. So you can see the providers here, they are Facebook, they are GitHub, and Google. For us, we are using local. So for endpoints, you have to specify the endpoints like this. But if you don't supply any routes to the login or logout, then by default it will use API of login or API of logout. But for us, we did not put anything. Let's go back to editor, and we did not supply anything. By default we use API of login or API of logout, which what are we using right now in the server. That's why I don't want to put anything here. So you can follow the example here, and if you specifically want a different name, then you can change the naming. Like you can add the URL, you can change to your API URL. For a property name, why do we name it a token? So technically you have to supply a token. In our case, we are responding with a token from our login API. The name has to be the same or else it won't work, because we need the token to store in the vuejs, which you will learn later, and local storage, and as well as cookies. So how does this library work in general? So when we click login, it will trigger the login endpoint, which is this part. We're gonna put this in method later, and if if you supply the data with the email or password, username or password, when we click login, it will trigger the login endpoint. So when we call this functions, it will actually trigger our API of login URL, and then you have to pass in the data of obviously like email and password, and then the login will return a token, which means it is successful. And then our library will store that token in local storage and cookies. After we get a token, it will trigger another API, which will be this API, to take the user's object and store it in the local storage. But why do I explain the login? Because since we're doing a sign up, because when you sign up, you want to redirect the user to a specific page like homepage, and you want to log in the user immediately, right? Because that's how it works. Because majority of the website is when you sign up, it will automatically log you into the website. So we have to use login to log in the user into the website after the sign up is done. Let's see the illustration to understand it deeper. So let's understand how the auth library works. First, say sign up with the data like say and then email and password. And then after that, we hit the API of sign up. And if it's successful, we want to respond back with a success, which is true, and a token as well. And then we want to trigger the library, and the library will trigger the endpoints, and as well as another endpoint, which is API of user once it triggers the login. And then it will store the token and the user's object in the local storage as well as vuejs. This is how it works in general by using the auth library. That's it. But how about login later on when we actually really log in? It is similar like this, except we don't have to call Axios call to sign up. We don't have to sign up the user. This is how the login works. User login, enter email and password, and then it will trigger the API of login, which using the library of library, and as well as it will trigger API of user after that, and then it will store the token and the user's object in local storage and vuejs. That's it. It is very simple. Let's implement this. So we already learned what is the library about and how it works. So let's go implement it. Go to signup.vue, and underneath here, you want to create a method. But before that, we want to have a data so that we can grab the email, the name, and the password. So we're going to return name, and then email, and then password. And then let's map this to the corresponding input. So let's go to our name and add a V model in here, which should be name. Copy this. Let's go to email, and then change this to email. And then go to password and type the same thing and change this to password. So now let's implement our method. So here we want to call it a sing on sign up. And then in here we want to do try and catch. So try and catch console log error. And in here we want to do let data equals to name this.name, because we want to get the model, which is name, email, and password. So it will be email this.email, and then password, which will be this.password. And after that, we want to trigger the auth API, and then we want to trigger the API of sign up. So let response equals to await this, because we are not in async data. So this Axios, and then post, which will be API of sign up, and supply the data here. And we just want to console log the response. And we want to check the response by typing if response.success. If it's true, then only log in the user. So this of login with local, and then you want to supply the data, which will be email, because user will be
login with email and password. So this.email, and then password, which will be this.password. And finally, once the user log in, we want to redirect the user to the home page. So this.router.push, which will go to the home page. So let's run our app by typing port 9000 npm run dev. We're gonna get an error, so let's check what the error is about. Enable vuex store by creating store index.js. In order for our auth library to work properly, you have to enable a vuex store. To enable vuex store, you gotta create a new file and name it index.js. So there's a folder in here called store, and create a new file and name it index.js. By creating the index.js file, we have enabled the vuex store. In a nutshell, vuex is a state management. We only need vuex if many components interact with the same state. In our case, the reason why the auth is using vuex is because we need the user's object whichever we go, in navbar, maybe in profile, hence why we need the vuex. We will use vuex heavily when dealing with add to cart feature. You will learn more in detail about vuex and in later sections, so don't worry. So let's go back to our signup.vue, and the logic of the method is quite simple. First, we gather the data from the v models like name, email, and password, and then we pass it to Axios to sign up the user. If the response is success, which is true, then we want to trigger the auth library. You can access auth objects once we have configured properly. So we have configured properly, that's why we can access this.auth. Then the auth library will trigger the login and by sending the email and password. If the login is successful, then the login API will return a token, and then auth library will store the token in local storage and cookies. And after that, it will hit another API, which is the API of user, to retrieve the user's object and store it in the local storage and cookie as well. Then finally, we redirect the user to a home page. So now let's start our app again. This time it will work. There we have it, because we have enabled our vuex store. So now let's go to our Chrome, and you have to install something on your Chrome. So it calls vuejs DevTools. So click this, and you gotta make sure that you add it to your Chrome extension. So by refreshing this page, you can right click and click inspect, and after install, you should get this view tab. So if you click this, you can see the state. So let's go to sign up. But we forgot to do one more thing. Let's go back to our editor, and let's add this sign up method to our button, which will be the create your Amazon button. So add click equals to on sign up. So let's go back and let's go and add a new user. So let's name it Jordan at gmail.com abc123. So if you create your Amazon account, it redirects us back to this page, which is successful. So if you check your state, let's refresh the state, you're gonna get an auth object that will say login false. But if you refresh this, and then it's changed back to login true and users object, which is the data Jordan at Gmail and so on. So we can use this users object. But if you go to application, click application, and let's make this bigger, and if you click local storage, and as you can see there's a local, which is the token, and then if you go to session storage, there's nothing here, and let's go to cookies. Apparently the library stores the token in the cookies and as well as the local storage, while it stores the user's object on the vuex. So now it works. In the next video, we will change this hello sign in to our current user we just log in. I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we're just gonna map the user's data on our component, which is this part, hello sign in. So if user log in, then we want to show hello and then the name of the user. So if you right click and click inspect, and if you open view tab, if you open the second tab and you refresh, you're going to see a state which is off.
state, and it has a user object because we successfully log in. So we just want to do if else, which is if user log in, then show the name of the user. It's very simple. So let's go to our editor, and you want to go to navbar on the components folder, and then you want to scroll down. You want to go to the hello sign part, which is this part, which is this the whole nuxling, and then we want to do template. So you can use template within a template if you want to do a v, if, and else statement. So if you can access the off state once you sign in, and then state log in. It's the same as this part, which is login. So if the user is a login, then we want to do, we're just going to copy this nuxling, and we're close to the other nuxling. And then in here, we just want to do this part, copy it, paste it here, and then we want to remove this, and then we want to copy the second nav line, which is nav line 2, paste it here, and remove this, save it. And then before that, we have to do one more step, which is, as you can see, this template, and we have to open another template to do the v else. So v else, copy this, make sure this nuxling is inside the template, save it. So as you can see, there are one template, which is v if, which is if condition, and then the other one is else condition. So if user login, then simply show hello and then the name of the user. So we're gonna pass in the name of the user in here by passing off state user.name. So let's save this, and let's go back to our, so if you go back, it didn't show the name because I believe that we put it inside the span class. So remove this span class, just leave the normal span class, which is saying navline 2, save it, and let's refresh, hello, and then the name of the user. So we have successfully mapped the user's data to one of the components, which is the navbar component. So we can use this off object, or we call it off state, and we can use this in every part of your application because it is stored in vuejs, so you can access it globally. You don't have to worry, we're going to learn about vuejs more in details in the future. So in the next video, we are going to create a login page. It'll be very simple because we already done a sign up. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello everybody, welcome back. In this video, we are going to create the login page for our application. So let's go to editor, and you want to go to signup.vue. You want to copy this entire thing and create a new file and name it login.vue. You want to paste it in here, and we got to fix a few things. First, let's go up, and then you want to change this create account to sign in. And then you want to remove the your name because we are just login with email and password. So remove this, and then you want to go down, and we want to change this click later on to on login, and then we want to change this create your Amazon account into continue. And the next thing we want to do is we want to change this already have an account, don't have an account, and then we change this to register. And then we change this to register as well. All right, so let's go down and let's remove this name, and then change this to on login. And then we want to remove this Axios call because we are not going to use Axios in here. We're just going to use this .off login with because we don't have to sign up. So remove this, and let's go to our Chrome and type login after this, and then you're gonna see this login. And if we click to register, it will show an error because we made a mistake, because if you go up, it's supposed to be sign up, not register. And let's just make it sign up. Let's go back and let's refresh this page and click sign up. it goes to the sign up page. So let's go click sign in. It goes to the sign in page, sign up page. Let's go click this Amazon logo. It's not working because we did not set it to any link yet. So let's go to our login logo, which is this part. Change to Nux link. Change this to. Same goes for this one. And then let's go to sign up as well. And it's gonna be the same thing. Nux link. Just do 2. And this is Nux link as well. Alright, let's click this link. There we have it, it's working. So before we test our login functionality, we want to correct the behavior of our page, which is if the user is already logged in, we don't want the user to be able to visit login or sign up page. If you check view, and if we go to the state and check the state, so refresh this, and as you can see, login is true. It is a weird behavior if a user can access this URL. So we want to fix this. And it is very simple. We just need to add a middleware. So let's go to our editor and go to login.vue, and above this layout, type middleware, and then we want to type off. And then there's one more thing that we need to add, which will be off guess. So it will check if the user is logged in, then it will redirect the user to a home page. Simple as that. So copy this and let's paste it in our sign up page as well. So let's go back, and there you have it. Let's go to login. If you try to enter, it will redirect you to a home page, which is the correct behavior that we want. And if you do this sign up, and it will show the same behavior. And last but not least, let's try our login page. But right now, if you go to login, there's no way for us to test our login functionality. So the only way to fix this is we have to go to our application. We're gonna remove our token in here. So remove our token. Remove our token under cookies tab, and then you want to go to local storage, and you want to remove this as well. All right. So if we refresh, this hello Jordan will change to hello sign in. There we have it, because we have removed both of our token in local storage and cookies. And if you go to view, and if you try to refresh the state, it will change login to false. So if you go to sign up, now we can access the sign up page because login is false. And if you go to login, same thing. We can access the login page because we removed the token in cookies and local storage. So let's click continue. So now it's not doing anything. Let's go back to our editor to double confirm our login page, which is if okay, this is the error because we're not doing any Axios call, so we gonna have to remove if condition. Save it, and we want to go back here, and then let's click continue, and there we have it. We are going back to the home page. Hello Jordan. And if we refresh, sometimes you have to refresh the page itself for this view to work. So let's refresh this. There we have it. Now we have the login true, and then we have the user's object. It's working. So I'll see you guys in the next video where we are going to build a profile page. I'll see you guys. So every website in the world has a profile page. So we have to create one for our website. It's going to be very, very simple. So we're going to copy from admin actually. So let's go to our editor and create a new file under pages, which will be here. Profile.vue. Okay, simple as that. And then now let's head over to our admin and then go to pages, and let's just copy category file. Copy this, go to profile and paste it here. And we want to remove the methods in here, as well as async data, because we won't be doing async data because we will just access the user's data from our state. So this part will be changed. Let's change this to name. Remove this, and then email. Okay. And I want to go up. You want to remove this UL because we are not looping a category. Remove this and change this to on update profile. And then change this to update profile. Okay, and then here there will be our name. Let's just add a note and copy this, paste it 2 more times, and then change this to email. This will be password. Okay, the first one will be name. Let's change this to name, and then email, and then password. The model will be name, email, then password. And then we have to add a placeholder, which will be, since it's gonna be an object, so we have to add colon. And then here we're gonna access of state user, sorry, not $, like this, and then copy this and paste it here and change this to email. Save this, and we want to change this to profile page. All right, let's save this. So let's go back to our Chrome and let's change this to a profile URL. And there we have it. It looks really awesome. Profile page, and then we have name, and then we have email, and then we have password field. So we can add data here, and then you can actually update the profile, but we haven't added the Axios call yet. So one thing we need to do now is we need to add our navigation. So when we click this button, it will go to our profile page instead. So let's go to editor and let's go to navbar, not add, let's close admin and close this category review. Go to navbar, and then here, hello, and then name of the user. And we want to change this to something different, which will be profile. And then we have to change this to sign up. Alright, and let's click hello Jordan, and then it will navigate to profile page. Go back to home. Still we haven't changed this yet. Looks like there are a lot of small details that we didn't change yet. So let's go to our logo and change this to the home URL so that our navigation is awesome, or to be more specific, correct. Then refresh. So now let's go to Amazon, and it will go to the first page, and then let's go click the profile, and there we have it. So in the next video, we will add the Axios call so you can update the profile. But if you think you can do it yourself, since we have been doing this a lot of times, give it yourself a shot first, write the API, and as well as try to call the API in the Axios call on the front end part, and try to figure out yourself first. If you can't, then you can move on and follow the next video. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello everybody, welcome back. In this video, we are going to add the update profile feature, where you can update this specific data set like name, email, and password. So let's go ahead and do that. But the first thing you need to do is we need to create the API first. Let's go to our server folder. Scroll down and go to server folder, which is routes, and then you want to go to off.js. And we have to create a new API to update our current users data set. So let's go and do that. And now underneath this profile route, you want to copy, you don't have to copy actually, and you can type router put of user, then verify token, and then async request and response. And then here is we want to do try and catch, and then you want to copy this rest.status 500 and paste it in the catch block if we want to catch any error. And then after that, we want to find the user. So let found user equals to await user.find1, and then we want to pass in the ID, and then the request.decoded._ID. So if we, let's say we found a user, and then we want to update our current users data set. So we want to change the way we update our users data. So before this, when we update our product, for example, if you go to product.js and this is how we update it. This is one way to update, and there's another way to do it, which is, let me show you how. So the first thing we need to do is we want to check our request.body. So request.body.name, we want to check if it's undefined, if there's a data. If there's a data, then we want to found user.name. Again, if request.body.name is not undefined, then we want to set our found user.name equals to request.body.name. So you're gonna do the rest for email as well, and then this will be email, and this would be email as well. And then last but not least would be our password. So password found user.password, and this would be password as well. And then finally we want to save our found user, and then we want to response back with success true and message successfully updated. So we need to fix this to off. Okay, so we're gonna add a note here which will say update a profile. So what's going on here is, first we set the put request because we want to update the users, and then we send in the URL, and then as usual the middleware to check the token, and then the callback, which is request and response, and then try and catch. We want to find a specific user by supplying it the token. And let's say if we found a user, then we want to check if the request.body.name.email and .password is available, then you want to set it. But if it's undefined and so on, then we don't want to set anything to our current users data set. And then finally you want to save the user and then response back to the client. And in catch block, it simply says that if there's an error, then simply responds with success false and error message back to the client. So now we are ready to use this API. So let's copy this API, and then let's go to our profile.vue in clients folder, scroll down, and in here you want to do methods, and then as usual you want to type async on update profile, and then here try and catch, and then here console.log the error. And then in try, you want to check if response equals to await this.axios put, and then you want to change back to API and then paste it here. And obviously we have to pass in the data set, so we're just going to put data. So above try, we do let data equals to, and then name will be this.name, and then email to this.email, and then lastly would be password, this.password. And then you want to add another data here, which will be password, and then we have to set our data. Okay, we already set to model. I think I forgot to add the data here. And obviously we have to do a Axios call so that we can update the user's current data set to a new data set, which is this part. And then after that we have to do if, and we have to check the response dot success. If it is successful, if it is true, then we want to do this dot name equals to empty, this dot email equals to empty, and this dot password will be empty as well. So if you go to Chrome, so when a user enter a data, we want to remove this back so that it will be an empty back again. It will just show the placeholder instead. By default, Axios will have the header, which is the token, attached to it every time we do a request. So we don't have to set any header to our Axios call. So by default, when we call this API, it will attach the header, which is the token, to our Axios. And finally, we have to refetch the user's data so we can update the current data with the new one in the database. For example, like if we call this API, our user's data will be changed. We're gonna have the new set of data, but how are we going to map the data back to Jordan and email? Let's say we change this to a different email. If we click update profile, it will just reflect it in database, but on front end, it won't be reflected. So how do we fix that? Auth library has a really good function. You type await this of dot fetch user. So what is going on here is very simple. It will just refetch the API back. That's it. That's all it is. There's nothing special about it. It's just refetch the API. When we run this, it will just refetch the auth user's API. Simple as that. So save this and let's go to our Chrome and let's change this to Mike. And if you click update, it will change hello Mike and then to Mike. So now if you refresh, our data set is now no longer Jordan, but it is Mike. So if you change this to mike@gmail.com, and if you update, same thing, mike@gmail.com, and then there we have it. If we go to our view and check the state, and let's go to our here, refresh this, and there we have it. It changes back to Mike and the email mike@gmail.com. So we have successfully added the update feature for our profile page. In the next video, we will add the implementation where we can log out as a user. I'll see you guys. In this video, we will add the ability for our user to log out. So let's go and do that. So let's go to our profile.vue under clients folder, and then we want to create a new method after this on update profile, and it will be a sing on logout. It will be await this of logout. Simple as that. Copy this, and then we want to create a href tag under profile page, which would be a href, and then it will be at click equals to on logout, and then logout. So what this function does is it will log us out by clearing all the tokens in a local storage and cookies, and as well as in our vuejs. So login will be equals to false once we implement this functionality, and as well as it will redirect user back to the home page. So let's go and test it out. So go to Chrome, and you want to click a logout, and then we have it. It redirects the user back to the home page. So if you try to log in, if you go to sign in and try to continue, they will have it changed back to hello Mike. So this is the end of our authentication, and in the next video we will add the review section where user can actually leave a review. In this section we will create the review part, which is creating the review schema, review API, and the review HTML. But for the HTML part we are going to skip, because I'm going to present you with the file, because it is pretty much the same as like the other form. Like, it's pretty repetitive, so I don't want you guys to waste your time on writing repetitive stuff, except if it's related to Vue or writing a routes like Node.js and so on. So let's go ahead and continue. So go to your server and go to your models and create a new file and name it review.js, and then you want to copy category.js, paste it here, and change it to review schema. I remove this part, change this to review, and this is to review schema. And inside review, there will be a couple of fields or attributes that we need to add, which will be headline, data type will be string, and then body, which will be string as well, and then we have rating, and then we have photo, because user can add a photo as well, and then product ID, type schema, types object ID, and then refer to product. Last but not least is the user who actually leave this review, which will be type same thing. So we're just gonna copy this, paste it here, and change product to user. And then now we have to update our product.js in model. So go to product.js, and then we have to update this number to review, is because we need to store the ID of the newly created review. Hence why we have to change it to, let's paste it here, which will be this part. And then we change this to review. Simple as that. In this video, we will create a review post API so that user can write a review. So let's create a new file under routes and name it review.js. And then you want to type const router equals to require express router, and then you want to model exports this router. And now let's type router.post and then reviews product ID, a sing, and then a callback. And then here will be try and catch. And then we want to copy. Let's just go to res.status 500 and go back to review and paste it in here. And then in try block, const review equals to new review. Oops, new review. And then we have to require or import the review model. I'm going to change this to review. And now review.headline equals to request.body.headline, and then review.body equals to request.body.body, and then review.ratings equals to request.body.rating, and then review.photo equals to request.file.location, and review.user equals to request.decoded._id, and then review.product ID equals to request.params.product ID. So we get this product ID from the parameter, and we get a request.decoded ID from verify token, which is the middleware to verify to see the token. And then we have to import the middleware equals to require middlewares. Alright. And after that, we want to update our product by pushing an ID to its array. So if you go to product under models, it's an array of ratings. So we have to push that review into this rating array, right? So in order for us to do that is we have to copy this, paste it here, and change it to product, because we need a product schema in here as well. And then in here we call await product dot update, and then you want to push and then you want to push the review.id. Simple as that. And then finally you want to save the review equals to await review review.save. And then we check if save review, and then response with a success true, and a message successfully added review. Alright, so we forgot to do one more thing, is what if we have more than one middleware. So right now we have one middleware, but we forgot to put one more middleware, which is request.file location. Where do we get this? So first let's import that middleware first, which should be upload equals to require middlewares, and then upload photo. Okay, and in order for us to pass more than middleware in our API, we have to pass in an array, and then type upload.single and then photo. So what is going on here is that we are writing a review post API, and then we supply it with a name reviews and a parameter which is product ID, and then we pass an array of middleware. So how it works here is, first it will go to verify token, and it will check, and if it's successful, then only it will go to the next middleware, which is upload a single photo. So we want verify token to go first because we want to validate whether the user is valid or not. And then if it is valid, then only we go to the second middleware, which is the uploading a photo to S3. Then we go to this part, which is saving the review. All right, we set all the data in here: headline, body, the rating, the file location, which is from S3, and decoded from the token and then parameter from this parameter. And then we push the review ID to the array of, which is in, let's go to our product.js, and then we push it to this array. Simple as that, because we are reference to review. So we have to pass in the ID to this array. We check if review is safe, then you want to respond success true and a message successfully added review. And then in a catch block, if there's an error, then we simply want to respond with a status 500 and success false and the error message. And the last thing we need to do is we need to register this API. So let's go to server.js. Now you want to copy this, paste it here, change this to review routes, then off to review instead. Then copy this, paste it here, change to review routes as well. So in order for us to test this API, it's better if we create the HTML element and then we just test it on the spot. So in the next video, we are going to create the get review API. I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we will create the get API for our reviews. So let's continue. And right below here, type router.get reviews and then parameter, which will be product ID, and then the same request and response. Now you want to do a try and catch. I bet by now you are already really proficient at writing APIs. And then const product reviews equals to await review find and then product ID request.params product ID. And then we want to populate the user, and finally we want to execute this populate on find operation, and then we want to respond with success true and then reviews product reviews. And in catch, you just want to copy this and paste it in here. So we are implementing a get API for our reviews, and then we pass in the URL name, which is reviews, and then a parameter product ID. And then we want to find all of the review that has a product ID match the request.params.product ID. And then we want to populate the user field so that we can access the full information about that specific user. And then we simply want to execute this populate function on find operation. And then finally, we just respond back the reviews to the client. In the next video, we will implement the review page. I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we will create a review page. I've uploaded a file and you can download it. The page is going to be the same as the admin adding a product page. Go and download the file to proceed. But first we have to install a new library called Vue star rating. So go to your client and cancel the client and npm install Vue star rating -- save. This library will enable us to rate something. The library is pretty handy. Once installed, let's create the review page. So close down the server, go to pages and create a new folder and name it reviews. And then under reviews, you want to create a new file and give it a name _id.vue. And then after you have downloaded the file, you want to go to and open that file and copy the file, close down review.vue and paste it in this _id.vue page. Save this and let's start our server again. So let's go ahead and copy one of the product IDs first. Copy Harry Potter and let's type reviews and then paste it here, and then we have it. It looks pretty much the same as the one in the admin adding a product page. So we gotta map the data to this, like a picture and then a product title. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go to our Visual Studio and then add a script down here. As usual, export default and then async data. And then pass in axios and params because we have to access the params, and then try and catch. And in try, you want to do let response equals await axios get, and then a string notation which would be API products and then params.id, and then we just want to return product response.product, and then in catch we just want to say console log.error. And then let's map this product. So let's go up, and there are nodes like product photo, product titles, easy for you to navigate later on. So src product.photo, and then product title will be product.title. Save this. Let's go back and let's refresh this page. There we have it. We have the image and the title of the product. And then now our goal is to add a star underneath this overall rating. So let's go ahead and import the library that we just installed. So here, import star rating from Vue star rating, and then we have to put it in the component. We have to install it. So the star rating, literally we can just access it something like this as well. So let's copy this and go to ratings, which is this part. I paste it here, and then after that we want to add like models. So let's go down, and underneath async data, create data, and then return, and then we want to return all of the data that we're going to send to the server. So first one, let's go ahead and check what we need to add. Rating, and then photo, and then add a headline, and then a body, and that's it. So if you think you can do it yourself, try to do it yourself first. Pause the video and try to do it yourself, and if you think you cannot, then just follow along the video. So I'm going to continue now. So first is rating will be 0, and then body will be empty, and then headline will be empty as well, empty string, and then after that will be selected file will be null, and then file name will be null as well. So the next thing we need to do is implement a method. So methods on file selected. I guess that you guys already know what to do here. So this dot selected file equals to event target dot files 0, and then this file name equals to event target files name. And then we have to create another method which will be on at review, and then here we'll have a try and catch. All right, so let's map all this data and the on file selected first, then only we proceed with the on at review method. So first go up, and here will be v model, which will be 0. Oh, sorry, which will be rating. Okay, and then if you go down here, input will be at change equals to on file selected. Headline will be v model, and then here will be headline. If you go back, let's refresh this page. Okay, now we have an error called empty. There's no error at all. So if you go back to our editor, and if you check error in before create hook, reference error, document is not defined. So what is going on here? This happened after we implemented the star rating. So why is this happening? Because star rating is written this way. It's written only for client-side purposes. So you don't need to render it on the server side. There's no need for SEO and so on, because star rating will be attached to the document when the client-side rendered. So if you see this kind of error, reference error, document is not defined for a specific component, the best way to do that is to add this no SSR, close it, and wrap it in here. Then this star rating won't be rendered on a server side. This star rating will be available only if the client is ready. So if we save this, and if we go back, if we try to refresh, open this further, I think it's hang. So let's close it down. See, I think it's hang. Localhost 9000 reviews. There we have it. Now it's working. So as you can see, this is the review star. So now we can play around with it. This is only rendered when the client is ready. The rest is server side, like the photos and the title. So now we have the rating and we have all the models intact now. So now let's finish up our onAddReview method. So now let's go down and let's finish up the onAddReview. And then in here, you want to add let data equals to new form data. This will be pretty much the same like the one before. And then data.append, and we have to append the headline, the body, and then this dot headline. Paste it here will be body, and then after that will be rating. This will be this will be body, sorry. Then rating, and finally will be photo, which should be this dot selected file, and then this dot selected file dot name. And then after that we want to do an Axios post call, which will be this, sorry, we have to add a wait first, and then this Axios post, which should be API reviews. We have to do a string notation, and then this dot route dot params dot underscore dot id, sorry, not underscore id. And then we want to pass in the data, which is this data. If everything goes well, we want to push the router to the product page, which should be string notation again. And then this will be params id. Here we're just gonna console log the error. Save this, and don't forget to add a sing here, or else you're gonna get an error. There we have it, we get an error because we put a wait. So save and copy this onAddReview and paste it in submit at click equals to onAddReview. I think we are ready to test this product, so let's go ahead and do that. But we just want to add a final star, which will be response.success. Then only we want to push, or else we don't want to push. So let's refresh this page. Alright, I think we are ready. So let's go ahead and 5-star, obviously. And then we're going to click george.jpg, randomly put any photo here. And it's not showing anything because we didn't put the file name yet. So before we do that, let's fix that first, or else it will be very bad user experience. We don't even know whether we have chosen a file or not. So let's go back and let's go to our file, which is where you are, which is this part. And I want to add a p tag, which would be file name. Okay, let's just choose any file first. George. There we have it, george.jpg, and we choose 5-star, and then I love Harry Potter. The book is truly amazing. But we forgot to fix one more detail, which is this part. We have to put our name here actually. If you check on Amazon's website, this would be the user's name, the user who's gonna leave the review. So let's go back. And then let's go to that part, which is in, if you see this image avatar, and then down below here is media body, and then we just want to add value, which would be of state user.name. Save this and let's refresh, and then we have it. We have the name of the user, and let's give it 5-star. Choose George. And then I love Harry Potter. This book is amazing as always. And then let's submit. And it's not doing anything. Let's check the console log because we left an error there. Cannot read property params of undefined. So let's go back and let's go down this route. Supposed to be route like this. So let's go back and do it again. Put the George face. I love Harry Potter. You just copy this and paste it here and click submit. And params is not defined. We have another error, which is, let's go back to our editor, and there we have it. Let's copy this and paste it here. Paste it, and then let's go back, and this will be the final one. Or as I'm gonna go matte, and then I love Harry Potter. Copy it, paste it here, and let's submit. And it should redirect you to the product page. And then down here, you're supposed to see like the reviews. That's what we do in the next video. So now it is successful. So let's go check our database and refresh to see whether there's a review collection. So currently we have 2. It failed at the this.router push, hence why it is saved twice, but it's okay. I think that's about it. In the next video, we are going to create the review section. I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, I've uploaded the review section file in the lecture. Download it first before proceeding. Once downloaded, open the file. So let's go open, and you want to copy this file, and you want to go to components, create a new file, and name it review section.vue. Save it here, and you want to close down the copy version. I wrote notes in the template so that it is easier for you guys to navigate later on. The first thing we need to do is we need to import review section under products folder. So go to _id.vue, and then you want to import in here review section from components review section. And then don't forget to install it in our component part, which will be review section as well. And now we can use this. So under books entity teaser, you want to add here. Oops. Let's check the website. Go back to our Chrome, and there we have it. It looks really nice. There are a few HTML components which we won't be touching, like read reviews that mention, but it's nice to have because it made the page looks better. So the next step is we need to modify our async data because we need to call another API. So let's go to our _id.vue and go to async data, and then let's modify it. We want to remove await, and then you want to change the name to single product. Copy this, paste a new one, and just call it many reviews. Change this to reviews, and then we want to do cons product response reviews response equals to await promise.all, and then pass in this to Axios call. And then you want to pass it this product response to here, and then the reviews, which will be reviews response dot reviews. The reason why we are calling 2 APIs is because imagine we have to populate a single product's reviews array, and imagine we have thousands of reviews and we have to populate all those reviews. That will definitely slow down the website, which is something that we don't want. So let's go to our product route. So let's go to server, and then you want to go to routes, and then product.js, and then you want to go to router get all products. If we were to populate the products reviews, let's say we add reviews here, we have to populate the reviews.user as well. This will cause our operation to take a longer time, especially for find all and find one to be completed. Hence why we are using a separate Axios call to avoid this deep populate. So let's go back, and now we have to pass in this product and reviews to our review section. To do that is very simple. You just type product, and then product, and then reviews. We call this props, which is passing a data to another child component. Review section is a child component of this page. So we're just simply passing the product and reviews so that our review section component can access those data. So now let's go and map the data. Go to review section, and in order for us to call product and reviews, you have to type props product, and then reviews. The name has to be the same as the one that you pass in here, which is product and reviews. Save this, and now we are ready to map this data. Let's map the reviews first. So copy reviews and go to reviews node, which is this part, and then v4, because we want to loop the review in reviews, and then key will be review.id. And the next thing is we want to change to the review.user.name. This will be the name of the user that left the review, and then headline would be review.headline. And then we forgot to loop the review star, so you want to type v4 in review.rating, and then key would be I. And then review body, change it to review.body. Save this and let's go back to Chrome, and there we have it, all the data, but the stars are not showing up. So let's check nux.config and see whether we are putting in the right folder or not. And if you check static, we did not put all the CSS inside awesome, so put it inside. I made a mistake, I didn't check first. And then you want to create a new folder in awesome and call it CSS, and move all .css to CSS folder. So it has to look like this, then only it will show up, because our CSS, which is the all CSS, is dependent on these web fonts. So let's go back and let's refresh this page, and there we have it. It shows all the stars, and we gotta add our custom images. So let's go back to review section and go to custom images, which would be review images, and we want to loop this part, review in reviews, pass in the key as usual, and last but not least would be the src review.photo. Save this and let's go back here, and it shows all the photos that the user uploaded as part of the review process. And lastly, we want to change this customer reviews, which is the total customer reviews, and let's find that one 3000, and then we want to change this to product.rating.lang, because it's an array, so you have to do product.rating.lang. And then let's find, let's copy this, and then let's find another one, which would be this part. Save this, and currently it shows 0 reviews. It's supposed to have 2 reviews. So let's check our postman and type localhost 3000 API products. If it's not saving, meaning we did something wrong in our API. So send this, and apparently the rating has 0 review in it. So how do we fix this? So let's go to our server, double check, go to review.js, and let's check this review post and see how we push it. We made a huge mistake here. I'm really sorry. It's supposed to be rating, because we have to push it to the correct field. Apparently we did not push it to any field at all, hence why it didn't save. So save this, let's go back to review section, and let's test our review again. So let's go back to Chrome. We need to add a link here, so that when we click this button, it will link us to the localhost 9000 reviews and then the name of the product. So find that button, change this to nux link to, it has to be colon, so that we can do string notation in here, which will be reviews. Now only we're going to use this product_id, and then we have to change a tag to nux link, and then we want to copy this nux link and find another right button, which would be this part, and change to nux link. Save it, and let's go back to Chrome and let's refresh. Okay, let's click one of the button here, which will be this part. Okay, let's just add 2 star. See, now it's showing the plus sign because the file structure for our all.css. I'm really sorry. And I click this and just add Sony. Not a fan of Potter. Please write more books. Okay, let's submit. Okay, now it goes back to here, and then we have, I think it's safe, so let's go to Postman and send, and finally we push to the correct field. And there we have it, another picture. And yes, 2 stars. I'm not a fan of Potter, and I think this looks really amazing. So I think we are done with the product page finally, and in the next video we are going to create the address page where we can change the address of the user. I'll see you guys in the next video. Before we move on to the address section, we have to make each of the product has an average rating. Every e-commerce website has that feature. To do that, we have to learn a new concept which related to Mongoose. It is called virtual. Let's implement a functionality first. So go to server, and you want to go to models, and then go to Flutter.js, and the first thing we need to change is this name. Not because it brings us any errors, but it makes sense if we change it to reviews. And we have to change it in the API and as well as in our client later on. And then we want to type product schema dot virtual, and then average rating, and then get, and then a callback function. And in here, if this dot reviews dot lang is greater than 0, then let sum equals to this reviews reduce, and then total, and then review, and then an arrow function which will return total plus review dot rating. And then after that, we just want to return the sum divided by this dot reviews dot lang. Else we just want to return 0 if the lang is less than 0 or equal to 0, to be more specific. Let's save this, and let's go to our client, and let's go to, I think, review section, and let's find that rating and change this to reviews. And now let's go find another ratings, which would be reviews, and then I think that's it. And then let's go to our routes under product.js, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, let me check. Just to will confirm. Oh, it's inside review.js. So this will change to reviews instead. So let's go back to product.js. So what is virtual? Virtual is a document property that you can get and set, but do not get persisted to MongoDB. It won't be persisted in the MongoDB database. It will only show up when we are doing an operation like find one and find all. But if we check the database, the average rating attribute won't be there. And since we have changed our reviews array, it will be empty. So we gotta go to our Chrome, and if you go to MongoDB ls, you want to refresh this, and you want to remove all of this for the time being. Let's just remove this first, drop, and then let's go to product, and let's change this rating, and let's remove this rating. And then click edit, and then you want to click cancel here, and then click update. So if you refresh, we won't be having that rating field because we have deleted that. And let's go back to our editor, and before we want to test this average rating, we gotta add one more thing, which will be to object virtuals true, and then to JSON. Without these two property or attribute or fields, our virtual won't be showing up when we do find one or find all. And then virtuals will be true as well. Save this, and if you go to Postman and you open a new tab and tap localhost 3000 API products, send, and then we have reviews because we have deleted rating reviews, but we have empty reviews. So let's go to our Chrome, and let's go to client, and let's refresh this, and let's add a new review. So let's add a new review, and let's make it 4. Just add any picture for now. I love this book. Copy this, paste it here, submit. And now let's create another review, which would be 2-star, and Walter Isaacson picture. Awesome book. Copy this, just paste it many times, and then submit. And if you scroll down now, we have 2 reviews. So let's go to Postman and try to send this and try to see what's the content of our review. And we have 2 reviews, and let's go down, and there we have it. And it is null for a reason, so let's fix that. It took me quite some time to find a solution to our problem, because I realized it's bigger than this. Because in order for us to clearly create the average rating field, we have to populate our product, which I told you in the past video that it's not good to populate reviews because it will slow us down. So if you go to our product.js under routes, and let's go to router.get products, get all products, and you add reviews here, and you see that it is quite slow. If we send, this is just 2 fields in the review array. Imagine if we have more than 2 or 3 or 5. If you send again, it will take quite some time, and it's super slow. But we have not a choice but to populate it, because if you go to product.js models, in order for the virtual to work, we have to populate it. So let me show you an example. So let's console log review. So this is review. Okay, let's say we don't populate it. Let's go back to routes and remove this review. Save it. And let's go to Postman and send again. And in here, as you can see, it's just showing review and then the ID of the review. But I just realized that there's another method or a way for us to solve this problem, is to just populate the reviews, and we just return only one field from that and from the review, which is rating. This is what we want for the reviews. Actually, we just need to return the ratings, and this will incrementally increase the speed of when we try to call this API. So let's go to Postman and let's try to send. So let's try to send again, and as you can see, it's getting faster. If you can see, it's not as slow as before. So this is much better. And as you can see, it returns the ID and then the rating, which is what we really want. So now we can complete our average rating. So let's go to our product.js models, and you can think of reduce as to sum up a certain object. For example, we want to sum up the rating, and that's it. But in order for us to do that, we have to supply a number which will be 0, so they can be add up from 0 and then plus the review.rating, which is 4, and then plus another review.rating, which will be 2, and then altogether will be 6. And then once we get the sums, which will be 6, will be divided by the length of the reviews of the array. For example, if the length of the array is 2, then 6 will be divided by 2, because that's the length of the array. So that's it, very simple. Let's go to our Postman and then send, and we should see the average rating 3, and for the empty reviews will be 0, which is correct. 4 plus 2 is 6, and divided by length 2 will be 3, which is correct. So now we can map this to our Vue star rating. So let's go to our index.vue, which is our home page. Let's go to client and then index.vue, and let's find rating. So here, star rating is supposed to be inside here, and then we want to type no SSR, and inside here will be star rating, and then we gotta pass in the ratings. Will be rating equals to product dot average rating, and then show rating will be false, and then glow will be 1, border width would be 1 as well. Save this, and then rounded corners will be true, and then we want to make it only read true, and then star, make sure you add colon here or else you won't work. and then star size will be 18, and then star points, make sure you follow this correctly, array, which would be 23 to 14, 17, 0, 19, 10, 34, 7, and then 50, 23, 43, 38, 50, 36, 34, 46, 19, 31, 17. I just copied this from the website. This will make our star points looks a little bit nicer. So let's save this. But we have to import the star rating here. So import star rating from not from components, but from Vue star rating, and then we have to pass into our components. Okay, and then next step is to go to products and then underscore ID, and then we can just copy this no SSR, copy this entire thing and go to products underscore ID.vue, and then let's go find review group, and then inside this review group you want to paste this, and then you want to go down and make sure you import the Vue star again, import star rating from Vue star rating, and then as usual you want to put it in here. Save this, and let's go back to our Google Chrome, and now we have empty stars. And then if you go back to our home page, and then there we have it, we have 3 stars, and then those will be empty stars. So let's click Harry Potter. I guess we need to add the link as well for this one, and let's go to Visual Studio and fix that product title, which would be Nux link, and then string notation, which would be products and then product underscore ID. Oops, we need to change this to Nux link. Save this. Alright, and then let's click Harry Potter, but it shows empty. Let's go check, double check, and let's go to ID.vue, and let's just double confirm. I get it. I know what's the reason why. Is because we forgot to populate. So let's go to our server. Let's go to our product.js, and let's go to the single product, and here you want to copy this, populate, and paste it here. Let's go back and refresh. It should show the stars because we forgot to populate. There we have it, 3 stars, amazing. Let's go back to Amazon and check 3 stars, empty stars. It took quite some time to just build this average rating because there are a lot of components that we change, and then I made a lot of mistakes as well, and I misjudged about that we need to populate and all those things. And I'm really sorry for the video to be this long. I wish I could compress it into much smaller, but I feel like I have to explain so many parts for you guys to understand. I hope that you guys really enjoy this, and in this video we will prepare a new schema which will be an address page, so that user can add their address in the future. So let's go and do that. Go to server and go to models and create a new file and give it a name address.js, and then you want to copy .category.js because it has all the libraries already. So we just paste it here and we change this name to address schema. Copy this, change it to this, and then change to address as well. So for our data type, the first will be who gonna owns this. Is gonna be user. So user type schema dot types object ID refer to the user schema. Next is country, and then full name, because different address could have a different owner, and then street address, and then city, state, zip code. Zip code could be a number, and then phone number, string as well, and then deliver instructions, security code. So this will be our address schema fields, all of the data. User can have multiple addresses. So if you go to user.js, when a user wants to update his or her address, you can just add the ID of the address and set it here. That's all. We have completed the address schema. So in the next video, we will create the post API for our address. I'll see you guys in the next video. So in this video, we are going to create a post API for our address. So let's go to routes and create a new file and give it a name address.js. And then you want to copy category.js and copy these two libraries and go back here and paste it here. Change this to address. For some reason, I don't know why I like to copy from category. And now let's export the router. Okay, now let's write the API. But if you think you can write the API, because we've been doing this countless of times, and I want to give it a shot and try to create your own post API by yourself by following other examples in other files. So pause the video and give it a shot. I'm going to continue. Address. Oops, got one more S here. And then you want to add verify token. And then a sing, request and response. And then here will be cons verify token require middlewares verify token. So now let's do try and catch. And here will be let address equals to new address as usual, and then address dot user equals to request dot decoded dot underscore ID, and then address dot country equals to request dot body dot country, and then address dot full name equals to request dot body dot full name, address street address equals to request dot body dot street address, and then address dot city equals to request dot body dot city, and then copy this and change this to state, then address dot zip code equals to request body dot zip code, and address dot phone number equals to request dot body dot phone number, and then address dot deliver instructions equals to request dot body dot deliver instructions, and finally address dot security code equals to request dot body dot security code. And then finally you want to await and then save the address, and then you want to response with success true, and then message successfully added an address, and then change it to colon, semicolon, and then finally just go to one of the files and copy this 500 status, go back and paste it here. The final step is to actually import this and put it as part of the API. So app.use, this change to address routes, copy this, cons, and then require address. So it is pretty much the same like what we've been doing before. We just created a post API with a URL name called addresses, and then we pass in the verified token because we need the user's ID, and hence why we have to access it via request.decoded.id. And then as usual a sing, so that you can do a sing await combo, try and catch, and then you want to save all the request.body into this address fields. And finally, once you have filled all the addresses fields, and then you want to save it, and finally you want to respond to the client with a success true and a message that says successfully added an address. in a catch block. If the user fail or if there's an error, then it will respond back to the client success false with an error message. So in the next video, we will implement the get API. So I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we are going to continue with our get API. We want to get all of our addresses from the database. So let's go and do that. So type router.get and then the name of the API and then a sing requests and response. And don't forget to add verify token. And in here you want to do try and catch as usual. And then let addresses equals to await address find user request.decoded.id, and then we simply want to return success true, and then address will be address. And then copy this, paste it here. And then finally we need to make this to lowercase and save it. And you got to make sure that the name is the same, so address will be addresses. So the logic about this get API is pretty simple. You want to get all of the addresses that belongs to this user's ID. That's all. If we found all the addresses and we just want to return that back to the client. So in the next video, we will implement the address page on our front end. I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we are going to create the add an address page. Since it's going to be just bunch of input fields, I've uploaded a file in the lecture. Go ahead and download that file and open it up. So open it up and you want to open this address.vue. And the next thing you want to do is you want to open up client folder and go to pages and create a new folder and give it a name address. This folder will have two files. One is for list of addresses page and the other one is to create a new address page. It is pretty similar like the admin part where you add the product and then there is a list of products page. So you want to create a new file under this folder and give it a name add.vue. I have left a lot of nodes to navigate between different input fields. So security code, delivery instruction, phone number, and etc. Now let's add the model data and map it to the input fields. So let's go down and open a script tag, and then here you want to type export default, and then here data, and then return country, and then full name, street address 1, copy this, street address 2, city, state, zip code, phone number, delivery instruction, security code. Once we have done with our model, we need to map this to the corresponding input field. So let's go and go to country. And then this will be select will be here, v model, and then country, full name here. Let's go to input and then v model, make sure the name is the same, full name, and then in here as well equals to street address 1 because there are two, so it's going to be v model equals to street address 2. Then another v model which will be city, and then state, and then zip code, v model, phone number, and then delivery instruction will be in text area, so v model equals to delivery instructions, and then we have security code, and I think that's about it. The rest is just dummy data. And then the next thing we need to do is we need to create a method after data, and we name it async on at address, and we can just copy this entire thing paste it here, but we need to do let data equals to, save it, and then we need to make this to this country, then this full name, so on and so forth. Full name, street address, just copy this, paste it here, change it to 2. Oops, this will be C, this will be state, this will be zip code, phone number, it will be delivery instructions, and finally this will be security code. And then finally you want to do Axios call let response, and it's better if we do try and catch at the start. We need to wrap this entire thing, just in case if we forgot to add anything here, it might return an error, so just to be safe it's better we put it inside try and catch, then catch, and then console log dot error, and then here we want to do let response equals to await this Axios post API addresses, and then we pass in the data, and then if a response success, then we want to do this router dot push. We want to push to address page. We haven't created a page yet, so we just want to make it to home first. So before we want to test this API, or to be specific, this entire page, we need to do one more Axios call, but it's going to be a little bit different, so let's do that in the next video. But I just want to show you how it looks like. So let's go to Chrome and let's go to address and then /add. So this is the address page. It's pretty much the same as the when you add a product as an admin. And in the next video, as I said, that we're going to do another Axios call, so let's learn that in the next video. For this drop down, there is no way for us to hard code the entire countries here. The smarter way is to use a third-party API that only responds with list of countries. I have found a specific API that does that. You can copy the link and make sure you spell it correctly. In this video, we are going to call an Axios call from this third-party API. But the thing is, we cannot call this API from the front end because the API does not have a course policy. We have to implement it in the server instead. Then only we can call this API from the front end. So let's go and do that. Go to our editor, and you want to go to server, and you want to go to routes, and make sure you go to address. So not models, but routes, address, and right below here you want to type router.get, and then countries, and then async requests and response, and then after that we want to try and catch. As usual, you want to copy this error message for catch block, and then in try block you want to do let response. It will be exactly the same like the front end calling, await axios.get https res countries.eu res v2 all, and then we just want response back with response.data. But we need to install Axios on the server, which is the backend. So let's go to our backend, cancel the server, npm install axios -- save. So once installed, you want to restart the server again, and then you want to import that Axios cons axios equals require Axios. So it will just respond back to the client. So let's test this API right now. Go to Postman and click this new tab, and then localhost 3000 API countries. Get it? And then we have a list of the countries. So now we can use this on our front end. So let's head back to our add.vue. You want to remove this, or else you get confused. And after that, you want to go here. You want to do async data, and then try and catch. And here let response equals to await axios.get and then the name of the API, which should be API countries. Make sure you spell it correctly, and then return countries and then response. Then you want to console log the error, and make sure you pass in the axios here and add a comma here. And then now you want to loop this data, and make sure you spell response correctly as well. And then make sure you want to loop these countries. So let's go up, go to country and region section, which is this spot, and then you want to loop here, which will be v4 equals to country in countries. And then you want to pass in a key, and let's go to Postman and let's check what data can we use. I think we can use alpha2 code as the key. So country dot alpha2 code, and the value will be the country name, country dot name, and same goes for the value. And for the presentation you want to show to users, just put it country dot name as well. Save this, and let's go back to our Chrome, and let's try to refresh this page. And if you click this, you should see all of the countries here. So when users click one of the countries here, then it will be in the model. But we have one small thing that we need to fix. So if you go back and if you try to refresh, it will be empty. We want to make it like by default to a certain country. So let's go back and go to our model, and in here you want to type it the name of the country. So I'm going to choose United States of America, and it has to be the same name. So go back, and if you refresh, it will show the country that we set in the model. And in the next video, we are going to test the post API that we created in the previous video. I'll see you guys in the next one. So before we want to test this page, we want to go back to editor, and we got to fix this street address, because in our address schema, there's only street address. So we can remove this and concatenate street address 1 with this street address 2. And then finally, we want to call this method and put it in our button, which will be click equals to on add address. And let's test this out. Let's go to Chrome and let's add full name. Let's refresh first, just in case. And Stanley, just put Marvel Street Studio 0. City will be Marvel City, and then state Marvel State. And zip code, just put any number. Same goes for phone number. Please call my brother. And then security code, just put any security code. And you want to right click, inspect console, and click add address, and it should go to the main page. There we have it, meaning successful. So let's check our at last and refresh this page, and we have addresses. Let's click, and we have user correct, country correct, full name, everything is correct. So I think we have successfully implemented the add address page. But we haven't finished this yet. We have to create the list of addresses page, and then after that we have to create the delete API, and then axios colon front end, and then we have to create a new API called set default address for the user. I mean, we have to call that API on the front end as well. So I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we are going to implement the list of addresses page, where we're going to loop all the addresses belongs to one user, and then user can also delete one of the addresses. We're going to implement that API and functionality as well on the front end, and both an API and front end. And as well as a user, you can set one of the addresses as the default address. So let's do that. And I have uploaded the file for our list of addresses page. I'm going to download it and open the file, and I'm going to open it now. And I'm going to copy this and create a new file under address folder and name it index.vue. I'm going to paste it here, close down list of address.vue. So I leave a note. It's just basically just a bunch of boxes. It follows exactly the same as the Amazon one. It's a bunch of boxes, and then you can choose which address. So let's go to our Chrome, and let's go to client, and let's click address. And as you can see, it just showed it at address, and then address full name, street address, city, state, zip code, country, and then you have edit, you have delete, and you have set as default, and you have as well as a message from server. So we're gonna implement the stream functionalities. I forgot to mention about edit as well. So we're gonna implement edit, delete, and set as default functionality. So by now you probably already know how to implement it yourself, the delete and update functionality. So I want you guys to try it yourself and try to create the API for yourself first and try to implement on the front end, because I have given the page to do so. And you can see examples from other files and take that example and try to work your own solution. So in the next video, I'm going to implement the update, delete, and set as default API on the backend. And then on the front end, we are going to call the Axios on each edit and delete and set as default. I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we are going to implement the edit API so that we can update our address, and as well as delete so that we can delete one of the addresses here. And finally, we're going to implement the set as default API. Let's go and do that. And go to your editor. And you want to go to address.js under routes, and right below here you want to type router.put and then addresses, and then the parameter, which is the address ID, and then async requests, and make sure you add the verify token, and then here you want to do try and catch, and in here you want to do let found address await, and then address find one, and then we're gonna pass in the ID, which is request.params.id, and then if found address, and then here we want to check the requested body, is it empty or not. So let's go up, let's find this, copy this thing, and we want to put it here. And for user, we want to delete because it's always be owned by the same user. So we want to check if request.body.country, or you can just copy this and then just add if like this. Same thing for this, request.body street address, paste it here. If request.body.city, and then if request.body.state, then if request.body.zip code, and if request.body.phone number, and here if request.body.deliver instructions, and last but not least is if request.body.security code. And then we want to do await found address dot safe, and one thing you need to change is you want to copy this and paste it in here, change all of this to found address, and then finally we want to response with success true, and then a message that will say successfully updated the address. And then finally you want to copy this status and paste it in here. And after that we want to implement the delete. So router.delete, it will be the same addresses. So let's go up and make sure we write the same like this. Okay, correct. And then ID, and then verify token, async requests and response, and in here we want to try and catch, and we want to do let deleted address equals to await address dot remove, and then we're passing the user ID, which would be user request dot decoded dot underscore ID. But if we just send the request.decoded ID, then it will remove all of the address belongs to this user. So we want to add another ID, which will be the ID of the address, request.params.id. So it will check in the database that, you know what, remove only one document that belongs to this specific user ID, and as well as the address ID. And finally, we want to do if deleted address, and then you want to response success true, and then finally message address has been deleted. And in here you want to copy this rest status and paste it in here. And the final API that we want to do is we want to type router.put addresses, and then set default, and then verify token. This is the API where as a user you can set whichever address you want to be your default address. So and then we have to pass in a sing, request and response, and here try and catch, and then const doc equals to await user dot find one and update, because we're not gonna check all the requests at body, so I think using this is ideal. And then id request dot decoded dot underscore id, and then we want to set that address field in the users, which will be request.body.id. So the logic of find one and update is first find that specific user that has this ID, and then after that you want to set the address ID that we got from the client and set it in the address field. Simple as that. And then we check if doc, we simply want to response success will be true, and then message successfully set this address as default. And you want to copy this and paste it here, and we just want to add a node above this API, all this API, so that in the future if you want to hire like developer, they will understand that this is what API. So this is post API create an address, copy this and paste it here, get API, get all addresses, and then here will be get API, get list of countries, and here will be put API, update an address. In here will be delete an address, and finally here will be put, and this will be cell default. So let's go through the API one by one. So let's go to the put API first. So in here we are doing address.find1, the operation where you want to find that specific address by supplying an ID of that address. Then only you will find the address, and then we want to check if the address existed. Then we want to check the body. Imagine if the user put like nothing inside, then most likely it will go to this part, because if it's undefined, then when you try to save it, it will spit an error. So we want to check the body, if is it empty or not. If it's empty, then we don't want to do anything. If it's not empty, then simply set it to the corresponding field, like country, full name, street address, city, and so on. And then you want to save that address, and then you want to response success true and the message. And the next API is delete API. But the question here is, why do we not follow the same technique, which is passing the ID of the address alone? So for delete, we are doing a little bit different way of deleting. We can always delete this if you want, and we can follow exactly like a put, or we can add user in find one for extra validation. Like we want to make sure that the ID of address belongs to this specific user ID. But for remove, we want to add that extra cautious, just in case if, let's say, the ID of this address does not belong to this user. So we want to add extra cautious. So if you want to do extra cautious for your update, you can add this as well. We can make it the same so that you won't get confused. If you were to choose which one is better, I prefer this way, where you add the user and as well as the ID of the address to update. And for delete, and then you check if deleted address, and then simply you want to respond success true, message address has been deleted. And for the final put API, which is set default, is that we are finding this user by supplying the ID of the user that we got from the token. And then after we found that user, we want to set the user's address to the address ID we got from the front end. That's how we set the default address. And then we check if document, and actually we can change this to updated address user, and then change to here. If updated address user, then we want to respond with success true, and then same thing, the message. So that'll be the logic for each of these API. because we have wrote this very similar API before and many times. So I'm hoping that by now you are super comfortable writing your own API in the future, because you already know how to create, how to read, how to update, and how to delete. So I'll see you guys in the next video where we're gonna call all these APIs on the front end. In the previous video, we have created edit, delete, and set as default APIs. In this video, we will implement 4 axios call, get all the addresses belongs to this user, and then user can edit one of the addresses, delete one of the addresses, and as well as set one of the addresses from the list as the default address. So let's go and do that. Go to editor, and we want to save this first, and then we want to go to index.vue, and then down here you want to type script and then async a data. First, let's focus on get all the addresses belong to this user first, and then try and catch. And here would be let response equals to await axios get API addresses, and then here you want to add the axios, which would be axios, and we want to return addresses response dot addresses, and here we just want to console log dot error. And now we have to implement 2 methods, which would be delete and set as default. Update will only occur if you click that button and it will go to another page, so we have to create a separate page for that. So let's implement that methods on delete address, and then you have to add a sync here, and here will be try and catch, and here will be let response equals to await this axios delete, and then the API, and then addresses, and then we have to pass in the ID, so we have to use string notation ID. But how do we get this ID? We have to pass in this parameter, so pass in the ID here. We're gonna get this ID from the button. When we click the button, we will pass the address ID in the parameter. So we get the parameter ID here, we pass it in here, and then we want to do if response dot success. We want to do this addresses dot splice, because we want to update the list of the array. Pass in the index, and then we just want to delete one element, and don't forget to add the index here. And in catch block, we want to console log error. But for now, if you go back to Chrome, as you can see, there's a message from server. So we want to put some message here so to indicate user that, you know what, you just deleted one of the addresses here, or we just set one of the addresses as the default address. So we have to create data, and then we have to return message empty, and then we copy this. In here we do this dot message equals to response dot message. Copy this, and we pass it in here as well. So if it goes to this part, it will take the response.message from the success response, and if we come to this part, it will take the error message instead. And now let's implement the set default on set default, and same thing, we have to pass in the ID, and here will be let response await this axios put API addresses set default, and pass in the ID, because if you go to routes, let's go to address.js, and if you go to set default, we are using request.body.id, hence why we have to pass in the body. And after that, we just want to copy this, but we don't want to do this because we are not doing any changes to the array. And finally, once we have updated the user's address field, we want to refetch the user's data so that in our vuex, we're gonna have the newly addressed information. So await this of fetch user, and then in the error block, copy this, paste it here. So now let's map this addresses and loop it, and go to address. You're gonna see this address node, and here you want to do v4 address in addresses, and then pass in the key, which will be address.id, and then here you just want to change this to address.fullname. Copy this, paste it here, which will be street address, and then this will be address.city, address.state, and address.zip code, and put a double curly braces, and here will be address.country, and then finally this will be address.phone number. And I made a mistake here. You shouldn't put all of this in one curly braces. It has to be separate, so it has to be like this, hence why it shows an error just now. And alright, already closed down. But for edit, we're gonna leave it first. We're gonna focus on delete and set as default. So click on delete address and then pass in the ID, which is the address ID and the index. So we gotta copy this, go to for, and then we'll put this address and index so that it will turn the object and as well as the position of that object in the array, so that we can do splice later on. And for set as default, click on set as default, and you just need to pass in the address ID. And I made a mistake here, so you gotta change to click. Make sure you spell it correctly. And then let's go to our Chrome and check the outcome. And then we have it, the data Stanley Marvel Street, which is the address that we added in the past. But the phone number is not showing up. So let's check our editor and go to phone number. It's supposed to be capital N. And let's go back and it should show up. There we have it, the correct phone number. But before we want to test our delete and set as default methods, we have to change this message from server and map it to the message model. So let's go to our editor and let's find message from server and let's map it to message. Okay, let's go back. It's supposed to be empty. Alright, so if we click this button, if you go to Atlas and if you go to users, and our current user is actually Mike, and then it will update this user address to the address that we chose. So let's go to client and let's click this button, and it says response is not defined. And if you check properly, the reason why it says response is undefined is because we try to put response object under the catch block, which we shouldn't do. We should put error.message like this, and we gotta change it for our on delete as well. So change error.message. Save this. Let's go back and let's refresh our address page, and let's try to click set as default again. We're gonna get internal server error. So let's go to our and check what's the error. API address is set default 500. How do we debug this kind of problem? So let's go to our address.js, and the only way for us to do that is to put console log error. And let's go back and let's refresh and let's click this again. It will pretty much give us the error like request failed with, see, as you can see, it shows the error that we got from the server. And let's see what's the problem. User is not defined. So let's go up, and we forgot to call the users model or user schema in here. Okay, so save it and let's refresh. Okay, and let's click set as default again. Successfully set this address as default. Good. So let's go back and refresh this page, and our user will have an address field by now, especially for Mike. There we have it, address and object ID. Awesome. So now let's go to editor again, and let's go to add.vue, and we want to add a new address. So after the user successfully added a new address, we want to route or navigate a user to address page. So let's go to client and let's add here, and let's add a new address. Let's say Gotham. Just copy this and paste it here. Then you want to add, and now as you can see we have two addresses. And let's delete one of the addresses. Let's delete Stanley. And then we have, and it deleted one of the addresses. So let's set this as default, set as default, and successfully set this address as default. Awesome. We have successfully implemented the delete and as well as the set as default features. So now let's add a navigation for this at address. So go back here and you want to go to index.vue. Let's find that at address. Where is it? There we are, at address. This is the part. And apparently I already added for you guys. So if you click this, it will just go to the other one. You can go back here. Awesome. And if we click edit, it will go to the same page as add address. Instead, all of the input field will have a placeholder that has the value of the address. So let's implement that in the next video. In this video, we are going to implement the edit feature so we can update an address. So let's go to our editor, and we gotta fix one thing, because if you go to address.js, our request.body is deliver instructions, not delivery instructions. So if you go to add.vue, it says delivery instructions. So you wanna remove y from here and save it. And now let's copy this page, and you wanna create a new file and give it a name id.vue. And we're gonna fix a few things. For example, if you go up and you want to change this, add a new address to update address, as well as the button below. So let's say update address, and even this one will say on update. And you want to go down and you want to change to on update address as well. And finally, you want to change this to put instead. And the next thing we need to do is we need to add another Axios call in here that will be able to fetch this single address API. But we did not create that API, especially that get a single address API. So let's go to our address.js. And as you can see, we did not create that specific API. We just created the put, delete, and put. We didn't do the get. So let's do that. So above this, let's write router. The reason why we are creating this route is so that we can map the value from this API to each of the input placeholder. So let's continue, and then addresses, ID, verify token, async request and response. And after that, you want to do try and catch. And here you want to do let address equals to await find one ID, and then it will be request.params.id. And then you want to response address will be address with success true. And then you want to copy the status and paste it inside. And we want to put a note above it. So let's just say get API. And after that, we want to go back to our id.vue. And when we want to do another Axios call, which would be single address equals to Axios get, and that will be string notation, API addresses, string notation params.id, and then we have to pass in the params here, remove await, because we are going to do promise.all. So let countries response, address response, await promise.all. Now you want to pass in this two Axios call inside, so you'll run in parallel. And the last thing we need to do is we need to map the address data to each of the input field placeholder. So let's go up, and you want to begin with the full name placeholder equals to address.fullname. And then you want to copy this entire placeholder, and you want to paste it in street address. And as for street address true, we want to ignore it because we're just going to map it to the street address input field. And then next one is vmodel city. So paste it here and change to city. And this one will be state, zip code. And then phone number. And then delivery instruction. Make sure it says deliver instructions. And then remove this placeholder. And last but not least is security code. And as well as remove this placeholder. I think that's about it. So save it. Let's go back to our Chrome and let's refresh first. Okay, and then when we click this edit button, it will go to a new page. So we need to go back. We need to add that in our index.vue. So go to edit button and let's copy this and then paste it here and change it to update. And here you want to change to a nux_ling. This would be changed to 2, and you want to do string notation inside, which would be address, and then address.id, and change this to nux_ling. Save it. Let's go back. Okay, if you click edit, and now we got all the data except for delivery instructions because we misspelled the name. And now if we click update, we want to update all of this. So now let's try to update this address. So let's change this to check, and then just change it to any security code, and let's update. And we got an error. Let's inspect and see what's the error about. This Axios API. Obviously we forgot to do string notation here. So string notation, and then we're gonna add the params, this dot route dot params dot id. Okay, save this. Let's go back and let's refresh this page, and let's change it again to jack. And let's update, and it should update. There we have it. It updates the data. So now, since we have implemented the edit feature, we have to implement one last thing. So now we need to fix our deliver to California to deliver to the city or country. We can choose either city or country, but I think I'm gonna choose country instead. So let's go to our navbar. So go up, click navbar, and you want to change this to off state user dot address dot country. And then we gotta go back to our API and to make sure that we populate the address or not. So let's go to off, and then let's check the get user, which will be in here. Clearly we did not populate the address field, so let's populate that. Okay, save it. Let's go back, refresh. There we have it, delivered to United States. I think we should choose city instead. Let's go to navbar and change this to city. This is too long. Okay, deliver to Silicon City. I think I misspelled silicon. I add additional L there. But I think we have completed our address section. This is everything about address. You can add, you can edit, you can delete, and then you can set one of the addresses as the default address. This is really amazing. In the next section, we will implement the most exciting feature ever, which is to add to cart. So we want to add the products that, for example, like Harry Potter book or Game of Thrones. And when you click one of this, and when you click add to cart button, it will increment the number in here from 0 to 1, from 1 to 2. And then we're going to implement a cart
Hello
page.
everybody.
And
Finally,
page,
we have come this far where we
system.
are going to
so
build
it's going to be an
the
exciting
add to
part
cart
in the next section.
so that
I'll
our
see you
user
guys in
can
the next
add
video.
products to the cart. We need to structure the HTML page first before anything. So I have uploaded a file in the lecture, and I'm waiting to download the file and copy the content. So I'm going to open it up, and I'm going to open the file, and you want to copy this entire file and open up your client folder and open pages folder and create a new file and give it a name cart.vue. And you want to paste it here. Saved it, and let's go back to our Chrome and let's visit localhost 9000 cart and see the content. There we have it. This is the shopping cart page. It is the same as the Amazon's one. And if you see this recently viewed items, this will be dummy data for the time being, but this will be related to browsing history later on. So in this section, we are going to focus on building this entire add to cart feature. So I'll see you guys in the next video. What is vuejs? Vuejs is a state management. When we have a single source of truth, it is easier for all of the components to use. For example, we implemented the login page. When we click login, we mutated the off state from login false to login true. And if you realize, we actually use the offState.user in components like review page, navbar, and finally we use it in profile. It made our life easier when we have vuejs. but only use vuex if many of the components required to use it. So as in for auth object, our navbars like the hello and then the user's name and then even the address of the user, we need to access the auth object, right? So it is easier if we can put it in one single source of truth and we can just communicate with that data. Like even review page, we need the auth object as well, and even profile, we need the auth object as well. Why do we have to replicate it in every single page or every single component? Well, we can put it in one single source of truth. Just think of state as giant big JavaScript object. Whatever you put it in the state, it will go there, like auth. And then after this, we're going to have cart. So that is actually what is vuex. It's just a giant JavaScript object. So for our add to cart feature, there are components and pages that will need to access the cart object. So we need to put the cart object in our state. So as you can see, first we have cart on the navbar that requires to communicate with the cart object. And then we have another page that we're going to create in the future where you can review your order, you can check like estimated delivery, and below the estimated delivery will be the cart content. So we need to communicate with the cart object as well. And then when we click add to cart, it has to communicate with the cart object as well to increase the number of products in the cart. And then finally we have obviously the cart page, which we just created in the past video, where this will be all of your products in the cart. As you can see, there are a lot of pages and components that need to communicate with the cart objects, hence why we need to put this cart object in a vuex so that all of our components or pages can communicate with that object. So this is the diagram of what is vuex. There's actions, mutations, state, and view components. So let's go through it one by one. So actions are when you click a button, like when you update or add a product, that is considered an action. And next is mutation. Mutations are when you want to change the state. So in this case, when you click a button, it will increase the cart length from 0 to 10. Depends on how many products you add to the cart. So that is a mutation. We mutate the cart length. So let me put it in a sentence. When you click a button, it will mutate the state and the view component will re-render that newly updated state. Simple as that. So here is add to cart, and then this is the vuex single source of truth. As you can see, there are states like auth, cart, and product quantity. And then there are methods which we can add to cart. It's not supposed to be methods, it's supposed to be actions. It's the same thing. And as you can see, this is the vuex. It's just a huge JavaScript object. There's auth, cart, and product quantity will be state. Actually, method is actions. To be honest, we have touched vuex when dealing with authentication. We store the auth user object in a state. This is the auth null. And once we actually log in, it will change to object, and then there's login true, strategy, and then the user's object. In the next video, we will implement our vuex. So we're going to create a state, and then we're going to create an action. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Since we already learned about vuex, now it is time to implement it. So let's go to our index.js _ folder, which is the vuex file. And then we want to create export cons state. And this would be all of our state. We're going to have cart, which would be an array, and then cart length, which would be 0. We want to create actions, so export cons actions. And the name of the action that we're going to implement first is add product to cart, and then state commit, and then the product. I'll explain to you line by line after this. So now let's just write the code. Cart product equals to state.cart.find, and then prod will be prod.id equals to product.id. If not product, then commit push product to cart. So in order for you to create an action, you need to pass state and commit. State is because we want to access the state here, cart and cart length. And then commit gives us the ability to access mutations function. And if you see this commit, this is how we're going to access the mutation functions later on, which we have to create. product is the product that the user will add. And the logic here is simple. First, we check in our cart state to find whether the product that the user about to add exists or not in the cart. Hence why we are doing equals to product that the user will add and a product in the cart. We check, does it exist? If the product doesn't exist, then we want to push that product to the cart by passing this product that the user want to add. And this will be sent to our mutation function later on. Else, if the product does exist in the cart, we simply just want to increase the quantity of the product, which is another mutation function that we have to create later on. And then we pass in the product that we want to increase the quantity of. And finally, another mutation function just to increase the length of the cart. So it is really simple. We just learn about state and then we learn about action. So in the next video, we will learn on how to implement these 3 mutations functions. You must be wondering, why not just do the push to cart in here and increment product here, and as well as increment cart length here? Can we just do it in one action? We can do that, but the convention of Vuex is better to separate when you want to mutate a state in a separate function, which is in mutations, and action simply just to navigate which mutation that you want to use. So we are actually following the best practice. So I'll see you guys in the next video where we're going to implement the mutations function. Hello everybody, in this video we are going to create 3 mutation functions so that we can mutate the cart state. So let's go and do that. Type export const mutations. And then the first mutation function will be push product to cart. And then we have to pass in the state so that we can access the cart state. And then the product, which will be from this commit. And we type product.quantity equals to 1, and then state cart.push product. This mutation function is pushing the product to cart for the first time. We add an additional key to our product object, which is quantity equals to 1, and then we push the product into the cart state. Very simple. That is the logic of push product to cart. And then the next mutation function would be increment product quantity, and then we want to pass in state and a product as well. So in here will be pretty much the same. It will be product.quantity, but instead of setting into 1, because the product already exists in the cart, we do ++, and then let index of product equals to state cart.index of passing the product, then do state.cart.splice index of product 1, and then product. This mutation function will update the quantity. So if the product already exists in the cart, then we just want to update the quantity. And then we have to update the old product in the cart with the updated version of the product, because we increment the quantity by 1. To do so, we have to search for the index of the product in the cart, which is index of. Let's say in the cart there are apple, orange, and mango. So how do we find the position of orange? JavaScript has a function called index of. By passing orange in here, the index of product will be product is 1, because it is 0, 1, index 0, and then index 1. So we just want to get the position of that product. So by getting the position of product, we have to update the product, the old product in the cart. So let's say we want to update this orange into something different, like for example we want to change it to banana. So by passing banana in here, we are replacing the object of this position, which is orange, to banana. So now once we have run this function, it will be because we have to update our cart product. If we just increment the quantity, then the product in the cart will be the same. It won't change because we did not update the product in the cart yet. So hence why we have to do splice to do so. And the final mutation would be increment cart length, which we have to loop the cart. Just pass the state. We don't have to pass the product because we just want to loop the cart, and we do state.cart length will be 0, and then if state.cart.length is greater than 0, then we do state state.cart.map, and then product, which should be state.cart_lang plus product.quantity, and then we save it. Simple as that. So increment cart logic is super simple. Whenever this mutation function runs, it will always set the cart to 0. It will revert the cart lang to 0. Then we check if the cart lang, if the actual cart.lang is greater than 0, meaning there are products in the cart. Then we want to loop the cart by using map function, and then we add the product quantity to cart lang. So let's say the quantity of the product is 3, 4, and 5. So by adding to cart lang, it will be plus 3, and then we plus 4, and final will be plus 5. So the final result in cart lang will be 12. So the goal of this increment cart lang is to just accumulate all of the product quantity and make it equivalent to the cart lang. In the next video, we will implement the add product to cart action on our product page. I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we will import our add product to cart action in our product page. Let's do that. So go to our product page, which is id.vue, and you want to import the action. So do import map actions from vuejs. And then now you want to open up method and type spread operator, map actions, and then type add product to cart. Map actions is a function by vuejs, and its purpose is to map all the actions in our vuejs file, which is index.js, to methods. This triple period is to get all the value in the array, in our case all the actions, but we only have one actions, so it will map only one action to the method. Now we can simply call the add product to cart function in our template. So we can just copy this add product to cart, and let's find our add to cart button. Just type add to cart, which is this part, and you want to add it here. Click equals to add product to cart, and then you want to supply a product in here so that it will push the product to the cart state. Save this, because if you go to index.js, we supply the product in here. So this is the product that we're gonna get from the specific parameter, and I think we are ready to test it out. So let's go to our Chrome, and you want to go to the main page and click any of the products and open up your dev tool, the Vue dev tools. Open it up, and you want to change to your state, and then you want to click this gray color button so that you can see changes in the state. So now let's try to click add to cart button and see what's gonna happen. So it shows push product to cart and increment cart lang. It calls these two mutations. Why? Because this is the first time we push a product to this cart, as in like this specific product. There are no products exist in our cart yet, so this will be push product to cart. But if you click it again, it will be increment product quantity instead, because the product already existed in our cart, and it will just, and the increment cart lang will always be called. So if you click this load state, and there's a cart here, and there's only one product in our cart, but the quantity is 2. But what if you want to add another product? Let's go and click Game of Thrones and click add to cart. Again, push product to cart because it's a new product. And if we load the state again and close this, and you can see there are 2 products in here, and the cart lang is 3 because Game of Thrones, the quantity is 1, while Harry Potter is 2. So let's try to increase one more, and then let's load the state again, and the lang will be 4. So now we can call this cart object, and we can map it to our cart.vue page. So if you go to cart, so now we can map all of this product to here, and we can also change this 0 to the cart lang. I'll see you guys in the next video. In order for us to map the state to our navbar here, which is the cart lang, we need to add getters in our index.js file. So let's go to our editor, and you want to type here export const getters. Getters is to get the state. That's all. We just want to return the state and map that state corresponding component. So we need to type, for example, since we want to get the lang of the cart, we type get cart lang, and then we pass in the state, and we just want to do one thing: return state dot cart lang. That's all we want. We just want the value of cart lang. So if you go to navbar under components, and you want to go down and you want to type import. Since we have to map the getters to our cart component, we have to type map getters from vuejs. But how do we map these getters? Do we have to put it in methods? Because methods is only for actions. But do we put map getters to data? We are not gonna map getters. It's not gonna work this way. We have to use computed properties to actually map the getters so that we can use get cart length. So you must be wondering, what is computed? Computed property allow us to define a property, which is something like get cart length, to use the same way as data, which is, it is the same thing as data actually. But the only difference is in computed, we can add some custom logic. So for example, in data, when we return, it's gonna be like name, and then we cannot do any computation here, or we cannot do any like custom logic in this name property. But in computed, you can do name, but you have to make it as a function, and then you have to return, and then you can do any logic you want. You can say jack plus 1 plus sparrow. So we can use this name property under computed, and then we can just simply put it here, and then we can just put it like name. Super simple. So remember, you only want to use computed if you want to do some logic, or you want to do some custom logic in it, like any logic that you could think of, then you can use computed. We never used computed before, except right now, because we need to map the getters in our computed. This is the convention way. You cannot map getters to data, so you can only map getters to computed, hence why we have to use computed. But in the future, in index.js, under these getters, we're gonna have some getter function that will do some computation. It kind of makes sense to map it to computed. So right now, let's remove this, and let's remove this, and now we can pass this get cart length, and then we can find that cart, which is will be nuxling to cart, and then this will be get cart length. Simple as that. It will just return the length of the cart from the state. So if we go back, and if we go back to our main page, and let's add some product into our cart. So let's add Harry Potter, and let's simply click add to cart. And as you can see, it increased. The cart length is now 3, 4, 5. And if we go back to inspect and check our Vue dev tools, and as you can see, if you load the state, and now we have one object, which is one product, and but the quantity is 5, which is correct. So we have successfully mapped the state to the corresponding components. In the next video, we are going to go to cart, and we're gonna map the cart data to the shopping cart. So I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we are going to map the cart object in the vuejs, and then we're gonna map it to our shopping cart. So let's go ahead and do that. So go to your editor, and you want to go to cart.vue, and down here you want to type script, and then you want to import getter map from vuejs. But we haven't created the getter for getting this cart state, so we have to go to index.js, and you want to type get cart, pass the state, and then will be return state.cart. Simple as that. And then now we can go back to cart.vue, and then we can create computed properties, and then we can type ... which is spread operator, map getters, and then we want to call get cart. We can copy get cart and find list of the item, which is this part. And now here you want a v4 product in get cart, and I pass the key, which would be product._id, and we want to map all the data here. So product will be in here, will be src, should be colon, and then product.photo, and then we have product title. We change this to product.title, and then this will be product owner, so this will be product.owner.name, and then we go down quantity. This will handle this section later on. Then product price, which will be product.price,
and that's all. You want to save it, you want to go back, and there we have it, all the products that we added. So let's say we add a new product. Let's say we add another product, which would be Game of Thrones. So if you add, and if we add to cart and go back to our cart, there we have 2 products in here. But now we have to fix our price because the price is not 39. The price is supposed to be 39 times the quantity of the product. So we're gonna go back and we're gonna go to price. Let's find price. So we're gonna do a little bit of computation here, which will be product price times product dot quantity. Save it, and then we have it 195, which is correct because if we multiply 39 times 5, it will be 195. Now we haven't figured out how to accumulate the total price. So how do we do this? So let's go back to our index.js file, and then we have to type get cart total price, pass in the state here, and then you want to type let total equals to 0. We just want to compute all of the prices in our cart. So if you compute 195 plus 89, it will be 284. So we want that total price. So let's go back and let's do state.cart.map. So we want to loop all the product, then product, and then we want to do total plus equals to product dot price, and then we have to multiply it with product dot quantity. And after that, you want to return the total because we have to return it. Now let's go back to our cart.vue. Let's go down and let's put here get cart total price. Let's see the name, it is the same. All right, let's go back, and now we can call this get cart total price getter, and then we can set it to our total price, which would be cart total price, and then we can change this to get cart total price. So if we go back, it will be 284, which is correct. And now we want to change this 99 to 284 as well. So let's find that subtotal. Here we are, and then get cart total price, and it will be 284 as well. And then we want to change this subtotal to item to the total products in our cart, which is 6. So let's go back to our editor, and you want to go down, and you want to call one more thing, which is get cart length, and copy this, and you want to find subtotal, change this to get cart length, and let's find another subtotal, save it, let's go back, and now we have subtotal 6 items. Same goes to here as well. So now if you refresh the page, the whole product in the cart will disappear. This is not the correct behavior that we want for our shopping cart feature. We want the data to persist. We're gonna fix this in the next video. Let's add a couple of products to our cart. Go to Amazon homepage, and let's go to Harry Potter, and let's add to cart. And then if we refresh, it will disappear. There is a way to fix that problem, but before that, we need to fix one single problem before we make our vuejs persisted. So let's add Harry Potter product. I want to show you the bug. So right now, if you add, the quantity increases, but if we go back to Amazon, if we go back to Harry Potter, and if we try to add, you can see that it shows not a number because it's updating the new product quantity, not the old product. So in order for us to fix that, we have to go back to Visual Studio, go to index.js, and you want to go to add product to cart, and then in this else statement, it has to be cart product, or else the quantity will be undefined. And if we save this, go back and refresh, and if we add to cart, it shows 4. So if you go back to homepage, and if you go back to Harry Potter, and then now if you click add to cart, then it will update the quantity of the product in the cart instead. So now let's go to our cart, and then now our goal is to make this product persisted so that when we refresh the page, it will still stay there. So to do that, we have to go back to our editor, and then you want to cancel your client, and then you want to npm install vuejs persisted state --save, and then you want to go to plugins. This will be our first time creating a plugin file, so new file, and name it local storage.js, and then you want to type import create persisted state from vuejs persisted state, and then export default. Then you want to add store, and here window.js, on nux ready, callback function here, and then create persistent state and an empty bracket in here, and then we want to pass the store here. Let's close this down. So this library will store the vuex state like cart or cart lang into the local storage or cookies, so that when we refresh the page, the vuex will grab the cart and cart lang from local storage or cookies and store it into vuex once again. So what is going on here? First, we import the create persistent state. It is a function that has been created by vuex persistent state library. And then when nux is ready, when the nux app is ready, we want to pass that store to our cookies or local storage so that it can map the local storage or cookies back to our store. So it is just utilizing the local storage or the cookies. That's all. There's nothing special about it. And the last thing we want to do is we want to go to nux.config.js, and we have to import that plugins. So by adding a plugin, as you can read here, plugins will load before mounting the application. When the app was about to mount, then it will run that specific function, which is create persistent state, and then it will actually map the local storage value or cookies to our vuex store. So now we want to add the plugin in here, which will be src, then plugins, and then the name of the file that we just created, which will be storage local storage.js, and then we want to add ssr false, and let's save this, and let's go back to our page and let's refresh this page. Oh, sorry, we need to start the server back, which run port 9000 npm run dev. So let's go back and let's try to refresh this page. Okay, let's try to add a couple of products. Try to add this, and let's try add another product, which would be Game of Thrones. Go to cart, and let's try to refresh it. And as you can see, the data persisted because we have upgraded our vuex to work together with local storage and cookies. This library is amazing, or else we have to manually map the vuex to local storage and cookies. So if you go to application and let's check local storage, as you can see, if you click vuex and if you go down here, let me make it bigger, and you can see that there's a cart state, off state, and cart lang state. You can ignore off because off has already been persisted before by the library, but we gotta focus on cart and cart lang, which we persisted in the local storage. And it did not save in cookies, it just saved in local storage. So there's no vuex here. So it's only saved in local storage. So right now we don't have the ability to change the quantity of our product, as you can see, or delete the product. In the next video, we will implement the change quantity feature so that user can change the quantity of the product. I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we will add the change quantity feature so that user can change the quantity of the product. Let's head to our index.js and create a new mutation function. So go here, and you want to go to index.js and scroll down to your mutations, and we want to add a new mutation function, which will be change quantity. And then we want to add the note up here of what is the algorithm. So the first step is to find the product in the cart, and then second is to change the quantity of the product once we have found the product in the cart, and then we want to update the length of the cart, and finally we want to replace the old product with the updated product. So let's write it down. In change quantity, you want to pass in state, and then product, and then the quantity. We're gonna get this quantity from the front end. So let's find the product in the cart first. Go to state.cart.find, and then prod underscore id equivalent to product id, and then after that we want to do cart product dot quantity equals to quantity. So this will be first step, second step, and now is the third step is to update the length of the cart. So we can just copy this, and it's not a good idea to actually copy the same thing that have been written over and over again, but we just want to test it first, then only we can refactor this and put it in a separate function. And last thing, we want to replace the old product with the updated product. So let index of product equals to state.cart.index of cart product, and then we're gonna get the index of the product in the cart. And then you want to do splice so we can replace the old product with the updated product. So state.cart.splice, and then index of product, and then we want to pass in the cart product. So now we can call this in our front end, which is in cart.vue page. So now let's head back to our cart.vue, and you want to find that select, which is the quantity select. And the first thing we want is we want to loop this so that it will have more than one quantity. So you can choose 1, 2, or 3, and 4. v4 I in 10. Let's keep it maximum 10. Key will be I, and then the value will be I, and then this will be I. Save this. Let's go back to our Chrome and check the quantity. And then now we have more than one quantity. We can choose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 until 10. And then let's go back and let's implement a function where we can actually call the mutation function. So you want to add methods here, and then on change quantity, and then you pass in even and product, and then you want to do let equals to quantity equals to even.target.value. So by doing even.target.value, we can access the value of the option, which will be, if you go back to select, we can access the value of the specific option tag. So now we want to do this.store.commit change quantity. Then we pass in product and as well as the quantity. So we can actually call directly the mutation function. The reason why I don't want to put it in action because it's just one line. So I think it's better we can just directly call the mutation function here. And let's call this on change quantity in our select. And in select, you want to do at change equals to on change quantity. And then you have to pass in an even parameter and the product. So save this and let's go and test it out. Let's go to Google Chrome, refresh this page, and you want to open up your Vue Dev tool so that we can see the changes. Go to your state, and then let's change this quantity to 5. And it did change the price and as well as the total price, but we have a problem. If you can see the cart, it shows 052. Why is that? If you go back to our editor, the data type for this value is actually not a number, it's a string. So to fix that, you want to go here and we want to convert this string to int. So the best way to do that is to type parse int so that it will convert the string into number, because when string and numbers are added together, it will become a string. That's why it shows 052. So let's save this and let's test it again. Let's refresh. And as you can see, it's still 052. So we have to go to our application. We have to remove the vuejs. And we have to go back to Amazon and refresh first. And I want to click Harry Potter, add to cart. Let's go back here and click Game of Thrones, add to cart again. And let's go back here. And if we change this to 7, now it worked because now it is not a string anymore. It is a number. So this is really amazing because if you change this quantity, now the price will change in even the total price and even the cart length as well. But if we refresh the page, this quantity will be back to 1 and 1. So how do we make it to the original quantity? So let's go and to our select. We have to add a selected value here. And for us to do that, we need to create a small method which will be check quantity, and then product quantity, and then the quantity that we got from the option. And then if we want to parse both of this equals to parse int, and even the quantity we want to parse, we return true, else we want to return false. Save this and copy this and go back to select. And let's pass the function here.
and then pass in the product quantity, and then as well as the value of I. Save this, and then let's refresh this page. And as you can see now, it shows the quantity that we chose. So let's change this to 7, and then if we refresh, it will be 7. We have completed our quantity feature in this video. So in the next video, we will add the ability for the user to delete one of the products in the cart. I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we will add the ability for the user to delete one of the products in the cart. Let's go to our index.js, and we have to add another mutation function, which will be remove product. And let's write the algorithm up here. And the algorithm is remove the product quantity from the cart length. And then the second one is get the index of the product that we want to delete. And the final one is remove that product by using splice. And in the parameter, you want to pass in the state and then the product. And the first, we need to remove the product's quantity from the cart length. So do state.cart length minus product.quantity. And after that, we want to get the index of the product that we want to delete. So let index of product equals to state.cart.index of and then product. And finally, we want to remove that product by using splice. So state.cart.splice, pass in the index of the product, and then we just want to remove one element from the cart array. So now we have to call this in our cart. So go to cart.vue, and let's find delete button, and we can directly call it here. So add click, which would be store commit, and then the name of the mutation will be remove product, and we simply have to pass in the product in here. Save it, and we have to make it single quote or else it won't work because it's already double quote, so we need to make it single quote inside. So save this, and let's go back to our cart. Let's try to refresh it first. And let's remove one of the product. Let's remove Harry Potter. And there we have it. It removes the product, and even it removes the product quantity from the cart length. And now the total price is 623, which is correct. And we can play around with it. We can change. And if we refresh, Harry Potter won't be there anymore. There we have it. Now we have implemented the add to cart feature. It is working correctly. And in the next video, we'll implement the payment system so we can complete our payment flow. I'll see you guys in this video. We are going to create our placeorder.vue page. So I have uploaded a file. I want to download the file and open up placeorder.vue, and I want to copy this and open up client, open up pages and new file, and paste it here, which will be placeorder.vue. And I want you to paste it here, and let's save it. Let's go back to our Chrome, and let's go to placeorder. So this is the placeorder page. We're gonna loop the cart product in here, and then we're gonna map the address of the user, and then we're gonna map the total price in here, and we're gonna create an API for our shipping. So when a user chooses 7 days or 3 days, then this date will change according to the user input. So it depends. If the user chooses 7 days from now, then the date will be 7 days from now as well. So that's what we're gonna do for this page. So I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we are going to map all the data from our vuex to this page, and as well as the shipping address that we're gonna get from off, which is from vuex as well. So let's go ahead and do that. So go to editor, and we need to import the getters first. Map getters from vuex, and then here you want to do compute it, and then map getters, which will be get cart and get cart total price. So we want to copy get cart, and let's go find
Okay, let's do user's address first. So change this to off.state.user.address.full name, and copy this and paste it here. Same for this one as well. Oops, I added full name here, my mistake. And then country, which will have to remove the full name as well. And finally, the phone number. And after that, we want to loop all the products in the cart. So let's find cart, which I have left a note here. And we want to loop this a row. So let's loop it here. And then we do v4 product in get cart. And then pass in the key, which should be product.id. And then let's change the photo at colon here. And then product.photo. And then here will be product title. Oops. Product.title. And this would be product.owner.name. And then this will be product price. So we have to do product.price times product.quantity. And then this will be quantity. So let's change this to product.quantity. And let's search for delivery option. We're going to do later. Let's scroll down. Cart's total price. Let's change this, which will be get cart total price. Shipping and handling we'll do later. Total price with shipping. So we're gonna have to add the total price of the cart plus with the shipping, but we will do this in the future. Same goes to total price with the shipping here. And I think that's about it. So save it. Let's go back. There you have it. It looks really nice. The shipping address and as well as the product. So in the next video, we will create the shipping API so that we can consume it and complete our delivery option feature. I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, we will create the shipment delivery API so that when you choose one of these delivery options, then this date will change, and as well as shipping and handling will increase, will be depending on which option that you choose. So let's go to our server. And you want to create a new route, and we're going to put it under payment.js and copy this router. Actually, we can just type it ourselves, but I'm just gonna do router here. And then after that, what you want to do is you want to do router.post shipment, and then we want to do request and response. There will be no async in here. And then we want to let shipment if request.body.shipment equals to, let's say, normal, and then we want to do shipment equals to something. You want to do else, you want to do shipment something as well. And then we want to return a JSON with success true, and then shipment will be shipment. We have to create a data structure for our shipment. So it's just going to be an object, basic object. So const shipment equals to normal. Let's say when you choose a normal delivery, then we're going to have price 13.98. And then we have how many days, which will be 7. And then we have fast delivery, which will be price 49.98. And then days, which will be 3. And then we got to do a function that will calculate how many days from now that we're going to get. For example, like if today's date is 23 of November, then it will be 30th of November if we choose normal shipment. And if you choose fast shipment, it will be 26 November. So let's create a function and name it shipment price. And then we pass in the shipment option, which will be in here. We're going to pass in the shipment option in here later. And how do we calculate dates? We need a new library. So I want you to go to your server, cancel your server, and npm install moment. It is a library for date, time, and so on. So now we have to require that library, require moment. Oops, I don't know how to spell. Yep. And in here, we want to do let estimated equals to moment. Then we put at shipment option dot days, and then return the day, which is we want to add the day, and then format will be ddd month, and then we want to return estimated, and price, which would be shipment option dot price. I will explain to you guys after this, so let's continue. And then in here you want to do shipment price, which is the function that we just created. Copy it, paste it here, and then we want to pass shipment dot normal, because if request.body.shipment is equals to normal, then we want to pass the shipment dot normal, which is shipment dot normal. And in here will be the opposite, so it will be shipment dot fast. So why can't we just put this inside here? Well, the reason why, because we want to avoid writing the same thing twice, which we did in the vuejs before calculating the length. So by doing this, it looks cleaner. And let me go step by step. So let me go through what is going on. So in here, we are creating an object. It's basically just an object that will have normal and fast. So normal will be normal delivery. You will have a price tag, which will be 13.98, and then how many days, which will be 7. So you're gonna get your order in 7 days once you click this normal shipment option. And for fast, we have price 49 and days we're gonna get in 3 days. So by having this object, which is a constant value, we create a function that will estimate the delivery date, because let's say a user ordered today, the date will be different. If the user ordered tomorrow, the date will be different. What is this moment? Moment is just a date library, a date or time manipulation library. So what is happening here is line is you are getting the current date. Let's say today's date is 23rd of November, and then you add how many days to the current date, which we are adding 7 in here. We are adding 7 days. D stands for days. And after we add it, and then we want it to be in a format of, for example, like 31st of January. So this is what we are trying to get. So once we get the estimated date, we return the estimated date and as well as the price, which will be just this shipment dot price. And in this router.post, when the user chooses one of the inputs, we're gonna do an if and else statement, which will check if shipment is normal, then we pass in the normal shipment. Else, if it's other than normal, then we want to do shipment.fast. Very simple, super simple. The goal is just to get the estimated and the price, and then we return the whole object, which is shipment, the whole shipment object, which we're gonna get this object back to the client. So we're gonna test it in the Postman. So before that, let's go to server and create a new payment routes. This one will be payment. Then copy this, change it to payment routes. So let's go to our Postman, open up a new tab and type localhost 3000 API shipment, and change get to post, click body, and let's type shipment normal. So you're gonna get, oh, we have to start the server first, so nodeman server. Let's go back and let's click send, and there we have it. We got shipment, which is estimated Tuesday, November 26, and the price will be 13.98. And by the way, today's date for me is 19th of November, not 23rd. I don't want to confuse you guys. So let's change this to fast. So if it's 19, then we're gonna get in 22nd. So let's change it to fast and send, and we're gonna get Friday, November 22nd. So we just want this data and put it on the delivery option later on. The API is working. In the next video, we will map this by calling the Axios call in the next video. I'll see you guys.
In this video, we are going to call our shipment API in async data and methods and map the data to estimated delivery and shipping handling price, and as well as store it in the state. After that, we are going to create a getter that will compute the total price in the cart and the shipping price. So let's go to our editor and go to placeholder.vue. There are two Axios calls that we need to call. The first Axios call is when we land on this page. We want to immediately call a shipment API by sending it the default data, which is shipment equals to normal, so that we get the 7 days delivery by default. So type async data, pass in Axios and store, because we want to access the vuejs in async data, and then do try and catch, and then let response equals to await Axios dot post and the shipment API, and then we want to pass to the body, which would be normal by default. And after that, we want to return the shipping price, which we're going to get from response.shipment.price, and then estimated delivery, which will be response.shipment.estimated. Because if you go to your payment.js, and as you can see, we are returning estimated and price. And if you take a look at the response.json, we are returning the shipment. So you have to type shipment.estimated and shipment.price to get the data. So let's go back here. And the last thing we need to do is we need to map the data we got from the API to the state. So we have to do a commit, which would be set shipping. Okay, let's call it price, and let's just copy this, and then estimated delivery, which will be response.shipment.estimated. And then now we want to go to our index.js, and we have to create a new mutation function, which would be set shipment, and then passing the state and price and estimated delivery. And then here we have to create two state. So let's call it shipping price 0 and shipping estimated delivery, which should be an empty string. And let's go down, and in here you want to do state dot shipping equals to price, and then state dot shipping estimate delivery equals to estimated delivery. And the reason why we are putting it in a state, because we want to use this on payment page later on. So let's go back to placeholder.vue, and what's happening in here is first we call the API to the shipment. So when we land on the placeholder.vue page, we're gonna call this API, and we're gonna send a default data, which is normal, because we want by default the user to have 7 days delivery, and the price would be 13.98. And after we get the data from the API, we want to store it in the state. And once we store in the state, we're gonna return the shipping price and estimate delivery, so that we can map these two data to our template components. So let's copy shipping price and find shipping, I think, and handling, yes, and change this to shipping price, and let's find November, and let's change this entire thing to estimated delivery. Save this, let's go back, and then we have it. This is the estimated delivery, and this is the shipping and handling price. Now it is time to create a method and map it to our radio input. So when user click one of this radio input, it will change accordingly, and it will change the estimated delivery and as well as the shipping handling. And now you want to go to the editor, and you want to go to placeholder.vue, and you want to create the methods, which would be async on choose shipping. Pass in a new argument, because this argument could be normal or fast.
And then after that, we want to copy this try and catch because it's gonna be very similar, and paste it here. And we're gonna make a few adjustments. First, we have to add this.axios.post, and then we have to change this to the parameter that we send to our onShipping function. And then after that, you have to add this and then a $ store if you want to access the vuejs outside of async data, which is in methods or in computed. And then in here, you want to remove return and remove this comma and change this to this.shippingPrice equals response.shipping.price, and this.estimated delivery equals to response.shipment.estimated. Save this, and now we want to call this method to our radio field. So let's find our radio field, and you want to add it in input type radio, change on shipping, and then you want to pass in, make sure it's a single quote and then normal. So you want to copy this, and let's find the second input field, which should be shipping fast, and paste it here and change this to fast. So now let's go back to our page, and if you click averages 7 business days, it will show Wednesday, November 27, and if you change to 3 business days, it will change to Saturday, November 23rd. So if you go to inspect console, and oh, I think we got an error, which is unknown mutation type. I think I misspelled the name. You want to copy this and go to index.js and find this. Seems like we misspelled the name of our mutation function, which is supposed to be set shipping. So we won't get any error after this. And now if you close this down, and now our shipping and handling is working accordingly. If we change the delivery option, even the estimated delivery, so now it is working really well for this page. But the last thing we need to do is we need to compute the total price of the products in our cart and as well as the shipping handling. So let's go and do that. Go to your editor again, and you want to go to index.js, and let's get a new getter. So copy this getter, and then you want to do get cart total price with shipping. I know the name is super long, but at least it is readable. And then you want to return total plus state.shipping price. And then you want to copy this, go back to your place order.vue, and we want to map it to our map getters. And copy this, and let's go find our total price, which is order total, and then change this to get cart total price with shipping, and as well as this part, which is total before tax. Let's go back, and there we have it. Now we have computed 445 together with 13.98, but if you change to average 3 business days, it will change to 494, which is working accordingly. But we need to make small adjustments. So if we refresh this page, we need to make it by default to choose averages 7 business days. So let's go back and let's find our on shipping normal, and let's just add check equals to check. Save this. Let's go back here and let's refresh, and there we have it. Now our place order page is complete. So in the next video, we will complete our payment page. I'll see you guys. Hello everybody. For the payment feature, we will be using Stripe to handle the payment processing. It is easy to use and developer friendly. I already signed up, and I suggest you guys should sign up first, then only we head to the dashboard. So I'm gonna click dashboard. So this is Stripe UI. It has the analytics record of when someone purchased your product, so you can see the amount of sales you can get. I want you to snatch the API key, so let's go to developers. You want to click API keys, and I already created the API keys, so I want to generate it. And once you generate it, click this reveal test key token, which is the secret key, copy it, and I want to paste it in our .env file. So let's go to our editor, and you want to go to server, and you want to go to .env, and you want to type Stripe secret key equals to the key here. These API keys are only for testing purposes, so you don't have to worry about it. When you want to go production, it will be a different set of secret key and public key. So now I want you to go to your server, cancel it out, and type npm install stripe-safe. We want to install the Stripe library in advance. So in the next video, we will create a payment page. I'll see you guys in the next one. I have uploaded the HTML file for payment.vue in the lecture, and I want you to download it. Open it up, and you want to copy this, go to pages, create a new file and name it payment.vue, and paste it here and close down the desktop one. And as you can see, I have put this Stripe CSS, which is provided by actually Stripe, and I copy and put it here so you don't have to go and waste your time find that Stripe element CSS. So that if you go back to our Chrome, if you go to payment, and it's just a basic page, there's nothing much. Our goal is to add the input field, and if you go to Visual Studio, under this node, we just want to put the input field, which provided by Stripe. So let's do that. So type div ref cart and then close the div. We're gonna mount the Stripe elements input field to this div tag. So in order for us to do that, first we need to import the library from Stripe. So go to nux.config.js, and right below this title you want to type script, an array, and then src, and then https js.stripe.com, and then version 3. Save this and make sure you add a comma here, or else your app will crash. So let's open up our app again, and without wasting time, let's go to payment.vue, and you want to go down and you want to open up a script tag, export default, and the first thing you want to do is you want to do data, and then you want to return error, and then Stripe, this would be Stripe object later on, and then cart. And after that, we need to use one of the new property, which is mounted, which we never touched before. So mounted is actually a property which will be called after the DOM has been mounted on the front end, so we can access the reactive components or as well as templates. One of the use cases of using mounted property is when you want to prepare or manipulate an HTML element, especially like in our case is the input field elements by Stripe. So right now what we have to do is you want to type this.stripe equals to Stripe, and then we want to pass in the public key. So let's go to Google Chrome, go to dashboard, open up your developers API key, and you want to copy this public key, go back here, and you want to paste it inside. And the next step is to type let elements equals to this, sorry, not elements, but elements equals to this dot stripe dot elements, and then this dot cart equals to elements dot create cart, and then this dot cart dot mount this dot refs dot cart. First we set the Stripe variable to a Stripe object, because now since we already imported library, we can access the Stripe object, and then we pass in the public key, and if the public key is valid, we can access the elements from Stripe, which is in case the input field that is custom made by Stripe, which is this part. Then the elements from Stripe will create an input field based on the parameter, which is cart, and then we have to set it to this dot cart. Finally, we mount the input field element on the cart based on the ref, which is, if you take a look properly, if you go up, as you can see, it shows ref. So we have to access this dot ref so that we can mount on this specific div tag. So let's see in action. So let's go back to our Chrome and let's go to client, and there we have it. We have the input field that is custom made by Stripe, and we have successfully mounted to the div tag. And remember, this .ref.cart has to be the same name as the one that you put here, which is the reference. If you put it in a different name, it won't work. So let's try to put cart x, or put x and save it, and it won't mount at that specific input. And as you can see, it shows missing argument because this .ref.cart doesn't exist. So let's change back and refresh again, and now it is working. Now we have an amazing input field by Stripe, and I think we are ready to build the API in the next video. I'll see you guys. Before we create the API for the payment, we need to create the order schema first. So let's go to our editor
and you want to go to server and open up models and create a new file and give it a name, order.js. And you want to copy one of this. Just copy category since I like to copy from here, and paste it here. And then you want to change this name to order schema. Copy this, paste it here, and change this to order. So this schema is specifically for once a user already made a payment and you want to store all the products in this order schema so that we can track which products that we bought. And then now you want to remove this. Then you want to type owner, type schema dot types object ID, and then reference to user. And after that we want to do products, and then it will be an array, and then this array we're gonna pass 3 fields, which would be product ID. Okay, we're gonna copy this, paste it here, and change this to product. And after that we're gonna do quantity number, and then price of that product, which should be number. And finally we want to add estimated delivery, which would be string. So we have created our order schema. First is who owned this order, which will be our user who bought the items or products. And then we're going to store all the products in here, which will be product ID. We're just going to pass in the ID so that we can populate later. And we pass in the quantity of the product, and then the price of the product, which is quantity times the actual price of the product. And then we have estimated delivery, which would be, is it on 27th of November, and so on and so forth. So in the next video, we are going to create our payment API. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello everybody, in this video we are going to create our payment API so that we can receive payments from customers. So let's go ahead and do that. You want to go to your payment.js under routes folder, and you want to scroll up. We need to import Stripe library because we have installed it previously, and then Stripe. And after that we need verified token to identify the user. It's in middlewares, verified token. And last but not least, we need the order schema. So let's go ahead and create our API. So go down, right beneath shipment, you want to type router.post, and then we name it payment, and then request and response arrow function. And after that you want to do let total price equals to math.round request request.body.total price times 100. So I will write the code first, and after this I'm going to explain to you what line by line does. So now type stripe.customers.create email request.decoded.email, and after that you want to do then customer arrow function return stripe.customers.create source customer.id. Source will be talk visa, and after that then again source return stripe dot charges dot create, and then amount would be total price, currency would be USD, customer will be source dot customer, and then finally another then. This is the final then, which will be let order equals to new order, and then let cart equals to request.body.cart, and then cart.map product. We loop all of this, and then we do order.products.push. We push to product ID, product.id, and then quantity. We want to parse that quantity into an integer just in case. Product quantity. And last but not least will be price, which will be product price. And after this loop, order.owner equals to request.decoded.id. Order.estimated delivery equals to request.body.estimated delivery. And then we simply save this. And actually we can do a sing here, in here, so that we can do a wait in here. And then we can go to any of the routes. Let's just copy the rest.status 500. Go here and I'm going to paste it to be catch. Paste this. So let's go line by line. What is total price? We get it from request.body.totalPrice, which will be sent from the front end later. But why are we multiplying it by 100? It is a standard Stripe procedure. We need to multiply by 100 no matter what. So if the price of a product is 300 and if you forgot to multiply it by 100, you will only receive $3 for a product that is worth 300, which is something that we don't want. So remember, always multiply it by 100. It is just the rule that Stripe has embedded. This will be our first time to use the then keywords. What is going on? Before this, we have been using a sing await to avoid callback function so that our code looks readable. But this one looks kind of the same. But chaining promise is much better than callback, because if you go to Stripe documentation on GitHub, they have provided a really clean chaining promise functions that we can just copy and use it. If you go down, this is the callback version, which is a little bit not so readable. So that's why we go for the promise chaining method instead, because it looks more readable. But don't worry, it is very simple. So let's go back to our editor. So in order for me to explain what this chaining method does, we have to go step by step from the very beginning, from this part. So the first method is we create the customer by passing the email of that users. That's it. So once Stripe has created a new customer, we then create a source of that customer. The source is simply the information of the user's debit or credit card. We're gonna get this from the front end anyway. So as you can see, it's like once Stripe has created a customer, then what you want to do. So after we have created the source of the customer, which is we get from the front end, which is the user debit or credit card. But I forgot to tell you that what is Toke Visa? Toke Visa is just token Visa, because we are in test mode. So we provided a syntactic token such as Toke Visa, but in production it's gonna be something weird combination of random characters. But for testing purposes, we're gonna pass in Toke Visa. So after we have created the source, we then want to charge our customer only if the card is valid. So let's say we already passed this part, which is the card is valid already. Then in here, we want to charge the customer. And then we pass in the amount, which is the total amount of price of the whatever product that the user is gonna buy. And then the currency that you want, which is in our case is US dollars. And then we pass in the source object from this part to here, because we want to charge the customer, hence why we need the source, which is the user's debit or credit card in here. So let's say after we have charged the customer, then in here, we want to do any custom logics. So you only go to this part only if the user's card already been charged. So in our case, we want to create a new order object, and then we want to get the cart data from the front end, which is the cart object from the vuejs. And then we want to loop all the products in the cart and push it to order.products.push, so we can store all of our products in there. Then we set our owner to the user's ID from the verified token. And then we want to set estimated delivery, which is from the order, to the request.body.estimated delivery. And finally, we do a sing await, because I don't want to do any callbacks like this in here. So hence why I just pass in a sing in here. Remember, if you want to apply a sing await, you cannot do a sing in here. It will return an error. So you have to do it within a function scope, which in this case is within this scope. And then as usual, if there's an error, we simply want to return with a status 500 with the error message. So since you guys already understand what is happening here, we will call this API in the front end in the next video. So I'll see you guys. In this page, we will call the API that we just created in the previous video in Stripe. So let's implement it right now.
Before that, we need to change the price of this dummy data to the real one from our vuejs store. So let's call our getters from the vuejs first. So go to your editor, and you want to go to your clients folder, scroll up, and then you want to go to payment.vue, and in here, in this script, you want to call the getters. So import map getters from vuejs. And after that, you want to map the map getters to our computed property. So down here, type computed, and then here, spread operator, map getters, and then let's go to our vuejs store and check the name that we need to import. Go down, and we need to get cart with total price with shipping. So let's copy this, go to payment, paste it here, go back here. And the reason why we need get cart is because when we do our payment, we need to send our cart to our payment API. As you can see, if you go to payment.js, we loop the cart. So we need to send our cart from our front end back to our API. And there's another one that we need to actually send. If you go back to payment.js, we send an estimated delivery. So if you go to our index.js, we don't have any of the estimated delivery getter. So we have to create it right now. So it is simple. So we just do get estimated delivery, pass in the state, and then we just simply return the estimated delivery from here. Shipping estimate delivery, you just want to return it. So copy this, save this, and don't forget to add state in the beginning. So you want to copy, you want to save this, copy this get estimated delivery, go back to payment.vue, and you want to paste it here. And now we can actually map our dummy data with get cart total price with shipping. So copy this, go to that 999 which I found here, and change with get cart total price with shipping. You don't want to get cart total price because you want to add the shipping price as well, so hence why we need this instead of get cart total price. So now we have this, so let's save it and let's go back to our Chrome and see the changes first. And then we have it, this is the total price with shipping. So now let's go back to our editor, and now we need to add our API in here. So underneath mounted, you want to type methods, and then you want to type async on purchase. So when the user click the button, this function will be called. And in here you want to do try and catch because we are doing async and await, and then let token equals to await this dot stripe dot create token this dot cart. So this line of code, Stripe will actually bundle up all the information which is coming from the this.cart information, like the cart's number, the cart CVC, and as well as the cart month, year, and so on. And Stripe will actually encrypt all of this information into a token for safety purposes, because we need to send this token back to our payment API. So now we need to do let response equals to await, and we have to call our payment API. Post, and then pass in the API, which is API payment, and then in the body you want to send token, the cart's information, and then total price will be the price from the getter. So we want to get cart total price with shipping. So this dot get cart total price with shipping, and after that you want to do cart this dot get cart, and then estimated delivery will be this dot get, let's see, estimated delivery. So let's just put it here. And after we have attached all this data to the API's body, then we want to check if response dot success, if it's true, then we want to do something here. Do something like redirecting to the home page. Let's go to payment.js, but after we have saved this, we didn't do any rest.json, so we have to do it. Rest.json, and then message will be successfully made a payment. So let's go back to here. So if success is true, then we want to do something here. Then we want to redirect the user to the orders route, but we don't have it yet, so we're just gonna push it to the main route first. But if you think logically, the moment a user made a payment, we want to clear out our cart. We want to remove everything in our cart. So we need to handle that in vuejs first. So let's go to our index.js and let's go up, and right below set shipping, you want to do clear cart, pass in the state. So basically we want to do is we want to revert all of the state to its original state in the beginning. So if you go up, you can just copy this entire thing, go down, and we can just add state here, dot, and equals to state.cart lang equal to 0. State.shipping price equals to 0. State.shipping estimate delivery equals to an empty string. So we save this. Oops, make sure you remove this comma. Save this. And now I want to go back to payment.vue. So now we want to call that clear cut action. So do this dot store dot commit clear cart, and it will be 0. So it will revert all of the state to its initial state. So now I think we are ready to test, but let's just add console log error here. So now we want to attach our on purchase to the purchase button. So add click here, which is on purchase. And then you want to go to payment.js, and we want to add verify token in our middleware because we forgot to add it, or else we're gonna have an error in here which will be undefined. Our request.decoded. So type verify token. And one last thing that we need to do is we need to go up here and we need to add in here our API keys. I think I pasted in the .env if I'm not mistaken. So let's go and grab this Stripe secret key, go back to payment.js and do process.env.stripe secret key. So I think we are ready to test. So let's go to our Chrome, and if you don't know where to get the cart numbers, the testing cart numbers, I suggest you to go to Stripe and then testing, and then you want to go to testing Stripe payments, scroll down, and you can copy one of the cart numbers here. In my case, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go back to client, paste it here, enter the month, and then the year has to be more than the current years, and the CVC and the zip code. And you want to open up your console to see if there's an error or not. So click purchase. So we have successfully made a payment. So let's go back to our dashboard for Stripe and refresh the page and see whether we have made any sales or not. There we have it. We have 458. So we have successfully implemented the Stripe payment. And if we go to our database, so if you go to orders, now we can see orders collection. And then now we have all the products. We have the array of the products, and then we have the owner, and we have the estimated delivery. We have successfully made a payment and store all our cart data, which is the cart products, in the order schema. So in the next video, we will create a new API called Order API so that we can fetch all our order data from the database, and then we're gonna map it to a orders page. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello guys, welcome back. In the previous video, we have successfully created the payment API, and then as well as implementing the payment API on one of our Nuxt pages, which is the payment.vue. And we have successfully cleared all the states, like the cart is gone now and the cart lang is 0. And now our goal is to create this orders page. So if you click, it will show this page could not be found. So that is our goal in this video. So I have uploaded the file, so I want you to download it, and I want to open orders.vue and copy this entire thing, and I want you to create a new page called orders.vue and paste it here. As usual, I put notes so that we can map the data later on. And now let's go back to the Chrome and let's refresh. Let's go to orders, and there we have it. This is the page that we are going to map all of our orders data. But as usual, we have to create the orders API first, and then only we're gonna call the Axios. So without wasting time, I'll see you guys in the next video where we're gonna create the orders API. I'll see you guys. So let's create the order API. So let's go to our editor, and you want to go to server, and under routes you want to create a new route and call it order.js, and you can copy category.js, this router, go back here and paste it here, and you want to const order equals to require models order, and after that we want to do router.get, and we want to get all the orders, and then async request and response, make sure the space here, and after that you want to try and catch, and here you want to do let products equals to await order dot find, because we want to find all the products that owned by the user. So we're going to pass in owner quest.decoded.id, and make sure that you pass in the verified token here. Verified token, and as usual you can just go to owner and just go up, or we can go to payment and copy verified token file path and paste it here. And after that we're going to do some chaining, which will be populate, because we've got to populate the owner field. So owner and products, which is the, if you go to models and you go to order.js, we have to populate this product ID. But think about it, if we manage to populate product.id, then we have to populate the owner of the product, which .populate won't solve. So let's see it in action. So product ID and then owner. Let's try to populate it, see whether it works or not, and then exact. Save this so that it auto indent, and then you want to do rest.json, and then success true, and then products, and then products. And after that, as usual, you want to do rest.status 500 JSON success false, and then message error.message. Okay, so we have to export this first, exports router, and then we're gonna go to server.js and copy this and change this to order routes, and copy this, change this to order routes, and don't forget to change to order. So we want to go to our Postman to test the order API. So let's open up here, and you want to type in localhost 3000 API orders, and then in our headers we have to make sure that we pass in the correct token. So in order for us to do that, we need to go back to our Chrome, and let's go to open up our inspect element and go to application, and you want to copy the token. So this is the token, so we want to copy it, go back here, and then we want to change it to authorization and paste it here to remove the barrier. Okay, so now we have the request.decoded. So let's send, and as you can see, it shows the product ID, but I think we made a mistake. So let's go back and let's go to order.js, and let's try to remove owner first. Save this and go back, and let's try to send it again, and then we have it. It did populate the products, but if you take a look at the owners, we still have to populate the owners and as well as the category. So how do we solve this problem? Introducing Mongoose Depopulate. It is a third-party library that enables Mongoose to go more than one level populate. So let's install it. So let's go back to our editor and type npm and make sure you are in the correct folder. So let's go to Node, cancel this, and then npm install Mongoose Depopulate -- save. And after that, we have to modify our order schema. So let's go to our order schema, go to models and go to order.js, and here we gotta call the library depopulate and mongoose depopulate. Okay, and what we have to do is we gotta type order schema dot plugin depopulate. You can think of plugin as in to have like a new ability. So order schema now have a new ability that will populate more than one level. So if we save this and if we go back to order.js and if you type that dot owner and if you try to send again, oh, I think we need to start the server first. Now we have a problem that says query.prototype.exec. So we just need to add deep populate. Save this. So now we're gonna have another error. Most likely because if you go to order.js, we forgot to pass in mongoose to this depopulate. So save this. And now we're not gonna see any error anymore. And let's go back to Postman. And let's try to send again. So now if you take a look at it, owner has been populated as well. So now order schema can populate more than one level. And the next thing is to populate category, but most likely we don't have to for this order page. Hence why we don't need to populate. We just need to populate owner. So now we have successfully populated all the data. And in the next video, we will actually map all this data to our orders.vue page. I'll see you guys in the next video. So in this video, we are going to call our API on our orders.vue page. So let's go ahead and do that. Go to orders.vue and you want to scroll down below and type script. And here you want to do export default and then async data. And don't forget to add axios in here. And after that, you want to do try and catch. And let response equals to await axios get, and then you want to do API orders, and you want to console log response dot products to see the content, and then you want to return orders response dot products. Why is it dot products? Because if you go back to your API and I'm responding with products instead. So now let's save this, but don't forget to add console log error here. And you want to refresh this page. Oops, let's go to our console log and see, you will see this array. And now we want to loop this array and map it to our order. And we want to loop this data and map it to our orders. So let's go back to our editor and you want to copy these orders, and let's go up because I left a couple of notes here so you can tell what to change. So here will be off state and then user dot name. And if you go down and then here you want to loop the order, so order in orders, and then you pass in the key which will be order dot id, and then here will be order dot estimated delivery, and then after the estimate delivery you want to go here and you want to loop, because we're gonna have a lot of orders and each order will have a lot of products, so we have to loop the products as well. And in here you want to type product in orders dot product, sorry, not orders or product, order dot products, I guess products, all right. And then you want to pass in the key here which will be product ID, and you're gonna find products image and just type src which will be product dot photo, and then products title, and then products quantity, products dot quantity, and then the product price will be product dot price. And I think that's about it. Save this. Let's go back to our Chrome and hopefully it will show the correct corresponding data. And as you can see, it doesn't show the correct data here because if you go back to our Visual Studio Code, we forgot to add product ID in here. So you have to add for this in here, then only it will work. Save this and let's refresh this again. And we have it. We have all of our orders. So
we have successfully created the orders page. You can play around, you can buy more products, and I'm gonna leave it to you guys to do that. So in the next video, we are going to implement the search API so that when you type any products in here, you click search and it will search all the products related to the keyword that you just type in. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello everybody, welcome back. In a previous section, we built our payment using Stripe, and we managed to buy all the products that we put in our cart, and we use Stripe so that we can send the money to whichever own this website, which is Amazon, obviously. In this section, we are going to build our search feature so that user can actually search for any products like Harry Potter, Game of Thrones, and probably future products. So we're going to use Algolia for that. Algolia is one of the search engine, especially for developers. Like if you're lazy to implement your own search engine, then you can use Algolia. Algolia is really simple and easy to use. So we'll be using that for our search engine capability for our Amazon clone website. In this video, we are going to build our search page. It is going to be very similar like this page, except that we're going to remove the banner. So let's go ahead and do that. And you want to go to your Visual Studio and go to your index.vue, and you want to copy this entire thing, create a new page and name it search.vue. And then I want to remove async data and remove featured products because we're not going to use it. And then you want to go up, you want to remove that featured product. Save this, and let's go back, and if you go to /search, not this one, but search, you won't be seeing anything just yet because we haven't implemented our search engine capability yet. So in the next video, we are going to create our Algolia account so that you guys can actually use their API and so on. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello everybody, welcome back. Since I already created the account, this is what you're gonna see when you first join in. And you can sign up using Google or GitHub or even your own personal email. If you want to send me any hate or love email, feel free to send me at learnpal29@gmail.com. So what is the point of using Algolia in the first place? Big companies like Medium, one of the biggest blog in the world, created by one of the co-founders of Twitter, Evan Williams. He invented Medium, not necessarily him, but he hired a bunch of people to build for him. Use Algolia, and there are a bunch of other companies using Algolias actually. I cannot remember which companies, but there are a lot, and as well as small developers who are lazy to build their own search engine. So if you're a developer wanting to like launch your product as soon as possible and you need a search capability for your website, I suggest you to use Algolia so that you don't have to think anything about search. Everything will be handled by Algolia. Of course, it comes with a price which you have to pay monthly if you are going to launch to production your web app, but it is very helpful. Imagine you have to hire another guy just to build your search engine from scratch, which we don't want it, or you yourself have to build it using Elasticsearch and so on. But I think it's better to use something that is already ready-made like Algolia. I'm not trying to promote their company, but for myself as a developer, if I want to launch my own web app, I will use something that has already been done like Algolia, Stripe for payment, like MailChimp or Mailgun for emailing and so on. How does it work? How does Algolia work? So this is how it works. We're going to funnel our data from MongoDB to Algolia. Algolia will create like sort of a database in the website, and we're going to funnel all the data, all the products that we have in our database, and we're going to funnel it to Algolia database. Simple as that. So when someone search something on a website, it will actually search in Algolia database, not really from our MongoDB database. So MongoDB send the data to Algolia, that's it. So whenever you create a new product, like as in for like admin create a new product, that newly created product will be saved in the database, which is our MongoDB, and as well as it will sync to Algolia's database. How awesome is that? So let's go ahead and do that. But first, you need to create the index, which is the database for our Algolia. So you want to click create index, and let's name it Amazon clone v1. Create it. It will take some time to create it. Not really, it's quite fast. So now we have no record just yet. So the first thing we need is API keys. So you want to go to API, and there we have it, search only API key, and then we have admin API key. If we are doing the search from our backend, then we might need the admin API key. So you want to copy this admin API key. You can just copy to clipboard, and you want to go to your Visual Studio and go to your server and go to .env as usual and type Algolia secret, and then make it equals to whichever your API key is. Save it. So that's it. It's very simple actually, but I want to go through to all of this, show you the overview. You can see the how many operations that we're gonna do, and you can see the metrics, the records, and then this is the index, which is the database that we're gonna be using. And then let's go to indices, which is our Amazon clone. So this is the analytics for the website, and you can actually check it out later on, like geo and all, geolocations. And then we have monitoring, and we can see, like, you know, how many people actually use your search engine and so on. Imagine if nobody uses search engine, you can just cut off Algolia once and for all. So this is actually for enterprise companies. So this is actually for enterprise plan. I think if you actually upgrade, you're gonna get more features by Algolia. And billing is just for, like, if you want to pay. Simple. Let's click it, and yep. And as for billing, you can see starter $29 per month, only 250k operations. And then if you, like, your website has a lot of users, then you want to upgrade to $4.99, which is quite expensive, but it's worth the price. So in the next video, we are going to create our API. So I'll see you guys. Hello everybody. In this video, we will learn how to connect our MongoDB database to our Algolia database. We need a library to help us to do the synchronization between MongoDB and Algolia. The library is called mongoose-algolia. So first, we will actually install this library, go to the selected schema that we want to synchronize, and then we add that mongoose-algolia plugin. So let me show you how it works. So let's go back to our editor. Make sure you are on the server path, and then you do npm install mongoose-algolia --save. And you want to go to API keys, and you want to grab the application ID. So copy this, go back to our editor, and you want to type, and make sure you are on .env file, and type Algolia app ID. And then lastly would be Algolia index. This will be the name of your Algolia database, which in our case will be Amazon clone -v1. Which will be, if you go to indices, and this will be the name of your index. So now let's upgrade our product schema to have this synchronization capability. So let's go to our editor again, and you want to go to models and go to product.js, and you want to import mongoose-algolia. So mongoose-algolia equals to require mongoose-algolia. Okay, now we want to do product schema dot plugin, and then pass in the mongoose-algolia. And then the first thing you need to do is app ID process.env algolia app ID, and then API key process.env.algolia secret, and then index name, the name of the database, process.env.algolia index. And the next thing we want to do is we want to select the fields that we want to send to Algolia. So you have to type selector title, we want to pass title, and then we want to pass the ID, photo, description, price, rating, and average rating, which comes from virtual, and then owner. But we have to populate our owner. So in order for us to do that is to type populate, and then path, give the path, and then we want to select the name. And the next thing is you want to do debug
to check if there's any error or not. Let's say if we pass in the wrong app ID or secret, it will show the error. So now we want to store this mongoose model in a variable called model, and then model dot sing to Algolia. So since we already add a plugin to our product schema, now we have the capability to access the sing to Algolia function to actually sing all the documents of the product to Algolia database. And lastly, you want to do model dot set Algolia settings, and then you're going to pass in which of the field name that you want to pass in as the searchable attribute. Searchable attributes, and then pass in a title. You can pass in a couple of field names, but for us we just need title for now. And save this, and I think everything is ready. So but now you have to do model export and pass in the model. Okay, so let's go ahead and run our server, and there we have it. It's updating, clear index, synchronize index. So let's just remove this review and the ID of the review. Let's go up. It's actually under our virtual, so remove this console log. Save this again, and let's see it. Updated settings, clear index, synchronize index. So now we have successfully synced our documents to Algolia database. Let's check our Algolia right now. Let's go to Algolia and let's refresh this page, and there we have it. We have the Game of Thrones and Harry Potter. So if you go down, you can see all the objects like photo, description, price, average rating, and then we have average rating will be null. But now if you see average rating, it shows null. It's supposed to show 3 for Harry Potter, because if you go to client and we have 3 ratings, so it's not, we did not successfully sync the average rating. So in order for us to fix this, we gotta go back to our editor, and we gotta pass in here reviews, and we want to remove select for now. And let's go back and let's refresh this page, and let's check, and now we have all the owners field, name and about, and then we have average rating, which would be 0 for Game of Thrones, which is correct. And if we take a look at Harry Potter, now it shows average rating 3, which we have successfully synchronized, even the virtual as well. In the next video, we will create the API so that we can search. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello everybody, in this video we will create our search API so that we can actually search products like Harry Potter or Game of Thrones in our Algolia database. Let's go ahead and do that. Head to your editor, and you want to cancel the server because we have to install a new library called Algolia search. So cancel it and do npm install Algolia search --save. This library is officially from Algolia website itself. So once installed, you want to start your server again, and you want to create a new file under routes and call it search.js. And then you want to go to address and just copy this router. Actually, you can just type it out, but I'm just going to copy and paste it here. And then you want to type const Algolia search equals to require Algolia search, and then we want to do const client equals to Algolia search, and then we're going to pass in the app ID and as well as the app secret. So process.env.algolia app ID, and let's just copy this, paste it here, and change this to secret. You must be wondering, why do we need another library for this? This library solely is to search whatever that you want to find on Algolia database, while the other library that we installed previously, which is Mongoose Algolia, is to sing all the documents to your Algolia database. So, and then now we need to create the index. So const index equals to client.init index, and then we want to pass in the process.env.algolia_index. The first thing we do is we import the library. I made a typo here. And then after that, we initialize our client by passing our app ID and secret so that we can access the API
from Algolia, and then we want to search in a specific index or in a specific Algolia database, which in our case is Amazon. This is just Amazon clone -v1. So now we want to do router.post because it's going to be a post API, and then search, and then you want to pass in a sing, request and response, and then here you want to do try and catch as usual. And then it's very simple, just do let result equals to await, and then you pass in index dot search, and then you pass in request dot body dot title, because if you go back to our product here, our searchable attributes will be title, so hence why we have to pass in the title into our search query. So once we have done that, we want to return in a JSON format result.hits. So will be the result that we're going to get from Algolia search. And then if there's any error, we do respond.json error.message. So let's try this out. Let's go to Postman, but as usual, we forgot to actually export this router. Export it first, and let's go to server.js and do app.use API, and then search routes. Just copy this, paste it here, and do search routes, change it to search. Save this, and now let's go to our Postman and open up a new tab and type localhost 3000 API search, change this to post, and then go body, and then x-www-form-url encoded, and then pass in title, and then let's type Harry first. And if you click send, you're gonna get a Harry Potter as the object. There we have it. We have Harry Potter because it matches the title. And if you change this to Potter, let's change this to just pot, and then send, and it will return the same because it matches the query. But if we then send anything, it will actually give you all of the items in the Algolia database. So if you type game send, it will just return Game of Thrones. Now our search is working well. In the next video, we are going to create the front end part, and we're going to incorporate this API. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello everybody, welcome back. In this video, we are going to implement the search feature. The search feature is pretty straightforward. The first thing you do is you type Harry in here, and then when you click search, it will bring us to another page. And once we are on that page, we will send this value of Harry to our search API, and our search API will return the correct products. Simple as that. So let's go ahead and implement that feature. And now let's head to our editor, go to Visual Studio again, and you want to go to components, go to search.vue. Underneath here, you want to type script, and then you want to type data and return query, because we're going to pass in this query to our methods after this. So the next thing we want to do is we need to type methods. We give it a name on search. So here's the magic sauce. You're going to type this.router.push, because we're going to push whenever you click search, it will actually bring us to another page. So we need to do router.push to that specific page. So which page are we going to go is going to be path. The path will be search. It will be our search.vue page. And then we're going to pass in the query as well. So type in query title this.query. And then we're going to find the button to pass in this method. So copy on search and find the button, which will be this part. And then you type in click equals to on search. And last thing we need to do is we need to set our model. So copy query and find our input field, which will be this part, and just type vModel equals to query. Simple as that. So now once we have set up our search.vue, let's go to our search.vue for pages. I don't want to get confused. One is search.vue under components, and the other one search.vue under pages. So once we are in here, so what query will do is it will actually keep on checking whether we are changing the query or not. If it's changing, then we want to do something with it. Think of it as a guard, which is keep on watching what is going on. And if something is happening, then it will actually tell the superior about it. So you can just think of watch query as just watching something to change. So the next thing we need to do is we need to type in async data, and then pass in axios, and then we're going to pass in the query as well, because if we don't have watch query, let's say you type Game of Thrones and then you search first, it is successful, but if you want to change to like Harry Potter, it won't actually trigger this async data. Hence why we need to pass in watch query to keep on checking whether the query is changing or not. So as usual, we do try and catch and console log the error to see whether we have any error or not. And then in here, you want to do let products equals to await axios post API search, and then we're going to pass in the title, which will be query.title, because we have to access query, which in here query.title. And then lastly, you want to return the products, because we copy this entire thing from our index.vue page. We don't have to change a lot of stuff here because we already loop the products. If you go here, we already v4 product in products. So I think now we are ready to actually test this feature. So let's go to our client and let's refresh this page just in case. And let's type game and then click search. There we have it. It shows the Game of Thrones. And if you don't type anything, it will actually show all the products. And if you click Harry Potter, it will just show Harry Potter. And if you remove if you remove Potter, sorry, it will just show Harry Potter. So it's very simple. You type any of the title of the products and then you just click search. It will actually bring you to another page. And whenever you change this value, it actually the watch query in here, which I actually check, does the user change the query of the title? If it did, then you want to trigger back this async data and get the appropriate data. Simple as that. So I think we have successfully created our search feature. I want you guys to play around with it, see how it works. I want you guys to play around with Algolia a bit. Maybe you can add more products on the admin side and you can search more products. And I'm really proud of you guys who have come this far. I'll see you guys in the next one.